Hey y'all, Dumont Owen here, and we are so excited about the beginning of the Digital Marketing Edge Summit. I'm a little nervous. This is so exciting. I'm so glad y'all are here, and we have an amazing group of people talking. I'm just going to tell you about the people today for right now. We're starting off with David Robertson. He's going to talk to us about keywords and cache, how to rank with search engine secrets. And then I'm going to come back and tell you a little bit more about the best later, because we have David with us. So hold on just a second, David. Okay, allow me to introduce you to David. And I have just been having a ball with this guy because he does SEO and I have no idea how to do it. So this is amazing. And I know he's really great at this. So I am especially psyched. And he has been a marketing professional with a passion for search engine optimization, or SEO as we know it, and local search marketing. His specialty lies in getting businesses found online, whether it's through optimization, web pages, blog posts, or Google Maps that drive action. Why invest in marketing if your audience can't find you when it matters most? Yes, those of us who are entrepreneurs, we get that. And then he has a unique blend of creativity and data-driven precision. That data-driven. He uses cutting-edge AI tools and analytics to enhance rankings, but never at the expense of creating content that resonates with your human readers. And yes, we know that human voice, we need that. His approach ensures you to stay ahead in an ever-competitive digital landscape. So join me in welcoming David to the chat. And for those of you who aren't on live right now, I want to tell you that we have a VIP gift VIP gifts that you can get. And you're going to see all of this, the recordings. You're not going to have to miss a beat. So I'll tell you more about that in a little while. But right now, hi, David. It's so good to see you.
Fantastic to see you as well. I'm really looking forward to this as well. I'm going to reveal everything.
Yeah, the big reveal, exactly. That's what we're looking for. So take it away.
Okay, so I'm going to take a risk. I'm going live on the internet with everything. Okay, there's no dull PowerPoint, and let's face it, people don't really care about traffic. What they want is profit. So that's why I've labeled this, keywords to cash. You want cash in your pocket. That's what I help my clients with, because they don't care about all the reports I send them. So
it's really, it's the bottom line with all of us, right?
Does the phone ring? Are there sales coming through? Are there leads and inquiries? Once that's happened, my job's done. It's up to them to answer the phone correctly, and reel them in. Basically, exactly. Most people have a website, don't they? Not everybody. Mm-hmm. Not every business needs them. The small businesses, people use Facebook and everything. But if you want to rely on Mr. Zuckerberg, then that's your risk. But it works for lots of people. Social media is wonderful. I'm really rubbish at it, by the way.
Well, that's my area. So I'll help you with LinkedIn, and you can help me with SEO. You know what? If when you try to pull up the internet, if you end up, off, then just go back to the link and sign back in, and we'll
that's fine. That's fine. Well, okay, let's crack on then. So I make websites with WordPress. So I'm going to show you a couple of websites.
Oh, good.
I'm going to show you some of the reports and some of the things that you can do for free or incredibly cheap. Right? Because, I'm also going to tell you how much I charge as well, so people can just get a basic idea of all of that. And then what I want people to do really is think about your service. Most people also have one of these as well, So,
right here.
We're always searching for things. Now, search engine optimization, Google, everything changes in the world all the time, doesn't it?
Yes.
And search engine optimization is the same as well. We speak in these as well, don't we? We've got ChatGPT, social media that we talked about. You can find things in lots of different ways. So part of the work that I do and what we all should be doing is thinking about our web presence, our internet presence, you know, how we appear, where are we? So here we go. I hope this works. All right. So I'm gonna can I share my screen? Is that all right?
Oh yeah, hold on.
Okay. I'm gonna look up as well. I've got another screen up here. I'm not ignoring everybody, okay?
No, gotcha. So it looks
I've got my prompts up there.
It looks like we're sharing now.
Okay, I'm gonna present. Share screen. Right. I'm gonna try not to show you my desktop.
Okay.
Can you see that?
Yes, I know what that looks like. You know, all in front of me, these masses of stuff.
Yeah. Can you see the Blue Sky website? Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I can. Hold on. I'll add it to the stage.
Okay.
There you go.
Right. Are we there?
Yeah, I'm seeing you. Google business profiles for hyperlocal results.
Okay, so I'm going to touch on local search as well, because I don't really know who's attending the summit, but it's also very important as well
to do the local. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just going to quickly scroll down here.
Okay.
So really, the website usually has one or two things you want it to do. For me, as a consultant, I want people to click on this to make a discovery call via Calendly. Okay, so I'm not just plugging myself. I'm just giving you an example. I have a little chat bot in here as well, if anybody wants to talk to her as well. But then also, I'm giving this as a gift. So I've sent it to you today.
Yeah, that is
okay?
so
you don't
cool.
have to subscribe to me. Okay, this is me. So this is my website. So what I've tried to do, and we're all quite lazy, aren't we, on the internet, I think. So really everything, search engine optimization isn't just about traffic. If we build up traffic and we send them to your website, really the website needs to be ready to receive them.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you're just wasting your time, wasting your money maybe. So really the work that I do and what we should all be doing is thinking about our website first. So when I get a client, I just got a new client joining. I'm looking forward to this one. It's frozen chicken meals or frozen Indian meals.
Oh,
which
wow.
quite good as well. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that one because they're a local business to me as well.
Send you food.
I know. So I do have I've lots of different types of clients. So I work all over different sectors, and so okay. So this is my website. So I'm logged in WordPress. Okay. So if you haven't seen WordPress, then I can quickly show you some of the plugins maybe. So I'm just going to go into the dashboard here.
Okay.
Because what we really need to do, and we will come on to keyword research, is to create a website.
Nice.
And let's face it, a website are just individual pages.
Yeah.
It's a bit like a book, isn't it?
But I guess you have to have in mind what you want to happen on that website, but what you just showed, that you go through and you have it doing certain things and emphasizing certain things.
Absolutely. You need to plan the journey for visitors that come to your website.
Okay.
So in the back end of a WordPress, so here are my plugins. So some of them are, so if you want to create a page, there are plugins that you can use to duplicate pages. So they just need to update here.
Okay.
So one of them, for as far as search engine optimization is concerned, is called Rank Math. This one here.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So there is a paid version of that, but I'm in Yorkshire in England, and we're renowned for doing things for free. So you don't I mean, it's very, very good. I don't use the AI element of it. So the free version is very, very good. There's also things like schema as well. So we talked about planning for people, we also need to plan for Google and Bing. So things like schema is a bit technical, but it's basically creating content, if you like, coding at the back of the website so that Google understands what the page is about. Now I'm going to touch on that several times. So something like schema is basically what it does. Let's say you have a product. It takes information like the price, the size, the color. It takes that kind of data and puts it in a very simple format so it understands what that particular product is about. So there's lots of different things. So I'm going to touch on lots of different things. I've only got 45 minutes, and I think hopefully there'll be questions afterwards as well. So speed is also very important as well for websites. That affects your ranking slightly as well. So if you've got a slow loading website, then the page, everything's measured. Everything's measured. So if Google knows about your website, it's measuring you all the time, or it comes to your website every now and again. So speed is also very important. So
because I know I get frustrated if it's taking too long to load. I quit.
Exactly. So things like reviews as well. I pull my reviews, my Google reviews, straight through onto the homepage of my website as well.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Okay. So there are various plugins you can use. Again, all of these are free, completely free. The reason I mention them is because, you can learn things yourself. So there's I know. Right. So what I'm going to do is to change the screen. So can you see this one now?
Widgets. I'm seeing widgets for Google reviews.
Okay, I'm going to see if I can share this one.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing this.
Okay, it's Haworth. So that's a village about 1 mile away from me. So I have a website that I created just for fun a good few years ago, and it promotes the village of Haworth, which was quite famous about the Brontes. They wrote the books Wuthering Heights and Jane Eyre. Oh my
gosh! Okay.
Yeah. So I'm a local tour guide as well, and there's an Emily chatbot down the corner here as well. If you want to talk to Emily, that's fine. So what I'm going to do,
terrific. Because
I'm going to focus on this one, on this website. Okay, I've actually got my house for sale as well. I thought I'd plug it. So this is Top Withens here. So the fateful Wuthering Heights. It's on the moor. So I'm not going to go through all this now. Okay, but what I am going to do, I'm going to log in. Well, I'm already logged in here. I'm going to go to the dashboard. Okay. So here we see Rank Math, and I'm going to show you. It's a small website, but it gets about 4,000 visits or clicks a month. Average position. What we're going to do, we're going to search for something in a moment. Okay. And we're going to see where I rank. I did test it before, and I was, but I haven't actually spent a great deal of time on this, but but it does have Rank Math in there as well. Okay. So what I'm going to do, what I'm going to do now, I'm going to just go to. I'm going to go, let me stay in here for the moment, because what I want to do is show you a page. So I'm going to click on Pages. And I'm going to go to, which page should I go to? Bronte Waterfall page.
Oh, great. Love it.
Okay. So it hasn't rained very much recently.
Okay.
But the reason I want to show you the back end of a page as well, I've got a lead magnet on here as well. Actually, there's a map. So I've got about 7,000 subscribers on this. So this is just the code. The reason I want to show you this as well is the structure on the page has to be laid out correctly as well. Now, here it says H2. Can you see that? So whatever content you've got, now this is where we're coming back to Google again. So you can put text on the website, but really what you want to do, if you've got headings, you really want to structure the page so that Google knows that this is a heading. It's important.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Okay. So if I go to the top, this one, if I go higher, this one should be an H1. I'm going to change that now.
Okay. Oh yeah, look at that.
So it's got the keyword Bronte Waterfall in here.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to save that now before I forget. I'm pleased we came into this one. So this is the main keyword for the page. So we're coming into keywords. Okay. So I can click view here, but I'm going to scroll down now. Now the second one, the second heading, it's about parking. So what I'm trying to do is, for this website does get inquiries, so for bookings, for guiding over the moor. It is e-commerce as well, but what I'm trying to do here is be as helpful as I can for visitors. So I want to show where they can park and how to get here.
Well, and that's something that's a good attitude, David.
Yeah.
That,
well, this is why people
about
come.
Our customers.
So just because you have a website and it's optimized, people might not want to come. They might come for just a moment and then leave again. So these are some of the people that have taken over the moor. So when you come down, in fact, there isn't a great deal of content on here, but this gets lots and lots of traffic on here. So I just wanted to show you the structure of the page. So if I now go back, I'm going to go back to the home page. I just want to show you that again from the home page, edit page. So I know there's more content on here. I just want to get the point across. You can't just throw anything on. So H1, important. It's Haworth is what. Yeah. And then we've got H2.
I see.
H2. These are the main headings. And I can do this also for the blog posts as well. But the structure of the page is also important. Now, when you have an image as well, there are things called alt tags on them as well. So that's for really people with visual impairments. But from a search engine optimization point of view, when you upload the image, you can actually add the alt tag there as well. So you can add keywords in there as well. It's another way of adding quality content that Google will understand also what the image is about. So I'm going to go back again in here, and I'm just going to very quickly show you the media file.
Okay.
So if I was to click on here, this is a recent blog post, Maths in Travel. Now, this is a company that paid me to put a blog post on my website. So this is the alternative text. It's really what this image is about. Okay. So these are quite important to have them on as well, because otherwise they'll be shown as errors eventually.
Oh, so that's why, because I always try and do that because I know it's for people who have, who are impaired from.
Yeah. So there's two reasons for using it really. So.
I didn't realize about the keywords. That's a good.
Yeah, you could put keywords on the page as well. Now, what you shouldn't do is keyword stuff. So that's having like the Bronte Waterfall on about 50 times,
right?
Because Google will pick that up as well and penalize you. So you've got to be sensitive about maybe 2, 3, 4 times. Now, if you can have it in this is where I also want to show you. If I go back to the home page again. I go back to the homepage. If I hover over here, can you see that where it's dropped down? It says Haworth Village at the top.
Visit and fall in love with the village of.
Right above the menu. I'm not sure if you can see it on the screen, actually.
Oh, Bronte Adventures in Haworth, customized.
Right at the very top. I don't think you can see it, actually.
No.
Doesn't matter. What I can do is I'll show you again. I'll show you in the page. What we're going to do, Rank Math is free. There's also Yoast and other plugins that you can use, but they're the two most well-known ones. So if I go in here, so the plugin also shows here. So what I was trying to show you was this. This is the title of the page. So when I think you said earlier, before we went live, you've got quite a few tabs open. If you hover over those tabs for each of those pages you've got, it shows things like this.
Yeah.
And this is the description.
Right.
As well. So the page description. Now these are, if you do a search, let's do a search for, actually, I won't do that yet because we're on the page, aren't we? So I'm going to go back to that one because otherwise I'll confuse you and I don't want to do that.
And I confuse easily when it comes to
what you can do
technology.
in here, give it a focus. Haworth Village is the focus keyword. But what you want to do is win the snippet. Now, I'm going to show. We will do a search. I'll go onto a different tab. All right, because this is what you see. You know, when you search, you have advertisers. You sometimes have Google Maps on there, but then you have lots of these. This is the ranking. Now, what you want to do ideally is to be on page 1 at the top, because you're more likely to get more traffic that way.
Right.
But I wanted to show you behind the scenes, if you get Rank Math or Yoast on the back end of your website, whatever type it is, whatever system there is to do this, you can manipulate all of this yourself. Okay, so you can do that here. Okay, so you can just amend them here. But these things are also really important. Now I'll explain what a snippet is a little bit later when we do a search.
Okay.
So I'm going to change a page. In fact, why don't I do that now? I'm going to see if, can you see?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So
what I'm going to do. Snippets. Now I understand what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah. Well, what I'm going to do, I'm going to do Bronte Waterfall.
Okay.
In fact, Bronte Hotels. Let's go for that one because that's harder.
Okay.
So we're doing a search now. We've got AI showing us information, haven't we? Yeah. So that's at the very, very top. And there's a restaurant it's talking about.
Oh, nice.
Bronte Hotels, because I don't have a hotel, but I do have a list of hotels.
Yeah.
And scroll down without clicking on this for the moment. There's a hotel just outside of Haworth.
Okay.
And now it's showing a list of this is where the kind of search you're doing depends, the kind of results. This is the search engine results pages, and it shows different kinds of results as well. So if you're looking for hotels, it shows you the results of Google Maps and the Google Google hotels it knows about. So you've got TripAdvisor, Booking.com.
Nice.
So these are all these here. Visit Bradford is a very, very big website. So if I scroll up it, so these are the SERPs. This is where we want to be. We want to be up here, don't we? And earlier I was. I don't know where it's gone. Which is always the case, isn't it?
Oh,
so that's for Bronte Hotels. Okay. In fact, what I did one for Haworth. Sorry, Haworth Hotels.
Okay.
That's actually very, very popular. And
the reason look at that, yeah.
Haworth Hotels, it has. I don't know if you can see this. I'm going to type this.
Oh, I can see the difference in the greens there.
Right. So I'm going to hover over this because I'm going to show you another tool that you can get for free as well. So can you see this? There are 4,400 searches a month.
Yes.
For Haworth Hotels.
Wow.
Okay. Companies are paying for them. They're paying 30 pence. That's what, is that half a dollar? Is that 50 cents? Something like that?
Yeah, something
like that. So if you come down here, then you've got Bronte Adventures, my website. Okay. So I'm really showing that I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And but I want everyone else to know what they need to do as well. So these are the search results. And you notice here, we're going to come to another tool in a moment that you can get for free or for very, very cheap. So when you get it, it shows you there's about 13,000 visits a month on the website overall.
Oh, cool.
Okay. I'm getting for this search term 110 visits a month. Now, all the figures come from Google, and they're all very approximate. Usually it's more than that. Okay.
Okay.
Now, the tool that I want everybody to get or to look at is not this one here. It's called Keywords Everywhere, and I'll go to the page in a moment. Now, what it does, it gives you the search volume per month. So for Haworth, Yorkshire, you probably can't see this actually.
Not real well, but we can get the idea. And we can see it a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the Fleece is a pub that has accommodation, and it's 1,900 searches a month.
Okay.
Okay. So what I want to do, so whatever business you have, whatever you're searching for, you can create content based on what people are actually searching for.
Oh.
So you can create content that's useful and informative, but you might not rank for it. So if you want traffic to your website, you need to create content that people are searching for.
So we can tell whether that's what they want.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Because you know, I don't know about you, but I get tons of emails every day from people promising me to be on page 1. Well, I can get anybody on page 1 for terms that people are not searching for.
Right.
So the more competitive the search term, the harder it is.
Yeah, yeah.
So the tool that I think everybody should get, what I recommend, is this one. So, can you see this?
Yes,
Keywords Everywhere.
Keywords Everywhere.
Okay. Now I use this. Now there are absolutely tons and tons of tools available for agencies, for everybody, but a lot of them are very, very expensive. Now the pricing for this one, so you can get it for free, but if you want the volume, it's basically $6.
Oh wow, how affordable is that?
And that will last forever. $72 for the whole year.
Yeah.
What you do, so rather than being blind, you now know the approximate search volume if you get this.
Okay.
What it is, it's the web extension. So it's just up here on the top. Sorry, it's just up here. In fact, I've already got it here. This one here. So I've got quite a few of them here. There's another web extension here that shows you if you have broken links on the page.
Oh, nice.
And I have other tools up here.
Okay.
So, you know, so it's called Check My Links, because broken links will you'll also be penalized for that as well.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Okay. Let me fly through this, because what I want to do, this one here, again, is free. Can you see this?
Yes.
Okay. This is Google Search Console. It's very, very important. So if you want to rank your website, you really, really need to create, obviously you need a Google account. And, you know, if we're focusing on Google, and you want to create a Google Search Console account. Okay. And I have several under my Google account here.
Okay.
I have several in here. Some of mine, some of my clients. So I'm going to concentrate on this one for now, because what you can do, this is showing you the performance. So I'm going to show you Google Analytics in a moment as well.
Okay.
And we're going to come on to do keyword research more as well. So this shows the last 12 months. This is seasonal. So where are we? In October last year, November. Then we moved into winter. So Haworth is, you know, it's in the countryside, so it's quite seasonal. And now it's rising again.
Right. Yeah.
But the trajectory is sort of up. If you start from here, we're now up here, so it's rising. So basically, I'm creating more and more blog posts, optimizing it more and more and more, and it will hopefully continue to rise. Now, Google does release updates as well, and sometimes you get penalized for it. And but sometimes you don't know why. Even the large agencies, you know, scratch their heads all the time as well.
Oh, well, you know something, and I should mention this. I was desperately trying to get my new app registered on Google. Google is really hard to understand. I mean, you know, I had to have an expert come in and actually set it up for me. And I'm, you know, give me enough information and I can do it, but it's very hard to understand.
Well, I think you did exactly the right thing. Get somebody to set it up for you. Then you can, you know, maybe use them for a month or two. But then, you know, there's lots of stuff on YouTube as well. You know, there's things on my website that you can look at as well. And But what I want to show you as well is the purple. I don't know if you can see the colors on the screen. The purple is basically the impressions. So the keywords all combined, how many times it's shown on a monthly basis or on a particular day. In fact, these are particular days. So it goes up and down. Yeah. And you have weekends and all of that as well. Now, the blue one underneath is whether your website is optimized for those keywords. So overall, this particular website it's following the purple. What you want to do, so if I was to show you another one, if I show you blue sky, let me be brave. All right. All right. Let me show you blues like this one. I don't get a great deal of traffic at the moment, but you can see because I've been working with clients, it's now got a bit of a kick. It's started to rise. What you want to do is what I want it to do is, as I optimize the website more, so it's finding so Google is now finding keywords on my website more. What I want it to do is I want the blue to follow it.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Let
me scroll down because I want to tell you another reason why this is also very important as well. When you add a page to your website, ideally, Google should find it. It should be pinged. But what you can do, you can get the URL, the web address, copy it and paste it in here, then ask Google to index it. Now, this one says Google doesn't know about this page. Okay, so what you can do, you can click on here, request, and after a minute or two, eventually Google will come to look at your website, find this page, hopefully then index it. Now, what index means, it's actually registered. It's in its memory. It knows about it. Now, sometimes it can take weeks or even months to have pages or blog posts indexed. Usually there's an issue, there's a problem, but it's quite difficult to find out why.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was experiencing yesterday, David.
Yeah.
And I understand a bit about the index part, but I would have no clue how to do it myself.
Yeah, so this is why the Google Search Console is very important. It also, I'm just going to cancel this because it doesn't really matter now.
Right.
Because what I'm going to do is also scroll down, because there's things like sitemap as well. When I said like we're late, I'm being flippant here, of course. So that request has gone through. So things like sitemaps, again, Rank Math will create a sitemap for you. And what that does, it's like when Google comes to your website, it crawls it. Yeah, you've heard of that expression. And it's basically a list of all the pages on your website. And it makes it incredibly easy in relative terms for Google to find the pages, because Google doesn't see letters or images necessarily. It's all about numbers. It's computers. And then the sitemaps, if you've got a larger sitemap, you've got blog posts, you can create, it will also create posts, a sitemap for the posts as well. So you can have various sitemaps. And these are also important if you want your website to rank as well. So again, Rank Math for free will do that for you.
Yeah,
and then you can just enter them in here. What it also does as well, it gives you an indication about the speed and whether you're, in fact, there's not enough information on here on this particular website. It's really designed for much larger websites. So here, it also gives you an indication of with the pages that have been indexed. So I've been adding more and more blog posts onto the website, and I've also had guest posts as well. So that's quite a good indication it's going up. Now, some of the pages you don't want to be indexed. If you have a shopping cart, you don't really want that to be found on the internet. So some of the pages you don't want to be.
Right, gotcha.
And also some of the pages of, you might have deleted them, but Google, it's still found them. It's still in its register. Now you can remove those from its register as well. I won't go into that now.
Right.
I mean, basically, look down here. It said removals.
Okay.
So you can do things like that. So I want to get across that the Google Search Console is very, very important, and for ranking. Okay. So what I want to show you now very briefly.
And,
We're not going to
this
go
all
into
would
any
apply,
details.
excuse me, David, this would also apply with Bing?
Bing as well,
Bing and
yes.
Bing? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Google's the biggest search engine in the world. The second one, of
Yeah.
course, is YouTube,
Yeah.
which is also owned by Google. So if you're creating content, on the page, ideally, as I said right at the beginning, you want to make it as visual as possible, because that's people as well. Now, if you can create videos, and again, you can just use your mobile phone.
In fact, that's probably
upload it to YouTube, add a title and a description. Ideally, again, you want to add keywords in there, otherwise it won't be found.
Yeah.
But again, what you can do, you can pull it through to your website.
Okay.
You know, so in a perfect world, what I like to do with my clients, and it does depend on the kind of website, the kind of service, the kind of products that they're selling, is really have an introductory video to summarize what your offering is.
Oh yeah, that's great.
Because you want to hold them on your website, because Google's measuring that as well.
And
it doesn't want
David,
people to leave straight away.
I wanted to ask you a question too,
Yeah,
because
far
you
away.
mentioned vertical video, and that's because of our phones, our mobile devices, right?
Yeah.
Because that's how they're displayed on there. And I don't know what the percentage is generally. I know on LinkedIn, it's like 81% of videos are watched on people's phones.
Absolutely. I haven't got the figures actually, but yeah, definitely. So what do you want to do on if you're making them for your website? Ideally, depends on the website again, but mostly you want it on landscape. But yeah, it's that's again another way to find things. YouTube is fantastic as a search engine. I use it all the time, and it's better than watching TV as well, isn't it, at night time?
Well, my husband would agree with you there.
But I just also want to show you that, you know, you can also, if you really want to drill into the information, you know, the Google Analytics is also available again for free. Now, it can be quite technical to set up. I don't know if there's anybody else on my website at the moment, but you can show real time where they are in the world. I've got 3. Well, one is me. I've got 2 others.
Okay.
And they look as if they're in the UK as well.
Yeah. Okay.
So, and you can find where they came to your website.
Oh, nice.
How they got there, how they found you.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
So some type in the web address directly, because the website's been around for a while. Some come from other websites. Some are just from organic search, and that's obviously for this one is my main one. Yeah. So if you haven't seen Google Analytics, that's what it looks like. I don't really want to do much more on this.
Yeah, you know, this is
because we're sort of running out of time, really. But I just wanted to show you that there are tools out there that you can have for free or for low cost as well.
Yeah, and that seems to be one of your major themes here. Is that there are things that we can use, tools that we can use that are affordable.
Absolutely.
Okay, and you know, you've been going through and showing us a whole lot, and I have to tell you honestly, I could never do this. I would need your help. So I'm just going to ask you, how much would you charge for me to do this?
Okay, so I work for myself. I use freelancers. Okay, and so I keep my prices down. So I basically charge £500 a month for 12 keywords. All right.
Okay.
Now that for a lot of people is very expensive, and I understand that as well. But you know, for a 7 or 8 hour day, you actually get an awful lot of work with that as well. So you know, but what you need to think about depends on the kind of business you've got. If you acquire a new customer, what is that worth? What are they worth to you over the course of the months or the years that you have them?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah? You have to think of that way. And what I suggest customers do as well is stay with it for at least 3 months, because I wouldn't want to take a job on unless I can make an impact. So what I would do, I would audit the website first. So I have different tools that I use. and I can, so I don't need login details or anything like that. I'm going to stop sharing for the moment, unless there's anything else. Unless there's other. Do you want me to search for you?
Yeah, you can. It would be Dumont, D-U-M-O-N-T.
D-U-M-O-N-T.
Owen, O-W-E-N.
O-W-E-N. Let's find you.
Yeah, there I am.
There you are, right at the top of your LinkedIn profile. I think
yes,
you're good
and
at LinkedIn.
that was the point I was going to make, David, because LinkedIn's profiles are really valuable in terms of search engine optimization.
Absolutely.
They always come up at the, in the first three things.
Yeah.
I'm not thrilled about seeing myself on Facebook, but that's another story.
well, this is a good little experiment, because what this says, it says 0 searches a month. Now, if you see that, that's not necessarily the case. There are people searching for you.
Yeah.
What it basically means, and people can be disappointed if they see this as well.
Right.
What it really means that there isn't a great deal of data that Google has about that particular search term. Now, if you want to create content as well, there are things called, let me scroll down, see if there are any other search terms that relate to you. So there's Dumont University. Dumont So maybe it's a bad example. You're on YouTube as well. So, you're doing very well. Do you have a website? You do, don't you?
Yeah, it's a companion website for my app. And it's not in WordPress, and I do think that a WordPress
Dumont Digital Marketing. Here you are.
Mm-hmm. Get clients in record time.
To be fair, that there's probably not too much competition.
Well, that's true. Well, Dumont is one of the most popular last names in Europe.
Oh, really? You're doing very well.
And there they say Dumont. So my great grandmother was from France, so I got named after her. But
you're everywhere. You're everywhere, Dumont. So that's very good. So I mean that's fine. So don't think just because it says 0 that nobody's searching for them. Now sometimes you can have 4 or 5 terms or words in here. They're still called keywords, but they're called long tail keywords. So let's say, for example, this one here.
It's, you do want those long tail keywords.
Long tail,
know about that.
And ideally, what you do, you have them. I mean, there's nobody could be searching for this, or hardly anybody on anyway. But it doesn't really matter. It's just an example. They're still called keywords. So whether it's 1, whether it's 2, whether it's 5. So really, you're going to have less, it could be less competitive, therefore easier for you to rank for.
Gotcha.
So the more competitive, the shorter the keyword usually as well, the more difficult it is to rank for. So really, these kind of short, long tail keywords are ideal for blog posts.
Yes.
And really what you want to do, I don't know if you can see this on this screen, but you have it in the title. Ideally have them in the description, although that's not really SEO. That's just more about helping people. But you also have them in the web address as well.
Okay.
So for example, if I go back to my website, I don't know if you can see it here. I'm just going to share this as well.
Okay, got it.
I don't know if you can see this.
Yes, it pops right up. I like that. Yeah, that's.
So you have keywords in here. Now on your homepage, ideally, what you want, so you want to have your brand in there.
Yes, absolutely, the brand. And one thing I was going to ask you, David, before we run out of time, is you mentioned keyword stuffing, and talk about that a minute.
Okay. Well, in the old days, it was very easy to rank pages. You basically just put the same keyword in many times. And I remember I used to do it, or we all used to do it. When you have a white background, you just put white writing in here.
Oh,
to pretend it wasn't there. No one else could see it.
That's right. I remember.
But then when you when you hover over it, or you
Yeah,
you know
it
you
shows
right
up.
or left click, and you could find it. You used to see it here, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I remember that.
but yeah, so that's keyword stuffing. You know,
Okay.
you will get penalized for it. You don't need it
Yeah.
actually either. So there's things
And
like,
yeah.
you don't always have to have the same words as well.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of marketing, instead of search, you could use find. They're called
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
semantics
Mm-hmm.
and semantics. And so you
Mm-hmm.
don't have to have the same word. You can change that word up. You know, there are
Okay.
different ways. You can use the thesaurus for that, you know. But again,
Oh,
there are
good
other
idea.
tools you
Oh,
use. So the kind of work that I do when I create content for a client, I measure it against the top 10 ranking
okay.
pages for it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that on the
Okay.
technical, that's on the technical SEO side. And
Mm-hmm.
basically I change and play around with the number of words
Okay.
in the title, and also in the headings and in the content. So I want to get it as close to the best, because let's face it, they're already ranking.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
with keywords everywhere, you don't have to look at yours. You can look at your competitors' keywords
Yes, absolutely. Know what they're up to.
and know
Yeah.
what they're up to.
And
Because,
and that's that whole piece of branding too, David, because in branding, you want to know how you like them, and then how you're different, how you differentiate yourself.
absolutely. So you don't want to copy them. You want to make your content better.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the
Mm-hmm.
things also, again, it depends on which sector you're in. So there's things called EAT as well. So, if you're an expert, you're an authority, and you build trust, Google will love you. So things like finance or health, or there's various other sectors as well. It's very sensitive about that. So having like an about me page,
Really, yeah,
which has qualifications, information on there,
yeah, all that, yeah.
links to LinkedIn,
Mm-hmm.
very, very
All that
important,
stuff. Okay, so David, we're going to run out of time here, and
Okay.
I had a couple of questions I wanted to ask you, and I know that you have some gifts too, so I want to leave time for you to talk about that. What one of your main points in this presentation? Where'd you go?
Can you see me now? Am I back?
No.
I'll stop sharing.
Oh yeah, that would probably be good. So one of your
I'm not
main
sure if you do want to see me, by the way.
There you go. There you go. So most people, when they're looking at this recording, or however they're looking at it, one of your main points was that there are affordable tools that we can use.
Yes.
Right. So that's one of them. What are your two? What would you say are your two other main points that you want people to take away from this?
Well, actually, I mean, the larger agencies use Ahrefs and SEMrush. So if you Google them, you can find them. But there are free versions of that as well. So there are various things like that. There's Keywords Planner that Google gives. If you don't, So really, what I want people to do is not be afraid of it. But if you don't start to optimize, you spent a lot of time, and sometimes money on your website. Don't let it gather dust and cobwebs.
Yes.
If you don't start now, you'll never, and I know it's a hurdle. I do understand that, but if you don't start now, think of 12 months time.
Yeah. And all those clients you could have missed.
Yeah. And also, if it's a new website as well, it's going to take quite a while for Google to give you the respect as well.
Yeah.
So also very important as well, and we'll just touch on this very, very briefly, links to your website. So from other websites, ideally from the same kind of content as well. If you've got good, I'm going to keep coming back to good quality content.
Yeah.
If you've got good quality content, you will build links naturally. People will link to you without you even knowing. Now, obviously, I have
tools. All build
that
content more easily now because we know how to use AI.
But there are signals that Google looks for as well. When a business becomes mature and the website becomes mature as well, it will look for signals like backlinks. Who else or where else, a link into this website, those individual pages, not just your homepage, various pages on your website. So the thing called citations as well. There's business directories. So get on as many as you can.
Okay.
Get yourself a glass of wine, you know, and just create lots of them.
So, David, I don't want to miss talking about your gifts, though.
Okay. Well, I've sent them to Resty and you as well. So what I've got, let me just find it. I'm gonna show. Oh, in fact, I was going to show you on the screen, but I'm not going to share my screen again. Basically, I have 20 top tips. So for local SEO, okay, and it basically
for the local.
But the concept is the same, you know, because whether you're a consultant trading all over the world, there are still customers around you,
right?
You know, that you want people to find you as well. But
we're putting your links up there, David.
Yeah. So so you want to be found locally as well, but the concept is just the same. So please find that. There's not much to read. There's 20 top tips that you need. Just follow them. So please also create a Google business profile as well. Now, we did quickly see it on the screen when we did the search results. So Google business profile, controls Google Maps as well. Now, you don't have to put your address on the map if you don't want to, but if you have a local business, why not? I put my telephone number, I put email address, I put everything, because I want people to call. I want people to contact me any way that they want.
And we're getting some questions here, David. So let me run these past you real quick. I'm not pronouncing your name right. I'm sure Maxwell. Oh, I'm sorry. Is it great to spread the main keyword across the content on the website of that particular landing page?
Is it spread the main keyword? Each page should ideally be targeting one keyword, one or two keywords.
Okay.
But what you want to do over a period of time is to create other pages or other posts, and then you want to link them together.
Okay.
So when if you've got a money page, the thing that makes you the most money, you can duplicate that and create different content. So you want to link. You want to link to that page. You want that page to be at the top. All the other pages are supporting it.
Okay.
And again, Google will see you as an authority on that. The more content relating to that, I call it the money keyword, that money page, the more other content, other keywords that you can create content for, the money page will rise through the rankings.
Okay.
So it's called silos.
And you know what? We have, I think he put up that question. Okay. And we want to also tell them about, because I know I saw this earlier as your VIP gift, and it was about your school, or your class, I guess.
Yeah, again, it's because I'm passionate about local search as well. All right, so there is a course. It lasts 46 minutes, and that's for the VIP people as well. Right, so all right, so it basically has some videos of me, unfortunately. All right, but I basically I have a flip chart. All right, and I show you how to do it, and and at the very end of that, you can also create a Calendly. Invite you to create a Calendly link with me as well.
Oh, nice.
All right. So I'm going to give you 30 minutes. All right. If you do that, there's during Calendly, I ask where I'm found. Also, you can ask for your web address as well. And what I try to do is to have a quick look at the website before that 30 minutes. I want to give as much value as I can, completely for free. You won't be using my services. There'll be no sales or anything like that. I just want to help as many people as possible. All right.
Well, David, you hit it right there, because the one word that I think we're going to hear a lot, the theme we're going to hear a lot through this whole summit, is integrity.
Yeah.
And seeing that, and that's one of the reasons that I wanted you here, so that we could do that. So I'm going to say goodbye now. I'm going to get ready to introduce our next person. But thank you so much. You really started it off with,
and we're all going to help each other.
Yeah, like I said, Google, oh my gosh, even the name scares me. But
just get started is what I say. That I want to finish up. Just start it. Create beautiful content that you're proud of.
Okay, well, thank you so much, David. And I'm going to be off for a few minutes getting ready for my next guest, and we will have her here very shortly. So thank you. All right, now, there we go. Okay, folks, I just have to pull something up here real quick, so give me a second. No, that's not what I wanted. Here we go. What? And what? Folks, uh-oh, what is that? Hello? Uh, okay, one. Yes, it's still doing it. I'm still in here twice. That's what's happening. Oh, where's Rusty? Away from. Thanks. Okay. No, it's still. I thought we got rid of that one. Okay. No?
Hey, Rusty, I just reset the password and sent you the opening. Hey, Rusty, I just got disconnected. Hey, Rusty, I am available now for you for presentation, and I push.
Okay. I've got an echo going here. I can't get rid of that one. Rusty, are you there?
I'm here, Demont. Yeah, you're logged in twice.
Yeah, can you get me that
Remove
once?
the other one. I'll try to kick it out.
Okay.
But it's from one of your devices.
I know. They're both in my computer.
Just click Leave Studio on one of them.
I am only on one of them.
And you're hearing an echo.
Yeah.
No, because there's one more that's not connected. Leave the studio.
I can do that in one. Well, okay.
Don't end the stream. Just leave the studio and then rejoin.
Okay, how do I leave the studio?
Red button.
Okay, got it.
I'm gonna bring in Ray.
Okay.
There you go. Yeah, you're good.
Hold on. I can't find the link.
The link for Ray?
No, I can't find oh, here's the link for StreamYard. Okay.
Now you're in StreamYard. You're good. You're still broadcasting. You're on camera.
Okay. Hold on. I've just got to set one of the settings. Okay, I'm on now.
Yes, you're on.
Okay. So
I can bring in Ray.
Bring me in, yeah.
Okay. I'm also going to bring in Ray, and then I'm going to leave the live stream.
Okay.
Hey, Demont.
Hold on just a second.
Sure. Yeah, take your time. All
We had
good.
a little bit of a meltdown here.
It's okay.
Thank God that I have a VA now.
Oh, I know.
So let me
Rusty to the rescue.
I don't think I'm in the studio yet though, because I can't see you.
I can see you, and I see Rusty here now.
I can't see you. I don't have any control over it. Rusty, I don't think I'm in the studio. I'm in the studio, but I can't see anything. I don't have any control.
It's probably buried in one of your other tabs right now. You're probably in a different tab.
So what do I do?
I have to find your tab on your device or laptop. So you're not seeing Ray on your screen as I'm imagining, because you're not on that screen currently.
Yeah, I don't know.
Demont, are you on a Mac or a PC?
A Mac.
Okay, so are you in Chrome browser?
Yes.
Okay, so if you click your Chrome icon on your Mac, it should pop up your window, and then you can close out of all tabs or minimize them until you find your StreamYard tab. You may actually
so I've
have
got
multiple
2
Chromes.
StreamYard tabs here.
That's probably part of the issue. Yeah.
So that here I am. It worked.
There we go.
Thank you, Ray.
Yeah, no problem.
Here, but yes, Ray, I can use all the help I can get.
It's all good. You're juggling a lot of speakers today, a lot of
tabs.
tabs.
Ray, because Rusty was gone all week, so you know what it's been like. So thank you.
Yeah.
We've got people on, they've got lots of questions, and it's been really, really fun to do. So hold on, let me okay. Oh, here we go. Okay. Now, folks, I'd like to introduce you to Ray Cornell, and she is a new friend for me, and I've just been so impressed about what she's been talking about because I had never even heard of it. So Ray actually had a very long career and successful career in mental health and corrections counseling. So now she's transforming the marketing industry by applying. I'm sorry. Let me take. By applying powerful psychological frameworks to heal the relationships between businesses and buyers. When she's not getting into the minds of target audiences and directing B2B messaging and campaigns, she's at home with her husband, dog, cat, and gecko. I love that. Or exploring escape rooms and hiking trails. Escape rooms? Yeah. Escape rooms and hiking trails around the world. So I am just really excited about this, Ray.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, and you're talking today about I can't remember the name of it.
Demand generation and how to get leads 80 to 90%
generation. You can tell I've been a little rattled by
okay.
And that's my first question is what the heck is demand generation?
Yeah. So demand generation, most people are familiar with, bless you, most people are familiar with lead generation in marketing.
Yeah.
And the whole idea of lead generation is, we have to capture their contact information so that we can send them marketing emails and send them, if they captured phone numbers, SMS messages, and we can target them with ads and things like that. But the problem with that is usually when you start your marketing strategy with lead generation, you're meeting people when they're not ready for that level of aggressive messaging and commitment. So with demand generation, you're capturing people long before that point. And you're spending more time with them, you're gaining more mind share, which is how you build a relationship. And the thing I love about demand generation, specifically when I do marketing for companies that have a product or service, maybe a technology platform, a SaaS tool, something like that, that's difficult to explain, or it requires a more elaborate explanation of how it fits into your business, how it helps you achieve your goals. The thing I love about demand generation for those purposes is that you are actually educating buyers to become better buyers. And so when you focus on demand generation, you're educating your ideal buyers about what your solution is, how it works, the importance of it. Today in our AI everything world, people are so simultaneously intrigued and scared by this idea of AI that they need more and more explanation and context, right? So demand generation allows you to educate people and capture them at a point where they might already be looking for solutions to problems that they're encountering, when that means that their mental and their emotional door is open, as opposed to you trying to just capture their contact information and then kind of force your offer down their throats. That never goes well. So demand generation gives you more of a runway.
And because my area is LinkedIn.
Yes.
And I'm seeing that too, because it's the new buyer's journey. And first they don't know what their problem is. So they want to talk to somebody about, what's going on. And I know on LinkedIn, that's like 69% of people, no, it's like 20% of people. And then when they get to that center place where they know what their problem is and they're shopping around, that's 69% of the people want to talk to a salesperson.
Exactly.
And so if you only target them at the very end, you've missed 79% of the traffic, which would have caught up by then because you're building a relationship through it, right?
Right, exactly. And now in B2B, I think the statistic is something like 57 to 70% of the buyer journey happens before someone is ready to talk to a sales rep, which means today's buyers are taking that proactive attitude to educate themselves and look for information, look at competition, look at different options and price points that are available to them, and narrowing down a short list of their options. And then they're ready to talk to a sales rep. So if you're just focused on lead generation, you're capturing them at the time that they're ready to talk to a sales rep. If you focus on demand generation, you're capturing them through that entire pre-education and vetting process so that you can build more relationship with them, build rapport, and really start to differentiate yourself in their minds, win over their hearts and minds so that you have a leg up when they get to that buying decision.
Yeah, you know what? Somebody explained something to me a while back in a way that made sense to me because I have a dentist. And they said, if your dentist keeps sending you information about, name it, a crown, and you don't need crowns, that's making an impression. They're there, and if you are getting them earlier in that process, then you would really understand what's involved and what the education is. So just by sending something to me and saying, do you want a crown, isn't going to work. But, if they're educating you about what that means and how you would know whether, all those kinds of things, you would be listening to it. You would be paying attention.
Right. So demand generation in that example would be something like creating content that says, hey, if you're having sensitivity to drinking cold liquids, this could be the problem. Or if someone is curious about fluoride, there's kind of this dichotomous stance on fluoride. Is it good for you? Is it bad for you? So creating content around that, capturing people when they're interested in tangential topics. If you're trying to sell crowns, if that's the thing that maybe your dentist office is more profitable on, insurance billing, all that, I won't go into that, but if that's the thing that you want to be known for, that's what you're really good at, then educate people on all the things that might lead up to that, including something like, if you're scared of going to the dentist because you're afraid it's going to hurt, here are these options around nitrous, here are these options around numbing injections, here's what the actual experience is like, educate around all of those things that are going to help them feel a trusting relationship with you so that when it does come time for them to need a crown, they go, oh, I really like this dentist. They've given me so much information. I feel really safe with them. And they choose you, not because you're the crown expert, but because you've made them feel comfortable up to that point.
Yeah. And dealing with those emotions, I have a brother who faints at the sight of a needle.
Exactly. So perfect example. If you faint at the sight of needles, here's how you can have a better experience at the dentist office. We have other options, or ask your dentist about other options like nitrous, or, I'm not a dentist. I don't know all the things, but
so it is totally that educational process.
Yes.
So where do people start with something like this?
So it starts by really understanding who you're talking to. And I know that probably sounds like something that every marketer will say, but I can't emphasize it enough because there's so many companies that I work with who say, oh, well, we can sell to anybody that has at least 300 employees, or we can sell to, in the case of the dentist office, we can sell to anybody who has teeth in their mouth, or actually better yet, people who don't.
Or those who don't. Yeah, exactly.
And that's too broad. That's too vague. If you want your marketing to be successful, and if you want to leverage demand generation to start building those relationships earlier, you have to really understand what the day-to-day experience is of your ideal customer. Now, that's the thing that kind of gets businesses scared off, is they think, well, if I just focus on this one segment, this ideal buyer profile, I'm going to be leaving money on the table. I'm going to be neglecting all these other opportunities because I could do this and I could do that. But that's not actually what happens. When you get hyper specific about who you're talking to, you can tap into what is their internal experience. What are the thoughts and emotions that are driving their behaviors, whether that's online, whether that's with their purchasing decisions, whether it's how they talk to their friends and family, you can really get into the specificity you need to make your marketing effective. And then everyone who has something in common with that ICP buyer profile will also be attracted by your messaging. So you're really speaking in a much more effective way to more people than if you were to try to be a generalist and say, oh yeah, we can help anybody who has or doesn't have teeth.
Yeah. So you can be too narrow or too general in your audience, and
Yes.
and sometimes people are better off going with that larger funnel at the time.
If you're testing the market, sure. If you're trying to figure out who do we like to work with, let's try working with this segment and this segment and this segment, and then see what's most efficient, what's most profitable. But I have yet to meet a business that can successfully market and successfully serve in an efficient, streamlined way when they are just trying to be a generalist to everyone.
Yeah. No, you can't go after. That's what they always say.
Right.
The riches are in the niches.
Yes.
and it's true. I mean, we have to do that market research and do it in a way that you do it in a way that is really educating that company as to how they're going to be marketing themselves.
Yeah.
And instead of, well, let me ask you this. How would they go about finding you, Ray? How did they find you? These very B2B companies.
So if we're talking about how do we capture someone in that demand generation process, how is someone going to stumble upon my business or your business? Right. The thing is, they're already out there looking for something. They're looking for answers to questions. They're looking for, here's an example. So Neil Patel put out this research a couple weeks ago showing this graph that if you look at keywords, and this is perfect coming off of our last talk on keyword research, if you look at the number of words in search terms, the more words in the search term, the more likely that user is to become a converted customer. And this makes sense, right? Because if someone is, let's use my business, for example, let's say someone is just looking for what is demand generation. This chick keeps talking about demand generation. What on earth is that? They're typing demand generation into Google. That's 2 words. They're not at the point where they're ready to buy. They're at the point where they're just looking for, what is this? I just need a definition. I just need to understand. Most likely, they're not even going to click over into my website because they're going to get their answer right there on the search engine results page with the AI snippet. Now, as they start to add words, they're looking for things maybe like demand generation for small businesses. Now we're at 5 words. Now they might be looking at different companies that actually specialize in small business demand generation marketing. They might be looking for companies that are in their specific state or region. They're getting closer to being ready to buy. Now, if we type in demand generation for small roofing company in West Texas, boom, I might show up because I'm in West Texas. And now that search term tells us this company, this search user is ready to buy and that they're searching actively. So as long as I can understand the language that my ideal buyer might use and type into Google, and demand generation goes very hand in hand with SEO. So this is perfect timing coming right after our talk on SEO search terms. If you can understand the things they're looking for solutions for, such as, if we go with this example of roofing companies, they might say, how to improve my roofing company's Google business listing. Well, if I have an article on that or a video on that, that's how they're going to find me because they are actively looking for solutions. It's my job to educate them on how to do that, provide them with that answer, give them that dopamine pleasurable response in their brain of, oh, I just learned something. I got the answer to what I was looking for.
Yes.
And now I like this company, Cornell Content Marketing. I like this girl who's creating videos and helping me. Let me maybe see what's on her website. Let me see what else is on her YouTube channel. That's how it is nowadays.
Yeah. So you've got to be really sure of what words you're using those long tail. Is that what they call them? Long tail keywords?
Exactly. Long tail keywords.
Yeah.
And going beyond that, the next step is you have to understand what pain points your ideal buyer is struggling with. So in this example, the pain point was a roofing business owner who knows that his Google listing is not working for him. He's not getting calls. He's not getting quote bookings. He thinks that the problem is with his Google listing. So if I understand that my ideal buyer really struggles to make Google work for them, that's where I can create content. Exactly. And that's where I can help educate. That's where I can start building a relationship. I'm not offering a lead magnet that says, the top 19 ways to get your Google listing, optimized. That's lead generation. That's what you would do after demand generation.
Okay. So demand generation can lead to lead generation.
Exactly. They go very hand in hand in the sales funnel. You have demand generation at the top of the process. You have lead generation in the middle. The problem is most businesses try to start here and they wonder why all of their leads are hopping in and then hopping out. And they have really low email open rates. They have really high unsubscribe rates. The problem is they're missing that demand generation piece that gets people warmed up to want to stay in their funnel.
Wow. So it's a two-part funnel.
Yes.
That's interesting. And I don't know whether you heard earlier when I was talking to David, I just went through a whole meltdown with Google the other day, and it was with my app that's done by Actionera. So they actually they took over my computer and got me through the place because I need all the help I can get with that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so do the people who are watching. They really need that kind of help. We all have to understand, and for years now, all we've talked about is lead generation.
Exactly. And that's the problem.
I have that. I have lead generation as my keyword on LinkedIn, but that's because LinkedIn does do that,
Right. And the thing is for you and for what you specialize in as LinkedIn being a key part of the marketing and sales process, you're looking for companies that still have in their heads, lead generation. That's all we need lead generation. That's the answer to our problems. So for you, that is a perfect keyword because your ideal buyer is in that headspace of thinking, no, we don't need content. We just need to get to the conversation. We need to get to the relationship.
Right.
And that's where LinkedIn comes in beautifully. And that's where you can help them out.
Right. But if they need to go through that first part, then I'm going to refer them to you, right? Because I'm definitely not the person they're looking for, and it's a real expertise. You really have to understand this. So I'm gonna ask you kind of an off the wall question.
Sure.
With your whole background in counseling and psychology and all of that, how does that inform this?
Yeah. So when I was working as a corrections counselor and substance abuse counselor, I used a model called the stages of change. And it's this framework from trans-theoretical psychology that helps us gradually change someone's behavior. And we're talking about the most deeply ingrained behaviors on a chemical level, with substance abuse, or from a long-standing survival mechanism level, if we're talking about criminal behavior. This model helps us change those behaviors from something that's harmful to something that's healthy and productive and sustainable. We can use that exact same behavioral psychology framework, the stages of change, in marketing. And if you take the stages of change and you layer them on top of the sales funnel, what ends up happening is it gives you several extra steps ahead of that brand awareness stage, where it tells you exactly what kinds of message you need to put in front of people at just the right time in order to build that demand generation so that your lead generation is successful when they make it to that point in the process.
Yeah, and I was just thinking, because we're all flocking to AI these days. And it will get us so far. Like, I could probably look up demand generation on AI and it would give me something, but we all know that you have to humanize that process.
Yes.
That there is the information and all of that, but we really have to have that human voice, and we really have to be able to talk to a human being, because I'm sorry, I don't think Chat Generation or Chat GPT is going to do this for me.
Right.
It's going to help me understand it. It helps me understand my client's pain points, but my ideal client's pain points. But it's not the same. I'm going to have to come to you, Ray, in order to do that, because it's a new awareness that we're developing.
Yes.
I had never heard of this before.
Yeah, absolutely. And if someone is using ChatGPT or some other form of generative AI in their marketing, everything that I'm talking about with demand generation and the stages of change and understanding what's going on in your buyer's head, that has to come before you start putting things into AI. So, for example, if we look at the stages of change, one of the points along that journey is pre-problem awareness. At pre-problem awareness, someone is struggling with the problem that you can solve, but they're not aware that the problem is what's actually causing all of their pain points. So our job at that point is to draw that connection for them. We need to empathize and say, hey, I understand that you are suffering from X, Y, and Z. It's likely because of A, B, and C. And when you bridge that gap, they go from pre-problem awareness to problem awareness. Suddenly they're aware of what the problem is. Now, if I do that work, which is it's a combination of just using your human muscle of empathy to get into the headspace of your ideal buyer. It's also talking to your ideal buyer. So we do customer interviews. We look at what people are saying in online conversations, whether that's on Amazon reviews, Reddit forums, LinkedIn conversations, Facebook. We look at competitors' Facebook and Instagram ads and see what people are commenting.
Oh, yeah.
We want to see what people are saying, because it's that language and understanding, hey, ChatGPT, my ideal customer is struggling with this, and this. I want to help them realize that my solution is the answer to their pain point. All I need to do is get them to see the connection between their pains and this problem that I solve for. Help me come up with some ideas for social media posts or blog content that I can write that will help them see that connection. So do you see what I mean? Where you have to do those thought exercises and the social data mining before you can go to something like ChatGPT to help you ideate what content you're going to create to build that bridge for them.
Yeah, there's no replacement for research.
Right.
And
exactly.
understanding and saying it in their words.
Right.
Somebody told me about a friend of theirs who one day was talking about, it was someone who worked with it was somebody who worked with weight loss. And they did the research, and what they came up with, I can get back into my skinny jeans.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we all know, well, at least a lot of us know exactly what that means.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's actually, they got that from the research.
Exactly.
And so being able to put it in those terms and reflecting what their real pain is.
Yes.
Yes. That's how we do that. And you're so right about just using ChatGPT to give you those sources, do it for research.
Right. And it's a great analytical tool.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. They've got that whole new research area too. So.
Right. So we have a client CPR training platform where we did customer interviews for about 6 or 7 months or so. And at one point, what we did, once we had 5 or 6 transcripts, we took those transcripts and put the transcripts into ChatGPT and said, hey, tell me, what are the most emotionally charged complaints that you're finding in this data? And it was able to synthesize and kind of consolidate down the gems for us. So there is absolutely, there's a place for using AI to analyze your research and compile conclusions and things like that. But you have to actually feed the right information into it. And I think that's my main point here is, if you don't understand how your buyer goes through the buyer journey, and you don't understand what's going on inside their mind, not just in their behaviors that they demonstrate online, you're not going to put the right information into an AI tool.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Listen, I want to take a little bit of time here and see if we have questions so that
Sure.
we can answer them.
Sure.
Okay. Let's see. No, it looks like we don't have any right now. There are going to be people watching this, because they get the VIP tickets. And so, I really want you to take some time and tell us, because I know you have some very nice gifts to offer. So
yeah,
share them.
Absolutely. So I know this idea of building a psychology-driven marketing strategy, and particularly if demand generation is something new to you, this idea can be very overwhelming. And the idea of just trying to get into the headspace of your ideal buyer can make people think, oh my God, where do I even start?
Yeah.
So I have what I call my Elite Method toolkit. The Elite Method is what we follow, a process that we follow for all of our clients' marketing strategies. I created a toolkit that allows you to do everything that I do for my clients. You can do it for yourself. And within this toolkit, you'll get a template for your strategy. You'll get tutorial videos walking you through every step in the process. And you can get that at cornellcontentmarketing.com/why B2B marketing fails. And there's a video on there that also explains what's broken in the existing sales funnel, kind of traditional way of looking at marketing. And you can see how these stages of change that I was talking about earlier layer on top of that sales funnel. And then you can also get the toolkit there, and you can do this all on your own.
Oh, that's terrific. And I know you have a VIP gift too that's very nice.
Yeah. So
remember, you can get this. This is something you won't get unless you purchase the VIP ticket for $97, and it's well worth it. You've already seen two really great people. So tell us about your gift, Ray.
Yeah, for the VIPs, it's a 30-minute strategy session with me. Basically, you send me your website, any information you have on your marketing strategy that's documented already, or I can look at everything that you have online, and we're going to jam-pack those 30 minutes with problem solving and brainstorming for how you can actually build demand generation into your marketing funnel. And I want to make sure that it's really tricky when someone's trying to evaluate their own marketing, their own online presence, because I'm sure everyone's heard this saying where when you're inside the bottle, you can't read the label. So during these 30 minutes, we're going to look at that from an outsider's perspective, see how your brand is actually coming across to your target audience, see what kinds of connotations the words and images that you're using are carrying for your people, and make sure that we're getting you back on track to be more effective with every single piece of marketing that you're publishing.
That's amazing. And I thought that we had it set up for the link, and I'm not. Hold on. Did he put
the link's in Eventbrite? I can send it to you.
Okay, yeah. And actually, I'll drop it in a few minutes after we finish up. So Ray, what I really wanted to know from you is, what are three points that you want people to take away from this?
Yeah. Point number one is, if you are focusing entirely on lead generation, look at your existing marketing. If you do not yet have demand generation sitting on top of your funnel before that lead generation step, that's why your lead generation is not effective right now.
Okay.
So that's step number one, is check to see if you have those absolutely critical points of relationship building leading up to the lead generation. Point number two, I would say, is exercise empathy. So much in marketing and sales and lead generation is all about the numbers. It's all about the conversion.
Yeah.
And that can get into a very sterile clinical headspace, which, don't get me
Yeah.
wrong, I'm a psychologist by trade. I understand research methods and there's a time and place for that, but you're trying to get humans to buy, which means you have to get into the minds of the humans and the emotions and thoughts that are driving the behaviors that you want them to exhibit.
Okay.
And then number 3, I would say ask for help, because like I said, when you're inside the bottle, you can't read the label, whether it's a friend
Yes.
who has another business, or a trusted peer or mentor, or someone out there who you can trust to give you their honest opinion. Ask them, hey, how does this land for you? Talk to your customers, talk to your existing customers, ask their opinions, because if you want more like them, you need to know how what you're putting out is resonating with them, or if it's not. And that's going to help you course correct very quickly.
Yeah. So not only are you doing the research beforehand, but you're doing it throughout the process too.
Absolutely. Because everything that we experience online is evolving every single day. And so the research that you
Yes.
did a year ago, and that's why, as part of my elite method, towards the end, what we focus on is this iterative process to learn from what we're putting out and continue doing research, so that what we're creating, while it's super high quality from the get-go, the market is evolving, your buyer is evolving, your solution and its usefulness is evolving. And so you have to make sure that your marketing and your messaging is evolving with it. We have to test and iterate and improve along the way.
Absolutely, Ray. 100%. So hold on a second. Here is, there we go. Up. There it is.
Yes.
We were, like I said, my VA wasn't here the rest of the week. So.
Rusty to the rescue. Yeah, all good. You can watch that video there. You can get the toolkit there. There's a bunch of great information.
Sounds great, Ray. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much for having me.
I really appreciate it.
Thanks.
Okay, folks, that was Ray. And really, you really want to follow up with those gifts, because they are so powerful. And we have a number of other people coming on in a while. Our next speaker is going to be Kathy Burns, and she has an amazing topic. So I want you to stay with us for a while, and I'm going to follow up with a few things and then bring Kathy on board. Okay. So I'm going to hide my screen for a minute, but I will be right back. Chuck, you need to, I have to Voxer Rusty. Rusty, I can't, I'm not showing up on, oh wait, there it is. Okay, thank you. Hey everyone, Dumont Owen here, and has it been a great day so far? I wanted to remind you that people like, we've had two great presenters. We've had David Robertson, who talked all about keywords and followed it up with Ray Cornell talking about demand generation, and it's so different than what I've had my mind on lately. Because demand generation, she explained to us, it sits at the top of the funnel, and then you go into lead generation. So if you didn't get all of that, I really want you to pay attention, because you can get it. All of this will be recorded, and if you buy the VIP ticket for $97, you will have not only the recordings, you're going to have a summary of the key takeaways from each person that they did, the transcript, and the VIP gifts, which are worth, I can't even give you a value for it, because they're just so important. So coming up, we have a number of people that I want you to watch for, because next we're going to have Kathy Burns, and I'm going to introduce her in a moment. We're also going to have Iman Agai, and he is one of the top and cutting edge people out there in terms of the future of where AI is going, the future of where we need to be, and what we need to be thinking about. And he's also going to talk about a new program that he has, that I have. I have his app that I'm just developing now. I got it up in 5 weeks, like he said. And so I really want you to pay attention to Iman. And then we have Jay Fairbrother. Jay is a marketing genius. That's all I can tell you. I'm not going to give any of it away. And James Pipkin. James is going to be here, and he's going to be talking about AI and SEO. And then we have Eric Johnson. Eric is talking about podcasting. But the difference between Eric and any of the other people who teach podcasting is that he was in radio for 25 years. So he knows it from the talent end, and how you have to also demonstrate your talent. So he's really, really great. And that so far that we have one more person who's confirming for 7 o'clock. So I'll get back to you on that later. But right now, I'm very excited about introducing you to Kathy Burns. Kathy, hold on. Kathy's a board-certified professional organizer, image consultant, author, and speaker. Her mission for almost 2 decades has been to end overwhelm, energize and transform lives by removing the muck and creating systems entrepreneurs can stick to. Kathy was lauded as a successful woman startup business by Good Morning America, and since then her advice has been featured in Oprah Magazine, Martha Stewart Living, Better Homes and Gardens, Entrepreneur Magazine, and more. So, and I have to tell you, I've known Kathy for, I think, 3 years now. And she gave me some advice early on that I didn't follow. And then I realized that I should have followed it. So I came around to realizing she was 100% right. And I was being buried by the wrong things. So Kathy, I'm going to bring you on stage. How are you, Al?
I'm doing fantastic. Thanks so much, Dumont, for having me on. This is going to be a great conversation, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So are we going to, let me ask you first of all, hold on. Kathy, I'm focusing here. could you just begin by explaining to us how organization, in the digital marketing, how that works and what the impact is?
Thank you for that. This is a different spin for your summit, right? Because I want to talk about, if you can have all the systems in the world, but if you're not organizing linear, they won't work. And I know this is someone with ADD, ADHD, that I've got to stay really linear and I have to have systems in the background. So
Yeah,
organization.
absolutely.
Yeah, and organization is something that we all need, but it's something, as you mentioned earlier, sometimes we're like, oh, we'll set that aside for a minute and then we'll get back to it. But what happens if you're not organized? You don't get back to it. So you can have all the best laid plans in the world as far as your marketing engine goes, which is what this is all about, is digital marketing and moving forward and elevating your business. But if the systems aren't there to support you in the background, then you're kind of mucked up, so to speak. And what I see happens all the time is we have half-baked systems. So we say that we're going to have a LinkedIn strategy, and then we're like, oh, okay, we started. And then let's do this other LinkedIn strategy. And then we don't follow through. And then there's two strategies going on, and we're not following what Dumont says. We're following someone else's strategy, and they're kind of not working together. So they're fighting against each other.
Right, absolutely. And having the right strategies is just so important. And getting those things, the simplification really, really excites me, because I'm someone who can complicate anything. So yeah.
Me too. I'll claim it.
Yeah. So for me to think in a linear manner is really difficult. So how do we set up those systems, and what do we have to have in place in order to be able to operate efficiently, in terms of our marketing?
Yeah, well, let me back up here for a minute.
Okay.
And let's talk about squirrels.
Okay.
So did you know that squirrels lose 42% of the nuts that they bury? We're the same thing. Entrepreneurs, you and me, Dumont, we chase squirrels all the time, and we're always jumping from branch to branch and not knowing really where we buried our last nut.
Oh yeah. So it's like a hit or miss. And somebody once told me that they don't really remember. They just know the places that squirrels hide nuts, and they go to them. But yeah, you're absolutely right. That's what we mean by squirrely, right?
Yeah. So, we're also, as entrepreneurs, we're artistic, creative beings. I mean, that's why we've created our business, and now we're doing our business. But yet we're jumping from branch to branch and trying all these systems. So I think the most important advice that I would give anybody is choose your weapon, choose it wisely, choose one. Stay on that one oak tree that you've decided that you're going to stay on, and don't jump over to the elm.
Yeah.
So choose one system, right? Choose the one that's going to work for you. And what I love as a pro organizer is there's no one way that serves everyone. Right. So you need to figure out what's going to work for you. How do you think? What's the system that you're going to gravitate towards and be able to use with ease? And don't have 2 or 3 or 4. And just like you, Dumont, I'm guilty. I've got to really, really try hard to use one system.
Yeah. And I was thinking about that when you said it. And, when we're starting out, we buy everything. Mm-hmm. We buy everything because that's going to solve the problem. Yeah. And it doesn't. It just makes you more confused. And as someone who has her own closet full of bright and shiny objects, I recognize that, and I recognize that the organization is so important. So, what are some of the things we can do? Where do we start with becoming more organized?
Well, what I think for starters, from Organizing 101, is we need to clear the clutter, right? So we need to shed. And we need to figure out all the stuff that we bought in the past that we're not going to use and eliminate it. All the stuff. It could be just shedding whatever it doesn't serve you. And, I did the same thing at the beginning of my career. I started doing organizing 20 years ago, and I'm a board certified professional organizer. But in the first 2 years, I was really jumping from branch to branch, and I added all these different systems, and I had to I had to create boundaries for myself. And actually the reason that the way that I created boundaries is I knew that, hey, I need to write some content to actually spread the news about my business. So I actually made myself become a columnist to write 500 words a week. That was I set up guardrails for myself.
Yeah.
And then I was able to not look at the shiny objects that I had created for the past 2 years, because I had deadlines and I had to focus. So once you eliminate the stuff that's not working for you, then you need to create a way to make yourself focus on the one shiny object. And what that needs to be is you have to have a reward greater than the pain that it costs you to stay forward. That's what I find for us creatives. We need to create rewards for ourselves that are going to keep us on that straight and narrow, so that's greater than the pain of staying on the straight and narrow.
Yeah, and you know what? That's an interesting way of doing it, or thinking about it, because for years, they told us how to sell, and you were going to make cold calls or call, people, and do this. And I would, I tried everything to make myself do cold calls. I would say, okay, I'm gonna do them all in this one time, or I'm going to do, this or that. And finally, I started telling my husband, okay, if I make these cold calls, we can go out to dinner this weekend, which only meant that at the end, not only had I made any cold calls, my husband was also pissed as hell at me, because I'd included him in him into the reward. So yeah.
Back in the day, words were what got you rankings in Google. And I was just launching my business. It's like, I need some words from my website. I need copy. I need content. I need copy. I need content. But, knowing me, I was jumping around. So in order to give myself that deadline, I made myself have to write 500 words a week with the deadline for the columnist, right? Because I was a Dear Kathy columnist. So I had to publish those words, right?
Absolutely. And the value of a good column can't be, underestimated. And I think in terms of the cold calling, there wasn't anything that was going to make me feel better about it. There wasn't a reward that I could offer myself. So finally I just said, oh, maybe I shouldn't do cold calls. Hello. It's just like you said, choosing what works for you, and clearly the pain wasn't worth it. So
exactly, that's what we have to do. And so in marketing, you have your strategy and you're going to move forward. And in order to not be distractible, you have to eliminate the other things that might impede your focus. All right. And, from an organizing perspective, that could be any number of things. That could be your email beeper that's going off all the time. That could be piles on your desk. That could be an office that's not even set up like an office, right? So you're distractible, and maybe you're working. I have several clients when they start out, they're working for their dining room table. Well, that doesn't work either, right? So, setting up a proper space. Yeah.
A time and a place for everything.
Yeah. And eliminate the distractions so that you can move forward.
So what are, I don't know if this is a fair question, but what are some of the distractions that seem fairly common? Working from the dining room table, you just said, and I think I was working from the kitchen table when I first started out. So yeah.
Paper piles. Everybody that I know.
I'm working at my desk here, and you can't see it, thank God. But I did start getting rid of my paper, though. I have to admit, I'm slowly getting. Since I talked to you last, I have gotten rid of a lot of paper. So,
Anybody over 40 has paper challenges. I mean, maybe 35 plus have paper challenges. You know, the youngins, they already figured that out a long time ago. They learned from our wily bad ways.
Right, right.
You know, papers come into us 6 days a week from the mailman alone. And that's not counting when we go to conferences or when we go out or whatever. And the paper we make, you know, all the printouts that we did, you know, I just printed out something last night and I'm like, okay, I'm going to use it, then I'm going to get rid of it. Right. So that I can actually, but, you know, for us, I think sometimes we learn more on paper and writing actually helps us remember things as well. But we have to have an exit strategy, right? There has to be an exit strategy. So when I first became an organizer, people would call me in to organize their pantry or their office, but I would say, oh, what are all these papers? What are all these papers? And they're like, I don't know. They just they're just there. I don't know what to do with them. So because of that, I became a certified paper flow specialist. It's a certification, believe it or not. And one of my clients said, "You're so weird. You like paper." I'm like, "No, I don't like paper. I like to get paper gone." So the idea is you need a place for your papers to land when they arrive in your life. You need a place for them to live when you need them. And then the most important thing, an exit strategy. And that's where we fall short. We don't have a way to get rid of papers or a system to get rid of papers. They just land, live, and never leave unless you have the strategy.
Yeah, you know, and it really, in my case, it was just go through the top drawer, you know, find out what I still have drawers that I'm narrowing out from when I was a career coach, you know, and I really, you know, I'm taking all the worksheets I used and putting them in one folder, one copy, one folder, and then the rest goes. I mean, it stays forever. I was just picking up a scratch pad the other day and I realized it was from a job that I worked 14 years ago.
Well, 80% of the papers that go in our file cabinet never see the light of day again. Absolutely. And you have to realize that. Yeah.
Yeah. I have a whole file cabinet behind me that's nothing but content. I never look at it.
Right.
I never look at it. So yeah, getting rid of that, you know, it is literally freeing. And it does make my mind work better. I'm very happy when I've cleared.
And then digital clutter. Like I'm doing a 6-week workshop right now called the Google Formula Masterclass. And we're talking about digital files and we're talking about Gmail, like your inbox or distractions in our inbox, or how to find the same exact thing happens with Google Drive and with your documents as it does with your paper piles. Okay. They get saved, they get put there. They're not really quite organized. We don't know how to find them. The average US executive wastes 4 hours a week trying to find documents that they know that they own, they can't find. Entrepreneurs is 4.5 hours.
Oh, I was going to say that's, And part of my problem is that, well, I have a Mac and I needed to get a new hard drive. So they had me back up everything. But when they put it back in, it went in 3 times. I have 3 different desktops. So I am gradually going through all that stuff and getting rid of it. We put everything on one Google Drive that we can all access. You know, now we have to organize that. You know, my husband is the organizer in the business. So, and he's someone who has to be absolutely organized to function.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm glad for that. You know, that's the thing about, you know, the hard drives. I really love the fact that you're going cloud-based now, because we don't need the external hard drives will crash and burn. And you're lugging them around anyhow. So again, that's more clutter. Why not just pay for more cloud storage and be done with it? And that way, wherever you are in the world, you can access your documents and your content.
Yeah.
So no more lugging around that old stuff.
Yeah, because then you can we've been talking a lot about what's happened as a result of this stuff. You know, the mobile phones. I mean, you know, things that work laptops don't work the same way that phones do.
Right.
You know, they don't. So I'm pretty good with the laptop. I'm still learning the whole phone business because it's a different way of thinking for me.
Yeah, it's just a matter of of loading up your apps in your phone, because I'm a Mac girl too. And do you have
Okay.
an iPhone or an Android?
iPhone.
Yeah, so you just need to load up the Google Drive apps, and that's
Okay.
actually a lot of what I'm teaching next week in the class is all about Drive and how to find your documents in Drive no matter where you are.
Oh
And
my God.
that's an important thing to know. And because we're coming more and more digital, I mean, God forbid I have to find my way without Google Maps.
Oh yeah, no way, no way. I'm someone who used to terrorize my secretary because I couldn't follow a map. And so I'd be calling her frantic, no, I just went through that light. Now I'm doing this, and it would be insane. And I am deathly afraid of getting lost,
Yeah.
and so when they came up with GPS, oh my gosh, it was just like a savior right there, just being able to find that one thing that made it work for me. So
Yeah.
yeah, I do understand that. And you're right, I do have to take care of that.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, go on.
oh, but I was going to ask you about your course because so far you've mentioned some things that really piqued my interest. So
Ah,
what do people learn in that?
Well, in the one that's going on right now, and I'll have
Mhm,
redo it in September. It's a pilot program right now.
mhm,
September will be the actual launch, but it's
mhm.
6 weeks of Google training.
Oh my
So
God.
all things Google. So week 1 we're talking about Drive. Week 2 we're talking about Gmail. Week 3 we're talking about Google Contacts, which is so robust. It's such a robust program
Yeah,
that
and
people
I
don't
don't
even
use it.
know. They don't
Yeah.
even know what you can do with contacts. It's just insane.
Yeah,
I mean, you
no.
click on a contact and you can see all the history of emails back and forth. You can see documents they've shared. I mean, it's mind blowing. And then, so then we're going to talk about calendar, how to most effectively integrate Google Calendar with your Go High Level and all the other programs that you
Yeah.
use.
Oh yes.
And then we're going to have two follow-up sessions to make sure that people can implement properly and that they've done it. So there's cheat sheets all along the way. We have an hour session each week, and then they get to work and they report in. I have WhatsApp so they can ask questions in between the classes. Then it's basically just learning the fundamentals and the robustness of the Google workspace, because
Yeah.
we're all using it. It is like the worldwide system right now. So knowing the ins and outs and just learning a few more tricks and trades. I'm learning stuff as I'm teaching this class, which is pretty cool, on how to integrate all the different things and tasks and goals and all that good stuff.
Yeah.
Just looking, just
Yeah.
using Google Calendar to know the different timelines around the world, because I have clients now all over the world. So I
Oh,
can instantly
yeah.
see what time it is in Paris for my client when I'm scheduling. I mean,
Oh my
just
gosh.
silly things like that that are
Yeah,
so
because I always had
basic,
to go convert it.
right? Basic stuff that we need, but we don't know how to use it, or we don't even know that it's a tool available for us to use within the
Yeah.
Google Suite.
Yeah. Well, you send me the information on that course in September.
Absolutely.
So, 100%. So,
We all need it. I mean, I have people who are Google masters that are in the class and they're like, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. So whether you're brand new to it or you've been using it for a while or you consider yourself really Google fluent, you're going to learn things. I'm learning things as I go that I didn't know. It's pretty interesting.
I was telling people earlier that I had a total meltdown yesterday over Google, because I have this app that, the Actionera app that Imana guy does, and you have to get it through the Google, get it listed with Google. And I had uploaded something the wrong way, and I couldn't get back in. I couldn't fix it. So finally I called somebody at Actionera, and he said, I'm going to take over your computer and we're going to walk through and get this done. And it
Yes.
was like, yes, because it's complicated.
Yeah.
It is so complicated to understand. So yeah, if you can find out, that's the way out of the chaos to getting to that payoff, right?
Well, and that spins right back around to marketing because, if you can't use the apps that you're trying to use to market yourself because of little tech difficulties,
Mhm.
because you haven't planned ahead and learned how to use these things or taken the time to learn them. I always tell everybody every hour you spend getting organized, you get 10 later. And that's a proven fact, actually. Every minute you get 10, every hour you get
Oh,
10.
wow.
So it's an investment to get organized because then you can actually make more money with less distractions.
Well, yeah, that makes all the sense in the world. And I am one of those entrepreneurs who spends about 4.5 hours a week looking for things. And in fact, if I showed you my computer desktop right now, you would scream.
Well, you're in the middle of a summit, honey. So we'll give you
Okay.
grace on that. We'll give
Okay.
you grace on that. But that, you know what that equals to, Demont? That's a month a year.
Yeah,
A month a
wow.
year. If you're in business for 12 years, you've basically forfeited a year of your life just trying to find stuff that you have,
Oh
but
my
you don't know where it
gosh.
is. That's a lot of time. A month a year. Wouldn't you rather take a vacation? Wouldn't
Yeah.
you rather spend time with your kiddos? Wouldn't you rather spend that month making more money? I mean, there's all sorts of
Yeah,
things you
I
can do
mean,
with a spare
but
month.
yeah, maybe actually go on a vacation. That sounds
Exactly.
I can't remember the last time I went on a vacation. And of course, if I
Exactly.
can't go on a vacation, my husband can't. So there's another another.
Yeah, I mean, spending time with I remember one lady I helped with her time management just to planning, right? Because you got to
Mhm.
plan first. And her whole goal was she wanted to spend Saturdays with her girlfriends having brunch and mimosas, and she had no time. She was working 7 days a week. So once we worked with her with the
Mhm.
time management schedule, because she was a personal stylist as well as she had rental properties that she was managing and
Mm. So
owning.
a lot, yeah.
She had no time. So when we worked out the time management schedule for her, it ended up that she'd do her properties on Monday, her stylist clients Tuesday through Thursday, Friday she'd spend planning, weekend she had off. And we
Wow.
actually accomplished that. What was cool is I saw her about 6 weeks after we did the time management, and she was all excited. She goes, "Guess what, Kat?" She goes, "I got every Saturday free, but I have some clients that can only see me on Saturday. So I've opened up one Saturday a month from 8 to noon to work with those people." So she's got more business, had more time, still has 3 Saturdays a week to see her, or a month to see her friends. And
Yeah,
that's what happens with us when we waste 4.5 hours a day. We lose time with friends, we lose time with
absolutely.
family, and we lose money.
Well, yeah, and I have a brother who, keeps writing and saying, "When are you going to get back to me?" And it's like, yeah, well, maybe after the summit, um,
Yeah,
because it's crazy. And then, as you know, I didn't have my tech support this week, so
yeah.
so it's been a little wild here. But yes, I am really looking forward to talking with you further. I'm going to check questions for a minute, and I'll be right back. I'm just going to.
Sure. Yeah, I'd
Okay.
love to answer any questions people have. That'd be fantastic.
French lessons, Australia. Let's see.
Yay.
What can you offer? Oh, she wants to know what you. Yeah, she wants to know what you. I'm sorry, I'm not quite understanding the question. French lessons, Australia. Let's see. What they want to know what you can offer.
Okay.
That's what they want to know.
Yeah, there's a bunch of things. So you can work with me one-on-one at private Zoom sessions online, and I do that with clients all around the world. And so
Mhm.
you can have, one-on-one consults with me hourly. And then what happens is as we work together, it's pretty cool because I started working Google Doc. Thank you very much. That's shared with my client and myself with checklists of what we're going to get done in
Oh
between
my
sessions.
gosh.
It's really fun because you get to do it and check it off. And then what happens is if there's questions, then I add resources into that document as well.
Oh,
It's like, oh, you
nice.
want to know about that? Here's a resource of what I would
Oh,
recommend.
wow.
So,
Yeah.
so that's one-on-one consulting. I also have group coaching. I have accountability sessions twice a month. It's called the Get It Done Power Hour, where people join, and actually people get in for the first month for $7. And I'm there 2 hours a month to cheerlead basically and keep you
Yeah.
focused on your task.
You
And
know, those accountability sessions are so powerful. I couldn't do anything. I have one, and I couldn't do anything without it. But knowing that in 2 weeks you're going to be talking to those people,
exactly.
and you've said what you're going to have done, and then you have to have that done and figure out where you're going next.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
that's powerful.
Yeah, I did that by popular demand because people were saying, I really need you, Kath. I need you to be there twice a month. And so I'm there for an hour twice a month for each person, as a group. So
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
another way that she can work with me or he can work with me. And then I also have online programs. I have a lot of online programs, whether you want to organize your home or your home office or your business or your time or your finances. I have online programs for all of that.
Wow.
So it really depends on what you want to get organized. I always say start with the area that's bothering you
The most. Yeah. Yeah. And with me, it's a tie. It's actually a tie between my desktop and my paper. But I'll pick a little, maybe I could do the desktop one week and the paper the next week.
Yes.
Something like that. Or maybe I could just go in and throw that everything in that drawer out.
Well, what's funny
I can start with the content drawer.
Yes.
That's what I'll start with.
And what happens when you do that, 80% of your papers leave the house. Like once you realize that there's only 5 categories that any document can be, once you get like with the system idea that I use, then it's so easy because if it's not one of those 5 categories, it gets chunked.
Out. Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah. That's, and you're right. It does reach every part of our lives. It really does, because how do you decide what's important in your life if you have all this stuff cluttering up your mind?
Right. Exactly.
And I would say that probably my husband's biggest problem with me is that he looks at me as chaotic, and because I can overcomplicate anything,
I can too, my friend.
Yeah, just color coded files. I can't remember what the colors mean anymore.
Right.
It's like,
yeah, systems within systems within systems.
Yes.
Yeah. Because you know why? Because you're a creator. You're creative. You want to create more. I mean, I am so like that. And I really have to just curb it. And like I say, stay on my oak tree.
Not jump over the maple. I'm allergic to maples anyway. So that's fine with me.
Exactly. Choose your tree and choose it wisely. Choose your Jackie, choose it wisely, and stay there. Stay there, Dumont.
Exactly. So Kathy, I want to check the questions again and see. So I think that was hold on. Okay. So that's that. Okay. So we don't have additional questions. We had the one that really took off. And I want to remind everyone that if you want this recording, and you want the transcripts and the major takeaways and all of that stuff, you can get Kathy's VIP gift as well as her free gift. And I'm going to ask you, Kathy, what is your free gift? I keep saying free gift. A gift is free. Well, no, it can have strings to it, can't it? I just realized that. Okay.
Okay. So what I did was this. Everybody wants to be more productive, right? And when it comes to marketing, you really need to be real productive. So I created the 8 things that I know. I wrote about the 8 things that I know will make you become more productive. And so it's called the Ultimate Productivity Checklist. Now, knowing what I know, we're not going to do them all. So what I say is this: open it up. Choose the one that you want to follow through on and do it. And I guarantee you'll get more time back in your life and you'll probably make more money. So it has 8 tips. Choose one strategy, do it. It takes 4 to 6 weeks to change your habit. Try it for a month or so. See what happens. You're going to get ignited and you're going to get more done in less time and become more productive and more focused. So that's the free gift. That's a value of $97 and it's free for anybody who listens. And then the VIP gift is a one-on-one with me. That's valued at $497.
Oh, wonderful.
It's a
I'll
chaos
take
to
your free
cash.
gift, Kathy.
Well, this is a chaos to cash clarity session. So I can help you pinpoint in what your biggest amount of
Exactly.
chaos
Yeah.
is and give you strategies to move past that. Yeah.
That's powerful. That's powerful. So, guys, that's worth the VIP ticket right there.
Yeah.
Kathy, I will be in touch because and I'm going to get your checklist, but I want to do the VIP gift too because I need to talk to you, girlfriend. I really, really do. And you know what you told me the first time that I didn't go do it was only use Google Mail. Don't use Apple Mail and Google, or Apple Calendar and Google
Yes.
Calendar. That's what
Yes.
it was. And I'm
Yeah.
still doing it, and it still sucks all my time up.
No, we're going to get you fixed on that one. That'll drive you bonkers. Back to that: choose your weapon, choose it wisely, choose one. Don't
Mhm.
I have some clients that have like 3 calendars, including one on their wall, and you know, it doesn't. That's some crazy in the making, girlfriend. So yeah,
Yeah.
we'll talk.
Yeah. Okay, great. So I just wanted to sum up, a couple of your main points. And one is that, you have, as long as you're in you have that clutter, it's going to be chaotic, right? And
Mhm.
then you pick one thing that is the most important to you to clean up. You start there. And does that include having multiple lists?
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Multiple lists will drive you bonkers. Yeah. If that's the one that's really screwing you up, get those multiple lists put into one list in an organized fashion in the way that you can use it.
Yeah. Yeah. That's really, really important. So I'm going to start with the lists, and I think everybody has that one place that they really need to focus on. So Kathy, it has been so great reconnecting with you. Folks, I met Kathy, I think 3 years ago at JBX. Wasn't that was at this joint venture exposition? And we started talking then, and I just knew this was someone I had to know. So we connected after that. So take her up on that free gift, go get the VIP gift, and you're in like Flynn. Thank you so much, Kathy. I really appreciate it.
You.
And we
It's
will
good to
talk.
see. It's good to see you again. And coming up is Iman, and I'm so excited because Iman and we both follow Iman a guy, and he is an amazing person. So
Oh my
stay
God.
tuned because Iman's going to be on next, and you're going to learn a lot. He's like a powerhouse marketer guy.
Yeah, he will float your boat.
Yes, he will.
Yeah, and he talks a lot about well, for one thing, he shut down his program. Well, he didn't shut it down, but he took a vacation from what he was doing on Actionera and went and worked with he didn't think they had good enough support.
Yeah.
Strong enough support. And that's a big thing. You've got to know where where you need to be. And Google could take a page out of his book. Or out of your book. so Kathy, I will talk to you soon, and thank you so much.
Yeah, it's good seeing everybody. Thank you, Duman. It's always a pleasure. And after this, give yourself a reward for doing your summit, girlfriend. Take some time. You deserve it.
Yes, Sunday I'm not doing a dang thing all day. So okay, thanks. Bye-bye. Okay, folks, that was Kathy Burns, and she was talking about how to get organized amid all that chaos. And it just, it was crazy, when I first started out. So the next person up is Iman Agai, and I do want you, he is so powerful. He's going to be talking about Actionera, which is the app that I just built with him in 5 weeks. And it also has a companion website. He's not going to go into a lot of detail about Actionera, but I'm going to drop a free link to because he does have a free version that you can get for nothing. And so I'm going to be dropping that. And then on Saturday, I'm going to take you actually through the app so you can see what it can do and understand it, even with the free version. So hang on. We'll be back in a few minutes. Okay. Hi. I'm so excited about Okay. Hi, Mom. Hey everyone, Dumont Owen here, and we have had some amazing speakers this morning, all of them of whom have really contributed. First, we had David Robertson, who told us all about how to do the SEO, and he had some major insight for us. Then we had Ray Cornell, who talked all about demand. Yeah, we've all heard of lead generation. This is demand generation, and it has to come before your lead generation cycle. Or funnel. So important there. Then we had Kathy Burns, who was just singing to me, boy, because she was talking all about how to get from chaos to money, how to eliminate the chaos and how to eliminate the clutter and just move forward. And boy, did I need that. So we have some amazing free gifts that you can get. And I'm going to drop in, hold on. Okay, so in the chat, you're going to see that I've already put a link for the VIP tickets. Those VIP tickets are worth it, so worth it, because you're going to get all of these recordings, and you're just going to want to hear them again and again. But we also have the transcript if you're one of those people like me who would rather read it, because I can read faster. I can read faster than I can watch it on video. And then we're having a book of takeaways, each major speaker's 3 big takeaways for you. So you really can't go wrong. And then you're getting these amazing VIP gifts. Kathy just gave, a complete a session with her to really understand where it is you need to go and get a handle on that and where to start. Ray offered to really to do a video review of what you're doing now so that she can help you in terms of where you can go with lead generation. And then David had a course that you can take that's a free gift. That's a paid course, but he's donating that as a VIP for the VIP ticket. So if you really you haven't committed to it yet, you really want to do that. You really want to do that. So I am so excited to introduce the next person, because he has been my mentor for the last 3.5 years, and he is brilliant when it comes to digital marketing. Iman Agai, what can I say? We've got a trend here that we seem to be picking up throughout this summit, and it's integrity, because every one of the people that you have met are not only experts, but they have great integrity. And we did, a bunch of us who Iman had been mentoring for many years now, we're at a conference with him, and they asked us to do a short video testimonial. Every single one of us mentioned integrity. So this is someone that I absolutely love and honor. He's a serial entrepreneur, an international speaker, a big international speaker, and a 9-time #1 best-selling author. He's the co-founder of Actionera, a platform helping experts build mobile apps to grow their income and impact. His TEDx talk, and you have to see his TEDx talk on living with no regrets, is among the world's top rated, and he's known as the leader's mentor. Iman is committed to serving with excellence and integrity. His mission to positively impact 100 million lives drives his passion for guiding entrepreneurs through powerful tools, strategies, and mentorship. Iman empowers others to live their purpose and build meaningful, successful businesses that create lasting transformation. And yeah, that's Iman Agai. And for those of you who weren't here earlier, I just put up his app. Hold on, I'm getting an error message here. Let me just look at this real quick. Oh, fine. Never mind. I am just so pleased to introduce him. I just built his app. I have no technical skills. I now have my own app, and I did it in 5 weeks. They promised you'll do it in 5 weeks, and they walk you all the way through it. If you missed my my talk about what happened to me yesterday with Google, and it seems to have come up in every talk. Action Arrow, one of their experts, was someone that I called yesterday because I was freaked out with something that was going on with Google. And he actually got on Zoom with me. He shared my screen. He took me through and he did the whole setup with me, the whole setup, because they believe in exquisite client support. And that's a really powerful thing. So without more ado, I am going to start with Iman. Hi, Iman. I am so excited about interviewing you today because you have such a wonderful story to tell, in addition to having a great product that I use myself. So I wonder if we could start off by you just giving us a little bit of that background, because I know you dealt with some really difficult circumstances and came through it to be the success you are today.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dumont, for having me here. Excited to be part of your event. Well, as you know, today I'm known as a serial entrepreneur, and I've built multiple companies and run multiple companies right now. But the whole story began from wanting to be an international professional public speaker. This is back in 2007, 2008. I was looking at people like Tony Robbins, Brian Tracy, Oprah, and I'm like, I really love what these people are doing. They're changing lives. They're making a big impact, and they have a successful company for themselves. And so, with looking at them, I was like, you know what? I really want to become an international professional public speaker. And back in the day, I couldn't speak English properly, and I'm born and raised in Iran, so it's a little bit hard to travel with an Iranian passport, especially as a professional public speaker, right? So my wife at the time and I decided to move to Canada because it was easier for us to move to Canada, and then we decided to move to Canada to get our Canadian passport and then start kind of building our business. So we moved here in 2009, and 2009 just so happened to be right after 2008 recession. So hundreds of thousands of people were out of work, and no company was hiring. We were applying for one job after another to land anything, and then started applying for all different types of survival jobs, and even we couldn't land any of those type of jobs. And we got to a place that we were about 17 days away from becoming homeless. And I tell you, I used to ride a bus that was going from downtown Vancouver to Port Moody, and it was passing this area called East Hastings, which is the area that a lot of homeless people live on the street. And I remember actually riding the bus and having my head on the window and looking outside and strategizing where I'm going to sleep and how we can protect our laptop so we can still apply for jobs. And remember, this just happened like in under 1 year. Like the year before I was in Iran, I had a very successful business, I had a very successful company, and then yet just a few months later, just because of going after the dream and wanting to make it happen and not willing to give up, we had got into a place where I was strategizing where to sleep on the street. And this was like a daily matter because I was passing that street every day. And about 17 days away from becoming homeless, I woke up one day and I realized I'm insane. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. that day, I realized that for the last few months, every single day, I've been applying for one job after another, and not a single person has even gotten back to me to interview me.
Yeah.
So why do I think in the next 17 days, someone is going to reach out to me and hire me, you know? And then I realized even if somebody hires me in the next 17 days, the first paycheck comes 14 days after.
Right.
That morning, I realized I'm already homeless and I don't know it yet. And you know, there's a level of failure that you don't stand, you're not willing to get there. And that was that level for me. I don't know why all the previous levels of failure was acceptable to me to that point, but that one particular point, I was like, no, I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna allow it to happen. And that morning, I said, if you don't give it to me, I'll build it myself. I literally remember how my mindset shifted, that somebody should come and save me and give me a job, to turn into, I'm it. I'm it. Nobody's coming. I'm it. And if you don't give me the job, I'll freaking build it myself. And that morning, I was asking myself, if you want to start something, you don't have any money to start, so you can't really put any capital down. But what can you offer? And I said, I can build people's websites. Now, funny thing, I didn't know how to design websites. I have MBA in online business, but I had no idea how to design websites. I had ideas on how to improve websites and how to grow them, all of those things, but not really on how to code and how to design. I'm the worst graphic designer ever you can ever imagine. So, but then that morning I was like, you know what? Selling websites is something that I can offer today. And so I started telling people, I help people to build websites, and I knew marketing, and I got lucky. And I found my first customer 3 days later. And that client paid me $1,800.
Okay.
Which paid the rent of the month and bought us some food. And then next month, the same client paid me another $1,800, and I found another client who was paying me $800 a month.
All right.
And I started learning websites after started selling websites, really, like started learning designing websites. I remember 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. I was meeting people one-on-one to sell websites, and then at 5 p.m. I would head to a networking meeting till 6. And then 6 to 9, I would attend a networking meeting and find people to sell websites to and connect with. And then at 9, I would go home, have dinner by 10, and then sit there and started learning web design till 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. And then I would wake up next day again at 6 a.m. and then get ready and go to meetings and 9 to 5. And that was how I built that business to 6 figures. And when everything started finally working, one morning I woke up and I realized I'm bleeding internally. And I was rushed to the hospital where doctors realized I've lost 60% of my blood.
Oh my gosh.
And the thing is, when you lose 25% of your blood, you're at a massive, deadly risk of a heart attack. And I lost 60%. So the doctor came to the room and said, Iman, here's the thing. We need to perform a surgery on you to stop your bleeding, but you don't have enough blood for us to perform the surgery. So all we can do is give you blood transfusion and hope that you're not going to die until you have enough blood that we can do the surgery. And in a matter of seconds, this is 10 days before my 27th birthday, I found myself on my deathbed. I'm lying down there. Every blood transfusion they're giving me can kill me, just the blood transfusion itself.
Sure.
And then every second, I can die because I have less than 25, like I've lost more than 25% of my blood, right? So, and these are the last moments potentially of my life. So I'm laying down there and waiting, know that this is going to take hours and hours and hours. And as I'm lying down there, I started thinking about tomorrow. I started thinking, what happens tomorrow? Tomorrow, if I die today, people are going to come to my funeral tomorrow, and they're going to say, Iman was a nice guy. He was a web designer. And man, I did not want to die a web designer. There was nothing wrong with doing web design.
Mm-hmm.
It was just not what I was born to do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I realized that moment that to that point, I was alive, but I never lived. I never lived true to my potential. I never lived true to my passion. I never lived true to my to what I was born to do. And yet, 10 days before my 27th birthday, I was about to die and waste this entire lifetime. So that night, I said, if I get a second chance, I'll make sure that I'll do something that will impact the lives of 100 million people before I die.
Wow, 100 million.
I had absolutely no idea how.
Could you think of a higher number?
You know, I had absolutely no idea how, but I just knew that I want my life to mean something, you know. And interesting enough, my bleeding stopped out of its own. They didn't realize actually what happened to me until 2 years later when I was diagnosed with cancer. And I beat my cancer at the time and just have been living cancer-free for the past few years. But, you know, I always tell people my cancer saved my life. What it did for me, it showed me what the last day of life can look like. And I tell you, I've gone through so many stuff in my life, and no fear has ever been greater than the fear of getting to the last day of your life and realizing you never lived true to your potential. You never lived true to your heart. And they kept me at the hospital for 10 days and they released me the night before my 27th birthday. And I always look at that day as the biggest gift I could receive for a birthday. It was like they gifted me the rest of my life as a gift. It was like a golden ticket to the rest of my life. Here is the ticket to the rest of your life. Go live it. And shortly after that, I shut down the web design company and I started getting on stages and talking to people about marketing and talking to people about business. And then I decided to focus mostly on experts, coaches, authors, program, people who can create a lasting impact in people's lives, you know. And I was like, if I can help 10,000 experts to make an impact in the lives of 10,000 clients each, then I've made a difference in the lives of 100 million people. I don't care if those 100 million people know that I was the one who empowered their mentor, who empowered their coach, who gave them inspiration. I don't care about like people knowing. What I care about is I know, you know? And so ever since 2012, I dedicated my life in working with experts and working with them in different eras and different areas and enabling them with ways to be able to make a much, much bigger impact in people's lives, reach more clients. And then when my business grew bigger and I started investing in companies, all the companies that I invested in directly were all about, you know, making a bigger impact, making a bigger change in the world. And you know, it's an amazing thing to see when you look back that you're making a big difference in the world. So that's the story.
That cancer lesson was really a big one, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
And you know, I can't imagine being on my deathbed at the age of 27. But I do know you, Iman. I've known you now for 3, maybe 4 years, I'm not sure. And I know how your passion and your dedication to others impacts all of us. I mean, you've been a huge influence in my life, and some of our listeners or viewers right now are viewing it on the Actionera app. So I wondered if you could tell us a little bit about how that app came to be and what your vision is for how it's going to be used.
Yeah, absolutely. So Back in 2015-16, I had created a lot of online courses, and then I realized that that's what I mostly do. And as a mentor, I should teach people what I do, right? So I decided to create a course on how to create and launch courses. And so I created a program called Ultimate Course Formula, which is one of the most sold courses in the world on online course creation. And I turned it into the book, which became the most sold book on Amazon on online course creation. Now, as I started becoming the prominent figure in online course creation world, a lot of software companies were coming to me and they were showing me their softwares. They're like, oh, these are the type of things we have done. And they would demo it to me. I would use them. And then they had all different type of issues, right? And then in 2020, 2021, I kind of got to this place that I was tired of referring people to different software companies and then them not taking good care of our clients, and then having a lot of limitations for our students not be able to use them. And at that time, I happened to get introduced to a person called Robert Evans. And Robert and his brother Mark were working on a software that was building mobile apps for experts. So this is not just one app. This is a platform that builds apps. So you can use it as building any type of apps you want, right? And so I looked at it and I'm like, this is very interesting because 65% of the audience rather to study our content on a mobile app, not on a mobile-friendly website, but on a mobile app. And building mobile apps is so expensive that the majority of experts can't afford it. So then they end up with not being able to build their app and then lose a lot of potential with push notification marketing, with a lot of features that apps have and websites don't. So Robert and I and Mark, we had a conversation and we decided to rebuild their technology under a brand called Actionera. So before it was an older piece of technology, and we looked at it, we were like, okay, we can modernize the technology and everything. And the whole purpose was creating a platform that we call it now the ultimate platform for experts to supercharge their income and impact. So one platform that gives them access to the entire ecosystem that the experts need, a platform where they can create their funnels and landing pages and emails and text messages and all of those, but as well as the building their mobile apps, doing their content marketing, video marketing, audio marketing, all of those for the public, as well as having a membership area on their app, and bringing all this community together so they can find each other and they can collaborate with each other and they can put their message out to even more audience through the collaboration, right? So we started with building our site on the app, and then Go High Level started becoming very well known and started doing a really good job on this on the messaging and email software and the landing page. So initially we wanted to build all of those pieces, and then we're like, if Go High Level is doing that, then why don't we just offer those features through Go High Level? And we offer all the features that Go High Level doesn't have, such an advanced app. So Go High Level has some basic app that is pretty much, I mean, you can use it, but it's pretty basic, but it's not anywhere near like what Actionera can do in the app world, right? So then what we did, we created this ultimate platform that builds mobile apps and offers a bonus Go High Level account we call it Actionera Marketing Portal. So we will get the Actionera Creator Portal and Actionera Marketing Portal. And now that you and I are talking, I think this is the first time I'm talking about this publicly. But probably by the time that this video is going to be published publicly and we're going to have this conversation, we're also launching Actionera AI, which can replace ChatGPT for all the copywriting material. So it prepares all the content for writing articles, video scripts, audio scripts. We're also looking into potentially launching the graphic version of it to be able to design images. So we're working on that part. That part is not launched yet. I mean, not at this second that I'm talking to you, none of it is available to anyone but me. And then just in hopefully in a few weeks, we're going to be able to launch the first version of it. So the entire ecosystem will be inside Actionera world. So when a person has an Actionera membership, they get their app, they get their entire marketing software, they get their AI that writes their copy and prepares all their stuff, and hopefully we'll be able to get it to the place that also can do the images and everything for them. And
Actionera has all of those things. And the thing that I love about it, Iman, is that it doesn't take 2 years for us to figure out how to use it. It doesn't take that long. We're guided through the process, which means a lot. And I also wanted to mention that you have the companion website.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the apps, one of the things that happens a lot of times, we all say, Iman, if I have my content on the app, what happens on the web? And like if a person doesn't want to download the app, well, they don't need to, because the app automatically builds your website. So you can completely just have you don't need to worry about that. Technically, what I always say to people is that with the majority of systems, you need to upload your content to your system for the web, and then you need to re-upload all of that content for the app if you want to have an app. Well, with Actionera, as you upload your stuff to your app, it automatically builds your web version, and then people can just access it through web. And even in the free version of Action, because Action has a free version, Pro Plus, and Biz Plus. And even in the free version, you will get a web version of the site, which is great, because imagine you're using an AI and you're producing all this content, but you need to share this content somewhere. And none of the other AI platforms give you a site sharing option, but Actionera does. So you can come to Actionera, you can get your content done, and then you can go to Actionera free account and make your content available on the web, as well as a sub app on Actionera's app. But then you can do a lot more with features, and again, lots and lots of features, amazing customer support, and it's been a challenge, Dumat, I tell you, like building the company with all the little pieces and all the things that we were doing, but it has been worth every single second. Like when I hear from people every day, when they message me, they're like, Iman, I just launched my course. Iman, I just sold this program. Iman, I just did a 3-day event with your program. Iman, I just did this. It's been beautiful. It's been beautiful.
And there are people watching this right now who are watching on the Dumont Digital Marketing app.
Yeah.
And, and we're thrilled because, you don't have to stay home the whole time and watch it, and you don't have to pay for the recordings. You can just carry the app with you.
Yeah.
Have it in the grocery cart,
Yeah.
But Iman, what I really appreciate about this app is that, number one, it's simple, it's straightforward. You and Robert and Mark have created a system where we can get this app up and running in a matter of weeks. And that's mind-boggling. And when you talk about the support, because I'm someone who has used support a lot, I have never walked away without having a question answered. And that means a lot.
Yeah, I gotta address that a little bit, because every tech company goes through times that their support starts having challenges because the company expands fast and their support can't expand that fast, right? So for sure, like as Actionera, we went through that time for a few months actually. But I think the difference between us and many other companies was that when we got to that point, I stopped the sales and I dedicated my whole time to make sure that we build our customer support team in a way to be able to handle the customer's needs as fast as we possibly can, and we made it a priority. So it's a challenge and it's a choice of values. That was one of the things that before we start recording, you were talking about, the values of a person. And for us, certainly, like I was one of the very few tech CEOs who stopped the sales to make sure our customer support is world class. And then we built it again. We just went back again to sales. But that's the type of thing that many CEOs don't do. Many CEOs don't decide that, and then they just keep selling and they give promises that they don't deliver on, which becomes a challenge, of course. And again, every day we try to get better and do more and provide more. And I would say right now the company is very stable, very reliable. The majority of our support ticket gets responded to in less than 24 hours, many in less than 2. And then now we are also training our AI to be able to address questions related to ActionEra. So if a person, if a person is using ActionEra AI, they can just simply ask ActionEra AI to tell them what to do instead of needing to even ask our customer support. So of course they can reach out to our customer support. And what we want to do, at least at this particular second that I'm talking to you, my goal is to make sure that when people reach out to customer support, they are talking to a human. And when they are talking to our AI, they are talking to our AI, but then our AI automatically helps them to answer majority of the questions. So we train the people that, hey, here's the AI, it can actually talk to you and help you. But if you reach out to our customer support, we are here for you, and we're not going to waste your time sending you through an AI customer support and then get you angry because the key to that is that we have our own AI. And so because we have our own AI, we can actually do that we have actual human beings in the customer support and having our AI available to you for using it for not ever needing us.
And Iman, that really is one of the things that distinguishes you, because I have never reached out to support from ActionEra or for Go High Level that I haven't received a response very quickly, and they took as much time as I needed to understand, because those of us who aren't capable of building our own apps, and I would say I'm one of them, that support is a lifeline. It's something that really makes a huge difference. If you're doing a launch of something like even the summit that we're in right now, that support makes all the difference in the world. And I have never gone to your support and not gotten satisfaction, not come back with the right answer. So that is such a distinguishing factor.
Thank you very much. That means a lot to me also, knowing because of the amount of work that we put into it, to know that what we put into place works. One thing, even in that, is that you said, like, when we're building our apps, and many of our customers don't even have apps. Many of our customers are just using our entire platform for the ActionEra marketing portal. So they're using it for the landing pages and sending emails and text messages for Go High Level, right? And of course, our customer support is an in-house customer support that takes care of all of those things. There are several companies that provide outsourced customer support for Go High Level. We used to use them, and then we realized that they are not at the quality as we want them to be. So we completely disconnected with them, and then we started hiring some of the best experts in the world to provide the customer support for our clients. So
Well, that emphasis on support is truly a distinguishing factor, Iman. And it's part of what makes Actionera, such an amazing tool and a marketing tool. And it's hard to overstate how important that is. I have been so impressed from the very beginning with the level of support we're getting. And like I said, that's truly a distinguishing factor because I've been in this field for a long time, and most companies are not as dedicated as you are to that support and service, which is what's going to keep your customers growing and coming back.
Yeah, thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
So I have one last question for you, because you are on the digital marketing edge. I mean, you really are forward thinking. And I'm wondering, right now, if someone was trying to plan on moving forward or looking at their next step in digital marketing, what are some of the trends you see coming down the line?
We are living in a very exciting time right now. We're living at a time where people's limitations are only a matter of finding the tool that can remove the limitation. So in a way, the limitations boundaries are moving a lot. And what I mean by that is this. For example, for years and years, I have been wanting to commission some music pieces for some of my poems. I believe in a lot of positive thinking. I believe in a lot of affirmations and things like that. And in my other business, which I do a lot of personal development work, we have certain type of affirmations and on positive thinking thoughts and other things. And I had these lyrics that for years and years I wanted to find a musician to make music for them. And then even though I commissioned it to a few musicians, the music they were coming up with was not the music I was looking for. It was not really getting the results I was hoping for, like things like that. And like this is probably like 8 years or 9 years of me trying to get someone to do it. And again, like I know many musicians in my world, but not they were able to do it the way that I wanted, right? So a few months ago, there's this software came out called Suno AI, which creates music based on your lyrics. And if you know the styles of music, you can totally do a custom music by using the styles of music and everything. Long story short, I came out with a music video album in a couple of weeks. Something that I was limited to do for 8 years or 9 years. That was like my passion to do. And then suddenly I found a tool that could remove the boundary, and the boundary was removed. And the music is just so good that people keep asking me for like, hey, can you give us the playlist? Can you give it? So I ended up actually publishing it on my YouTube channel. So if you go to YouTube, search Iman Agay Music, you will find the album. It's called I Am Whole, and it's great, music with affirmations. Anyways, long story short, we're living in this amazing time that if you have limitations and boundaries, they can get removed, and those boundaries can be, pushed to such further point that that you can do amazing things. So I think the next step of entrepreneurship, which we're going to experience in the next 4 to 5 years, is experiencing service as subscription programs. So so far We have had software as service programs, like SaaS businesses that you were buying Photoshop at $24 a month as opposed to $900 a year. Right? Sorry, $900 one time. You would pay $24 a month and you would get Photoshop, right? But then now it seems like instead of providing people tools, we can provide people services as subscription. And for example, like what one of your programs that you have, right? You have this like amazing program for coaches that you're helping them with their lead generation and everything. And it seems, and of course, with involving the AI with that and everything else, that can actually become an automated, highly beneficial software that gets available to people. And then it's totally worth $300, $500 a month in the work that you are, for example, providing. And then it's something that can be leveraged in a big way. So people can actually use all these tools and get all the benefits without the requirement of getting stuck with the need and limitations of another human being. So we are going to see this shift toward human beings creating these pieces of software that will allow other people to benefit from and get access. That's one piece. But the other piece that we're going to see, I believe, is the rise of communities in a big way, because a lot of people think, oh, I can write a sales page. I can put together my video script really fast by using AI. Okay, great. You can do that. But at the end of the day, you have to sell it to human beings. Yeah. And if you have to sell it to other human beings, then you need to meet with these human beings, either virtual or like in person, doesn't matter, but like you still need to connect with them. So we're going to see the rise of communities, and we're going to see the rise of media companies. So media companies are companies that are building these relationships and are getting subscribers to listen in to their media and stop paying attention to anything else. And of course communities are communities. I highly believe that the future in the next 5 years, we're going to look at many service companies start building communities, and we start having community and SaaS businesses. Like a business that is both community and SaaS. That's what we are at ActionAero. We're both a community and a software as service business.
Absolutely.
And I believe more and more businesses start moving toward that. And that's going to change the world in the next 5 years.
Yeah, it's almost, I don't regret, having lived when I lived, but this is the most exciting thing going on, that we are going to be able to move into a new era where, as you say, we aren't defined by our limitations. And that is so, so exciting. So I have one last question that I'm going to squeeze in here. How would you suggest to people that they evaluate all these new tools that are coming at us? How do they make those decisions?
There are lots of tools, and there are lots of empty promises out there. Many tools are really good for a demo, but when you want to actually use them, you look at the results, you're like, I can't even use this. Like, this is crap, right? So we actually do an event where it's called the AI Marketing Conference. And in that event, we talk about a triangle where the top of that triangle is knowing what you need. Okay, so we call it framework, like knowing what is the next thing you need in your business, right? Do you need to do a summit? Do you need to do an event? Do you need to create a video? Like knowing what you need. That usually, unless you know exactly what question to ask from AI can't even give it to you. Right. So the majority of people actually lack the framework, the general framework. That's the importance of mentors. If mentors are there, they can tell you what's the next step for you to do. So that's number one. Then the second part is all the tools. So you know what you need to do. So then now you can get into tools, and most likely the mentors can tell you what tools to use. If you are testing it yourself, you need to have very high standard of expectations on things that you are willing to put out, and all these AI tools need to connect with something that we call them templates, high converting templates, high value templates. So many times the tool itself doesn't do a really good job of producing. For example, ChatGPT sucks at writing copy. It's the worst copywriter when it comes to writing copy for events and for webinars. It does a really good job when it comes to sales pages. It does a good job when it comes to some scripts, not all scripts, but like video sales letter scripts, it does an okay job. But for example, for writing emails for webinar invitations or for event invitations, especially event invitations, oh my God, it's bad. So, and then that's the time they want to connect it to template. So you want to provide the template to the tool. So one is the ability of the tool by its default. Then it's the ability of the prompt that you're providing it. And then there are things that you can't even do a thing with it because it's just the software doesn't allow you to provide it proper prompts. So it's a matter of selecting the thing that produces you the highest standard that you are accepting to put out as your representation, and not getting excited and distracted with all the tools that are coming out. As long as you do that, then you should be fine. But you should do the human review of every single piece of content that gets produced. Every single piece, you need to do a human review. Without human review, it's not gonna work.
Yeah, it's just more machine language. That's not the way, that's not what machine language is, but but that's what it reminds me of. Iman, you have been so generous with your talk today, and I just can't tell you how excited I am about this. And we're going to drop some information into the chat on how to find out more about Actionera and to explore these tools. So thank you so much. This has been so inspiring, and we're going to keep asking questions throughout the summit, and I will send you a copy of them so you know what people are asking.
Awesome. Thank you very much, and thank you for having me here.
Oh, thank you, Iman. How do I? Oh. Hold on, gang. Hey everyone, back for a few minutes. Iman is the most amazing person, and he has built this ecosystem that is so affordable. I mean, not only do you get Actionera, the app, you get that companion website, and you get the integrations with the marketing tool Go High Level. If you're not using Go High Level, Actionera can actually interact with a lot of other marketing things. But because we have access to Go High Level, we can build anything we want in there. They have all these prompts for building exactly what you want, templates that take you through the entire process. I cannot say how important, how much of a difference it can make. So what I've dropped in the box here is the link to Iman's free, well, it has all of his programs, but there's a link there for the free one, which is the business program. And I would really urge you to go ahead, get the free link, understand what it's offering. And then on Saturday, I'm going to come back and I'm going to take you through exactly what my app looks like and what it entails, what you actually get with the app. So, so excited about this. Now, we have a break here. Hold on. Just checking to make sure I get you back at the right time. We will be back. We're going to take a little break, and we will be back at 4:00 with Jay Fairbrother. And Jay is, he's known as the mastermind guy, but he's also brilliant, absolutely brilliant with digital marketing. So he's going to talk to us, and I just can't say enough about how much you're going to get out of this talk. Then after Jay, we have James Hipkin, and James is going to talk about how AI turns conversations into marketing that gets seen and heard. And he has years of experience in this. So if you're in business and you want to work with him, he's worked with easily recognizable companies. And I'll tell you that more about that then. And then we have Eric Johnson. Now, Eric is talking about how to become someone worth listening to. He talks about podcasts. He has programs for podcasts. What makes Eric different is that he was on radio for 25 years. So he helps you with the talent end of it, how to really do it. And I cannot tell you how much I have learned through him. So I can't wait to hear him again. And then finally, wrapping it up, we're going to hear from Daniel Sternklar, and he is the president of 3D.TV, and it is a whole three-dimensional process. The man just blows my mind every time I talk to him. Now, he couldn't be here, so we're going to run his video. He's on the road today. Boost growth with AI and augmented reality today. And just to let you know, he has been, nobody gets approved by these guys. He's been approved by both Meta and Microsoft to do avatars for the members, the users of these two platforms, Facebook and LinkedIn, to be able to create an avatar video of 10 minutes that you can post on your profile. And it's affordable. It's really affordable. So can't wait to hear that. So we're going to take a brief break, and we will be back at 4:00. Thank you. Hey everyone, Dumont Owen back here, and this has just been a powerhouse of information today. And our next speaker is James Hipkin. Hipkin. I hope I pronounced your name right, James. And he's talking about how to turn AI into how to use AI to turn customer conversations into marketing that gets seen and heard. He has a 40-year career working in marketing and advertising at a high level since 2010. He has built his clients' businesses with digital marketing. James is an accomplished, forward-thinking market professional. His clients include, get this, this is quite the lineup, Sprint, Apple, Wells Fargo Online Bank, Nestle, and Toyota. So they really appreciate his practical, no-nonsense approach. He has the scars of many stories to tell. Can't wait to hear those stories because they're always valuable and always entertaining. His humor is an infectious, good-natured approach to marketing, fun and practical, and he never loses track of what's important in marketing. Done well, creates value for customers as well as the business. So I hope you will welcome James to the stage. He has been he's a trooper. I'll tell you that. I know about that all. So I'm going to add him to the stage right now. Hello, James.
Hello, Dumont. How are you?
I'm good, and I'm so glad to see you.
I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to have this opportunity to share some thoughts on effective marketing.
Okay, now do you have any slides, or are you just going to talk about it without?
No, I have a presentation that I walk through that helps bring some clarity for all of this.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to share the screen. Hold on a minute. Okay. Okay. Let's see if this will, no. Can you share that from your end?
There's a button here that says present. Is that what I'm saying?
That's what you want. Yes, thank you. I know how to do it for myself. I hadn't run into that yet today. We've had our technical issues, as you may recall, but we're back in the fold today. Our tech guy is back, so hopefully we will be doing pretty well. So, James, I'm just going to let you take it away.
All right. Let me see if this works from this end.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so I'm not super familiar with StreamYard. Can you put StreamYard into presenter mode? Is that a thing?
I can click for slides and PDFs. Let's see if that comes up. Oh, let's see.
Because I manage everything from my end because I never know
what I'm
in. So I just need to be on full screen and then I'm
okay. Let me see if no, that's not what. Is that what you want? No.
No.
Okay, remove that. Share screen. There we go.
I don't think it's share screen. It's you want the image of me to take the full screen, and you're not showing it.
Okay? You're absolutely right. Thank you.
Well, that's a start.
Nope, I'm still in there.
The aspect ratio should be 16:9. And right now it's square.
James, when I'm out, there is something that says use for slides, and I don't know whether that's helpful to you or not.
Well, let's just see what we get. I'm not on your side of things, so I can just. Okay, well, let's just get started, and we'll see what we can do with what we've got, and hopefully everybody will be able to see the content. I'd like to just thank you all for being here and for paying attention, and hopefully we can come out of this with some insights and some ways to think about things that you haven't thought about before. But before we dive into it, yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. I want to ask a question of you all. How would things change if your marketing focused on what customers need instead of what you are selling? That's a key question that you should be asking yourself, and you should be thinking about in terms of why your marketing is struggling, because the reality is the average consumer is exposed to 6,000 to 10,000 messages a day, and your stuff is just there in the noise. So how do you break through that noise? So that's going to bring us to the actual presentation part of this. And I want to introduce myself. I'm James, and I'm on a mission to demystify marketing, help you all understand how to look at things and how to look at marketing so that it will, in fact, break through the noise. I now disappeared. So as I said before, your marketing is drowning in a noisy digital landscape, and there's not a lot you can do about that unless you change the way you think about things. Because the simple truth is, when you're shouting into the noise, even your best offers are not going to be seen. So what you need to do is create a connection with your best customers and use that connection to break through the noise. You don't have the budget to compete with the big brands. You're not going to overwhelm anyone with your marketing. So you need to be smarter about it. And you need to create messaging that is going to resonate with who your best customers are and what they're looking for. This is why your marketing is missing the mark. It is just part of the digital noise that's out there. This is what I call inside out marketing. You're standing on the rooftop of your building, you're shouting at the world at large about just how awesome you are. The world at large doesn't care a whole lot. What the world at large is looking for is a solution to their problem. So this is the first big thing that I want you to start thinking about. This is an old idea. It's been around since marketing began, but it's these fundamental basic principles are what separate smart marketing from just more noise. The line is get the right message to the right person at the right time. Now, I know that sounds very simple, and it is simple to say, simple to understand, a lot harder to do. What we're going to be talking about today is how to think about your marketing when you're in context with this principle. so that your marketing is actually breaking through and reaching the folks that you want to reach. And if your message is going to be seen and heard, it has to be aligned with best customer needs. Now, I've chosen my words carefully here. Best customer. Let's talk about best customers. Let's talk about who you should be focusing your marketing on. Your best customers are your top performers. For most businesses, 80% of your revenue is coming from 20% of your customers. The specific numbers will vary. Your individual business will be different, but the concept is sound. I've seen this over and over again. I've seen it with giant corporations, and I've seen it with small businesses. 80% of the revenue is coming from 20% of the customers. Why is this important? It's because these best customers are force multipliers. When I worked with Sprint back in the day, they had loyalty problems. They were suffering from a lot of churn. And I sat down with the marketing director and I said, you need to spend less money. He just about fell off his chair. This is the first time anybody's ever walked into his office and told him he needs to spend less money. He said, you are spending all this money to talk to everybody equally. 20% of your revenue is coming from 80% of your revenue is coming from 20% of your customers. Those are the people who are really important to you. And frankly, you are really important to them. You need to identify who they are and you need to focus on them. The other 80% of your customers, you're just a small thing in their life. And here's a reality. Here's a truth for you. The best marketing in the world will not change a customer's need state. If they don't need what you're selling, they're not going to see your marketing. So understand who your best customers are. Focus on them. They are a force multiplier. Now, just closing this up on the story about Sprint, we built the program. It took about a year to put it together. This was a $2 billion base of business. At the end of the second year, I sat down with the marketing director and I said, okay, how are we doing? And he said, I have generated a 20% revenue growth on a $2 billion base of business without a change in market share. And he said, all that growth is coming from your program. Best customers are a force multiplier. Understand who they are. And that, circling back to the earlier thing I was talking about, get the right message to the right person at the right time. If you understand who the right person is, the other two pieces fall out. The next piece of this is buyers go through a process. Understanding the buyer's journey map is a key piece of this. You've probably heard people talk about avatars. I'm going to talk about avatars in a minute. But the thing that people don't talk about is, what is the buyer's journey map? What are the events that happened in the buyer's life that cause them to need your product or service? What is the process they go through as they're moving through the marketing funnel? Consideration, awareness, consideration, prospecting, decision. In consideration and prospecting, what are the questions they're trying to answer, the obstacles they're trying to overcome? Now, buyers go through this. Now, they may go through it very, very quickly, or they may take them weeks, sometimes months in a B2B situation, but they go through the process. You can probably imagine you're in the grocery store and you've got your cart and you're running along the end aisle and you happen to see out of the corner of your eye a promotion for some cereal. Not on your list, but you go, right, we need cereal. So left turn into the aisle. You look at the wall of choices. You're in the consideration phase. you think to yourself, well, what do we normally buy? That narrows it down to a certain section of the wall of choices. You're into the prospecting stage. Now you're trying to choose which one of these things I'm going to pick. You pick up two, you buy them both. This one's on sale. This one the kids really like. You make a decision, you put it in your cart, off you go. All of that can happen in less than 60 seconds. But you're still going through the journey. You're still going through the process. So you need to understand who your best customers are and what's the process that they go through when they're making a buying decision. When you understand your best customer's journey, this lets you speak to what matters and, most importantly, when it matters. Because again, you're trying to compete with all of the noise that's out there. So what matters and when it matters is the output when you understand the buyer's journey. So let's bring all of these things together. What is an effective marketing plan? An effective marketing plan is like a three-legged stool. The seat of the stool is the objective, and it should be a SMART objective. And SMART is an acronym. It stands for specific, measurable, attainable, relevant to your business, and time limited. Once you've got that objective, then the strategy gets involved. And the strategy is the who and the why. The strategy is sourced primarily from the avatar. And then there's the plan. This is the how and the when. The plan is sourced primarily from the buyer's journey map. And then the third leg in our three-legged stool is measurement. Having measurement in place so you understand what's working and more importantly, what's not working. You're not just spraying and praying. Spraying and praying is not a strategy. Now, today we're talking about the middle two pieces, the strategy and the plan. The objective and the measurement are also very important, but not the subject of today's conversation. So here are a couple of examples of an avatar and a buyer's journey map. And the avatar is the description of your best customer. And it has 4 quadrants. It's demographics, characteristics, pain, and gain. Demographics describes what your best customer is like physically. And those demographics align with media selection, that kind of thing. Characteristics, very important. And you'll note I didn't say psychographics, I said characteristics. Psychographics is part of it, but the characteristics is who are these people like as people? Because remember, you're trying to talk to a person. So describe what they're like as people. Are they introverts? Are they extroverts? Are they well-educated? Do they have moderate education? Do they work in the trades? Are they academics? I mean, describe what they're like as people and how they view the world. Then the pain quadrant is describe the challenges that they're facing. What is it that's causing them to be open to your messaging? What is the problem in their life that they are trying to solve? And then the gain section is what is the transformation that your best customer is looking for? Where are they hoping to get to? And understanding those 4 quadrants lets you build a strategy. When I audit websites and when I audit digital marketing campaigns, the most common problem I see almost universally is an absence of strategy. The marketers haven't done this or haven't done it very well. Now, the buyer's journey map is the other side of the coin. And the buyer's journey map, you need to map the steps that consumers are going through. Map the questions and obstacles that happen at each steps, because they're not going to be the same. And then understand how this journey progresses and how the time frame, the kind of interactions they're looking for, etc., so that you can craft your marketing so you've got the right messaging. I remember a meeting we had where we had the senior executives of a large client that we were working with. And the creative director had put up all of the work that we'd done over the past 24 months up on the boardroom wall. And she turned to the executives from the client and said, "Do you see the problem?" And they were like mystified. "No, I don't see any problem. It all looks great. You guys do great work." And then she took a ribbon with 2 push pins and she put the ribbon across a specific point on the wall of the boardroom. And she turned to them and said, "Now do you see the problem?" And they were still mystified. So she picked up a piece off the wall and she read it out loud. And then she went to the other side of the ribbon and she pulled off a piece and read it out loud and said, "Do you see the problem now?" And they're like, "No, we don't. What's the problem?" Said, "They're both great." She said, "That's the problem. We're talking to our prospects with exactly the same tone of voice as we're talking to our customers. Our customers have a relationship with us. We're not speaking to them as if we have a relationship with them." That's what I'm talking about when I talk about mapping the customer's journey. You have to understand where they are, where your customer is at each step in the journey, and craft your messaging so that it will resonate with who they are and where they are. Another great example of this not working is people writing copy for the homepage of their website where they regurgitate everything they can think about onto the homepage and hope that the consumer will sort out what it is that's important to them. Don't do that. So, how outside in marketing works. The biggest problem that people have with marketing is that it's inside out. What I've been talking about is outside in marketing. Outside in marketing is where you join the avatar and the journey map together to create what I call the non-icky marketing funnel. This isn't about shouting at customers. This isn't about telling them what to do. This is about supporting the journey that they are on and resonating with the needs and challenges that they are trying to resolve, and supporting the pathway to the transformation that they are looking for. Messaging that's focused on what matters to customers will break through. So you can do this yourself. You can take that structure that I just gave you and believe me, I encourage you to do this yourself. You want to take the avatar and the journey map, and you can pick up the phone and call some of your customers. You can use your knowledge and experience. Anything is going to be better than nothing. But the more robust and the more you invest in this piece of the process, the better your investment in marketing is going to be, the better return you're going to get. Because marketing that's connected with your best customers and supports the journey that they are on is marketing that brings value to the proposition. The holy grail here is that the purchase stops being a sale and starts being the next logical step in your ideal customer's journey. Now, we can help you with this as well. We've developed a product, and this is where Dumont was talking before about how we're using AI to do this. The product is called Marketing Sage Advantage, and the way it works is that we have built, based on my experience and in partnership with a colleague of mine who actually does this kind of research work for large corporations. Her typical fee for something like this is 50 grand because there's focus groups involved in quantitative research and analysis and et cetera, et cetera. She and I partnered on developing an interview guide that you can use to interview 6 to 10 of your ideal customers. And when you interview the 6 to 10 of your ideal customers, you record those interviews. We take those recordings, we transcribe them, and we put the transcriptions into an AI model that analyzes the transcriptions and generates an avatar and a journey map that's based on interviews with real people and real customers. There's quotes that comes out of it, insights that come out of it, a lot of really valuable information comes out of it. But what makes this most powerful is that it's objective. It's based on data. It's not what you think. It's what your customers are telling you. And when you can do this with your customers, then it's not hard to project this out into the marketplace to attract more people like the best customers you have. Now, circling back earlier, it's important that this work be done with your best customers. If you just do it with whoever will answer the phone, you're not going to get as robust a result. If you can take the effort to figure out who are your best customers, who are the folks who are buying from you over and over again, who are loyal to you, who are telling folks about your services, those are the people you want to do this work with. And they're the people who are going to give you the best insights, because when you craft marketing that will appeal to them, you're crafting marketing that are going to appeal to other people just like them. And that's how you get a 20% revenue growth on a $2 billion base of business without changing market share. I've done the same work with Visa. I've done the same work with Wells Fargo. This is powerful. It's simple. It's easy to understand. But it really, really works. So I'm going to leave you with one last thought. Efficiency is doing things right. Efficacy is doing the right things. And I want you to do the right things. So what have I left you with today? What have I talked about today? Big picture, the most important thing, if you take nothing else away from this, get the right message to the right person at the right time. Get that on a board, put it up on your wall, crochet it on a pillow. I don't care what you do. That is the principle that really powerful and successful marketing is built on. Focus in on who your best customers are. The 20% of your customers who are driving 80% of your revenue. What do they need? What are they looking for? What are they like as people? What are the challenges they are facing, and what is the transformation that they're looking to achieve? Map that avatar with their journey. What are the events that happen in their life that cause them to be rethinking about the category? How do they research it? How do they decide between different options? And how do they make the final decision? Map those two things together to build a non-icky marketing funnel. And remember, relevant messaging breaks through the noise. So I'd like to say thank you very much. This has been great. I hope you've gained some insights out of this conversation. If you want to talk to me about your marketing, please use VIPchatwithjames.com. I'm happy to hear from you. I love talking to business owners. It gives me great insight into the challenges you're facing. It helps us do better work, and hopefully I'll be able to share some insights with you.
Sorry, James, I just wanted to thank you. This has been so valuable. The emphasis on getting the right message to the right person at the right time is just something that we all have to pay attention to. And the concept of using the avatar along with the journey map is so sound. And one thing that's come up repeatedly in these conversations has been the new buyer's journey and how that works, and the emphasis on knowing, exactly who they are. And it's really powerful because you've worked with so many large corporations. I mean, they're on everybody recognizes them, and yet your message is so appropriate for smaller entrepreneurs also.
When you break things down to principles,
Mm-hmm.
the principles that underlie principles are not budget dependent. If you understand the principles and you execute against those principles, the amount of budget you have to do it, budget just makes bad advertising louder.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying there. So we can go out and just chunk a lot of money out the window is what you're saying. So yeah, I appreciate it. And folks, we will make James' recording available through the VIP ticket, and I'll drop the link to that for you. And then you will also get follow-up as to all the people who have presented. You'll not only get the recording, you'll get the transcript, you'll get the chief takeaways, which, James, you made so clear for us, and also all the VIP gifts that we've been getting. So listen, I really appreciate it, and I can't thank you enough.
Oh, it's been my pleasure. Thank you very much, Dumont.
Okay. Talk to you later, James. Bye-bye. Okay, that was James Hipkin. And, this is the first time I had ever heard him talk. I knew of him, but I had not actually been able to hear him present before, and so powerful. And I think that the last point was so important because, these principles work for the large corporations, but they are also applicable to us, and that it's not investment bound. You can apply these principles and do it for very little money. In fact, you can save a whole lot of money in terms of, really being able to move forward. So everything that James said is so important for all of us, and I hope you enjoyed the presentation. Now, very shortly, we're going to have Jay Fairbrother, and Jay is known as the mastermind man. I know because I'm in one of his masterminds, and but the big thing that I love about it is that his knowledge of digital marketing is so extensive. We started out at the same time. And Jay has just grown his program so much faster than I could because he really knew digital marketing. So I came to it later than he did. And I will tell you, I have learned so much from this man. So Jay is going to be on at 5 o'clock. And actually, I think he may be warming up now. So I'm just going to stay on here for a few minutes and see if he's here already. But I wanted to mention something to you. We've had a last minute addition at 7 o'clock, and this is one of my favorite people in the whole world, Daniel Sternklar. And he has worked with every major movie studio there is. And he's in special effects. He's been in special effects all this time. Everything from Spielberg all the way through Avatar, which if you saw all the blue guys, those were his too. His knowledge in that area is really, really powerful. So I literally, the first time that I got on a call with Daniel and he was showing me this stuff, it was literally blowing my mind. I just couldn't believe it. And he knows everything from, how to create an avatar for you if you're on LinkedIn or Facebook so that you can actually get it. It's like the major leveler. It makes those of us who are smaller businesses kind of stand out. And you've probably seen on those two mediums that people are starting to use special effects on their pictures. In fact, James has one that's a special effect on his picture. Now, I haven't gotten that sophisticated again, but I know Iman was talking about it. He's actually done music on it. And all the different things that you can do are just so powerful. So whether you're using AI or not, there are a lot of themes that have been running through this summit so far. One has been integrity. That's a big one. These are all people who are here because they're straight shooters. And just as James was the real deal, everyone who's been on has been. And so it's been really exciting to talk with all of them. Now, where we're going next, is we're going to talk to Jay Fairbrother. Then we're going to talk to Eric Johnson. And Eric is just amazing. If you are interested in starting a podcast, you need to see this. Okay. I've seen what he's done. I've seen how he's worked with people. And I have several colleagues who have really, really benefited from his programs. So I'm going to dodge out for a few minutes, and Jay is scheduled to start at 5 o'clock. So, check back in at 5 o'clock and the good stuff is going to roll. See you then. I'm not showing up in the stream. Hey y'all, Dumont Owen here, back from that brief break we had. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about our upcoming speaker because Jay Fairbrother, has been another one of my mentors for quite some time now. We've known each other for, I'm not sure whether it's 3 or 4 years, but I'm very excited about adding him and introducing him next. So hold on a second. Just waiting to get our technology caught up. So my next guest is someone that I have a great deal of respect for. He's been a mentor, he's been a friend. He's known as the mastermind guy, and he is a genius at marketing. We started out at the same time, and man, he just hit the ground running. He knew exactly what to do. So I'm really excited about introducing him. Jay is a mentor. I've been in his Purple Fish Mastermind for a while now, and I can tell you that you're in for a real treat. Jay Fairbrother is a serial entrepreneur, business coach, and mastermind guru with over 30 years of experience starting, buying, and selling 7-figure businesses. Jay's story includes losing everything after the 2010 finance crisis and rising from the shame to the shine as the mastermind guy. Jay helps coaches and experts with the programs, the 6-Figure Mastermind, Boot Camp, and Mastermind Mastery, and create and launch your high-end mastermind in 60 days. So I am thrilled to introduce you to Jay Fairbrother. Hi, Jay.
Hi, I'm all fuzzy.
I know.
Let me turn it off and back on again. See if. Boy, that's weird.
That is weird. Do you want to hop off and come back in, or?
It looked like it was fine.
Let me see if there's any.
How about that? There we
go. Yeah, that's it. So you're okay. I didn't think you were fuzzy. I don't remember you that way.
Hopefully my talk won't be fuzzy.
Oh, no, I know it won't. I've heard your talks. You guys are really in for a thrill here. So Jay, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thanks, Dumont. Thanks for having me, and I appreciate being here. And let's just dive right in. So, part of my journey is that when I was a young boy, my father had a boat, and we used to do family outings on the boat. So I always had these really fond memories of boats.
Mm-hmm.
And one day I saw this image. I'm going to share now if I can.
Okay. Let's see. Can you share on your end, or is it something that I'm going to need to do?
I think I can share on my end.
Okay.
Well, no, maybe you have to.
We went through this with someone before too, so let me present. Let's see.
So it says I'm sharing on my end.
Yeah, so it's something on.
There we go.
Oh, good. Perfect. You're okay. All right.
Yeah, that's perfect.
There we are, fishing in the ocean.
There we are. So, as I was starting my journey as a coach, launching my coaching business, I saw this image and I thought, oh my God, this is how I feel every single day. Like, I get in this boat and I drive it into the ocean looking for fish, looking for clients. And, you can drive that boat into the ocean for hours, days. God knows what you're going to catch. And I think that a lot of people that I work with and coaches that I talk to can relate to this. They feel like they're in this boat, this lonely boat, driving into the ocean looking for fish.
Yep. Been there, done that.
Yeah. And then what happens is they think, well, maybe I just need to drop more lines off the back of the boat. And this is actually what the industry teaches us as we're building coaching businesses to do.
Mm-hmm.
So we create a lead magnet, and then we create a low end offer. And then we're told we need to create a course. And when we aren't making any money after creating all that stuff and launching it and fishing in the ocean, then we start hiring other coaches and gurus and programs, and somebody tells us, well, we just need to do group coaching, or we just need to do a summit, or we just need to do a giveaway or a challenge or laser coaching. And we get all these other strategies and tactics. And it's what I call death by 1,000 strategies.
Yeah, I think I've tried all of those.
Yeah. And there's so many coaches that have done all this and still aren't making a sustainable living, still don't have that security in launching their coaching business.
Mm-hmm.
So when you look at the most successful coaches on the planet, they in fact don't fish in the ocean. What they do is they fish in a pond. And so let's look at first at what the coaching industry teaches us as the model we're to use to grow our coaching business. So this is the typical ascension ladder model that we're taught, right? You start with a lead magnet, and then you do one-on-one coaching, then a course, then a group coaching program, and then you have a high ticket offer. And as you can see, represented by all these fish above, any type of fish, when you're fishing in the ocean, can get into that funnel. You might only be looking for this purple fish, but for the rest of them, they might, buy your signature course, but they're not your ideal clients. They're not going to trickle down to buy that high ticket offer because you were fishing for any type of fish. So this model, in my opinion, is actually broken, and we need to flip it on its head. And that's what I'm going to talk to you about today. Because the other thing that happens, which is even more frustrating, is when we are driving that boat into the ocean, we finally find this huge school of fish, and then it looks like this. We realize that there are thousands of other coaching. I mean, I've heard different statistics, but I've heard between 3 and 5 million new coaches have entered the market since COVID.
Oh my.
So how do you stand out? How do you differentiate? Well, when you look at the most successful coaches on the planet, 7, 8, 9-figure coaches, they don't fish in the ocean. What they do instead is they create a stocked pond. They zero in their branding and their marketing messaging so that they're attracting the right type of fish into their ponds. And then within that stocked pond, they create a high ticket program that blasts them way past 6 figures and on to 7, 8, 9 figures. Most successful coaches have a high ticket mastermind. I'd say 80% of those really successful coaches, big names that you recognize, all have high ticket masterminds, right? And here's some examples of some of those big names and some of what their masterminds cost. But let me share something. Some of these, not all of them, some of these you're seeing on the screen, they aren't even masterminds. They're just glorified group coaching programs with a mastermind label stuck on it because that's sexier and we can get more money. So, what is a mastermind? So this word salad is what people usually associate with masterminds. It's accountability, it's peer support, it's group coaching, it's advisory board, that kind of thing. Napoleon Hill came up with the term mastermind like 90 years ago. And his concept was very simple. Put one person with a brain in a room and a second brain in the room, and it creates this third invisible, intangible force that he called the mastermind. Imagine putting 8 to 14 brains in the room, and the size of the invisible, intangible force that's created when you tap in to the collective knowledge, the collective experience, and the collective wisdom of those 8 to 14 brains. Now, why do I use the number 8 to 14? Because in a mastermind, one of the important principles is that in every single meeting, every person has a voice and participates. That doesn't happen in group coaching programs or courses. You only hear from the extroverts who get up on stage and ask all the questions, right? You have people that go through the program that you never even see on camera if you're doing virtual, right? So to me, this word salad is what a mastermind's really about. It's about community, comfort, confidentiality, collaboration, intimacy, and most importantly, connection. It's about relationships, where you transform from a one-to-guru program where people show up and pray to your altar and you have Q&A, maybe a hot seat. And you transform that by building relationships, building connection with the people in the program. And that's what keeps people in these programs for years, not months. It's that connection in those relationships. Why is this an important concept? In the world we're living in, information overload, you've heard the term digital disconnection. In 2023, the US Surgeon General declared an epidemic in our country, and it had nothing to do with a disease or a virus. It was an epidemic of loneliness. And just last year, in 2024, the World Health Organization has created an entire commission to address the global crisis of social isolation and loneliness. People are starving for human connection. Sometimes we don't even have this with our families.
Right.
The relationships that we build are often only surface level. And usually in courses and group coaching programs, you get surface level questions and surface level transformation.
I've been in those, Jay. I understand exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, absolutely.
I plopped down my money for one and left after 2 months because they were wasting my time. I had better things to do.
Yeah. So this is an issue. Like, I have a course, right? And I've had people go through my course and they rave about it. They'll write me a glowing testimonial, but they didn't do the work. They didn't get the result. And to me, that's more frustrating. I would rather not take their money. And, I want them to get the transformation and the result. Like, most of us aren't doing this to amass some big fortune. We're doing this because we love helping people and we want to see them succeed.
Absolutely.
So this idea of connection, I know a little bit about it. In fact, you could say I was probably the poster child for disconnection for most of my life. And that started because my father died suddenly of a heart attack when I was 10 years old. And like most 10-year-olds, I reacted by disconnecting. I kind of withdrew. I got angry at the world, became the lone wolf. Probably explains a lot of my behavior in my teens and 20s. I didn't have that connection for most of my early adulthood. So I started my first business at age 30, and I was pretty successful right out of the gate. Within a couple of years, I had built it to $1 million in revenue, but I got stuck there. I sort of plateaued at that $1 million range. I couldn't seem to get beyond. I hired consultants, and I bought programs and courses to try to get beyond it, and none of it was helping.
Yeah.
And that's when I joined my very first mastermind. And that was 25 years ago. And I can barely remember what I had for breakfast yesterday, but I still remember vividly 25 years ago walking out of that very first mastermind meeting and saying to myself, oh my God, I found my tribe. I found my people.
Mhm.
Like I knew after one meeting, these people were me. They got me. They were having the same challenges and frustrations.
Mhm.
So we joined that mastermind it was a mastermind for entrepreneurs. And we all joined it just to grow our businesses and be better entrepreneurs. But what happened, well, I was not expecting, because within 5 or 6 months in these meetings, I'm starting to watch grown men break down and cry as they open up and talk about their screwed up marriages and their kid problems and the anxiety and depression that running their businesses is creating in their life.
Mhm.
This was not what we signed up for, right? But for me, it was my first experience as an adult with real human connection. And so I was all in. And I started joining every mastermind I could. I started facilitating them, eventually creating them. Over the next 6 or 7 years, I was in many masterminds. And guess what happened? My business took off. By being in that environment, tapping into that invisible, intangible force, that collective wisdom and knowledge and experience of all these other people like me, I grew my first business to a couple hundred employees and $10 million in annual revenue. And I sold that business in 2004. And life got pretty good.
I bet.
When you sell an 8-figure business, life gets pretty good pretty quickly. So over the next few years, I traveled extensively. I bought 3 other businesses. I invested in a lot of different things. Life was good. But Dumont, I know this is true for you, and I'm sure many listening. Have you ever had that time in your life when things were going along swimmingly and something out of your control happens?
Yeah.
So in 2008, what's now referred to as the Great Recession, the world financial crisis, began. And over the next several years, I lost everything. I quite literally went from being a multimillionaire living in a mansion overlooking one of the rivers of Pittsburgh to living in my friend's basement, broke, bankrupt, divorced, alone, humiliated and ashamed. Because for 15 years, I had built this identity as this really successful serial entrepreneur. And there I was sitting in that basement, didn't even own a car. That was obviously a tough time. And I lived in that basement for 5 months, literally, but more like 5 years, figuratively, dealing with that shame, that loss of identity, that imposter syndrome. How could I let this happen to myself? And I didn't blame the world or the financial crisis. I made all the decisions that led to that conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
And so during that time, the only reason I think that I'm still sitting here today is because while I gave up on a lot of the things that I was participating in, including a few masterminds, I did stick in one. I stayed in one mastermind through that period, and those people helped me in ways I can't even articulate. It went way beyond a basement to live in and a car I could borrow for a few months. Their support financially, emotionally, spiritually is probably the only reason that I'm still sitting here today. So for me, in a very real sense, masterminds helped me 10x my first business, but also saved my life during the most difficult time period that I had. And that is why I'm passionate about masterminds. But just because I'm passionate about it, and just because all the 7 and 8 and 9-figure entrepreneurs that I showed earlier do it, is not reason enough for you to jump on the bandwagon. So let me share some of my favorite reasons why I think a mastermind is a great idea and a great way to scale your business. Let's, can you bring that slide up again?
Is it in present? No.
Well, while you're bringing that up again.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to do it, Jay.
You did it before.
I know. So that's what I've.
Well, let me jump in while you're bringing that up.
Okay.
So a couple of the reasons that I think masterminds are a great idea for you to scale your own business. Number one is there's less reliance on content. I am the kind of person that the thought of creating like a 12 months worth of content for a program, that would keep me up at night.
No, that's not it. Sorry, Jay. Turn that one off.
Yeah, I've got my screen or slides going again, but
okay, so I've just
earlier.
It keeps. I know. I think. Let's see if it's demo view.
I'll keep going.
Okay, yeah,
slide for a bit.
Because I'm having.
So the other thing related to content is you think about AI. Think about how quickly AI has progressed in the last even year and a half. Right now, you can be trained on anything in the world by AI in minutes. You can get a law degree and a medical license using AI. I heard the other day people are using it to learn how to rob banks. The value of information, content, and training is going down every single day. Whereas the value of human connection and relationships is exponentially increasing every day. So to me, the future of business as a thought leader, a coach, a consultant, is to create a program or programs where you're tapping into that human connection. You're building upon those relationships. The next reason I think a mastermind's a great idea is because you don't need a huge list, and you can do it without all the tech. You don't need one of those fancy sales funnels with the 34 branches that makes your head spin. You can do it with a couple of 100 prospects or 100 prospects, old school, talk to people, relationships, right?
I'm sorry, Jay, I can't seem to bring it up again. I'm not. Invite, could that do it? No.
Let me try to redo it and see if it comes back. Nope, still not coming back.
Yeah, I'm not sure no.
The third reason that it's important, that I think it's a great idea for you and your business, is that it creates recurring revenue and what I call stickiness. If you're sick of client churn, if you're sick of constantly having to launch your 6 or 8 week course or your 3-month group coaching program, you create a mastermind for 6 or 12 months. It creates recurring revenue because 80% of those people, if you're offering a program that's $5,000, $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 for the year, they're going to pay monthly, and it creates stability in your business. But my favorite reason that I think masterminds are great for your business is because you get to work with the clients that you hand select, that you curate, that you choose to work with because you love helping them. You get to work with the people you're most passionate to help and the ones that you can have the most life-changing transformations with. So to me, that's the most important reason that I think the mastermind model is really good for your business. Dumont, I am going to need you to figure these slides out here for a minute because I need them for my story that I'm going to tell in a couple minutes. So I want you to think about this. If you're with me so far, if you're like, okay, Jay, this sounds interesting. I'm ready to consider this concept. How easy would it be for you to find 9 people who know, love, and trust you? Not know, like, and trust. That's table stakes. But 9 people who know, love, and trust you, who share the similar challenges and fears, and those 9 people have the same aspirational goals that you can help with. Would those 9 people want a safe, trusted, confidential space to discuss their most challenging business and personal issues? And would they want a community where everyone shared mutual respect and were equally motivated by the group success as to their own? Dumont, we still have that sideways slide up there. And would those 9 people want an intimate group of like-minded peers to collaborate with and get support from? How easy would it be for you to find 9 people? You know how many people you need if you have a $1,500 course or a $1,500 coaching package to reach 6 figures? 67. You need 67 clients with a $1,500 program just to reach 6 figures. And to get 67 clients, you're going to need the big list and the big fancy sales funnel, and you might be paying affiliate commissions, or you might have to use paid ads to get that many clients. 9 people who know, love, and trust you, who are willing to pay you $1,000 a month. That's a 6-figure business right there with 9 people. Dumont, that we're only seeing that sideways slide. They're not even seeing me. If you can drop that one. So 9 people. Now, one way to approach that is to use that funnel that I showed you earlier with, the one-on-one coaching, and then a low ticket offer, and then a course, and then a group coaching, and then finally a high ticket program like a mastermind. But you can start with those 9 people. And that's what I'm talking about when I talk about flipping the industry model on its head. Because in reality, all you need is a high ticket offer that converts. And obviously I'm biased. I think the best high ticket offer program to make is a mastermind. Dumont, we're still just seeing that slide, and we're not seeing me even. If you find the right people and stock your pond, you can move them right into a high ticket program. And then all you really need beyond that is one downsell. You need one program that you can offer to the people who might not be ready to join your $10,000 or $20,000 a year program. That downsell could be a course. It could be a group coaching program. It could be VIP days. It could be laser coaching. There's lots of options you have for that. But that's the simple model. Flip it upside down so it looks like this instead of like that. That's what I want to talk to you more about today. Now, usually when I'm talking about 9 people, $1,000 a month, one of the common things I get is, Jay, I'm not sure I'm ready for that. I don't have this in place. I don't have that in place. I don't know if I have the credibility and the authority, and I'm not one of those big names that you showed on the screen. Well, I'll tell you about my friend, Debbie White. Debbie built a mid-6-figure business with nothing but a mastermind. She didn't have a course. She didn't do one-on-one coaching. The only way you could work with her was to join her $14,000 a year mastermind. And she built that to mid-6 figures in revenue. Now, what's interesting is Debbie more recently has created a downsell. after she got to mid six figures. Now, I don't think it's a course, but she has like a lower level program now that she offers, right? And you can do that too. I'll share another story about a 7-figure coach that I know who had, built their business on that ascension model, and their mentor at the time, their coach, told them, okay, you're ready now. You can start a mastermind. And so they did. And because they're a great marketer, you have to be a good marketer to get to 7 figures. They launched their mastermind. I think it was a $12,000 a year mastermind. And they launched it and got 30 clients the first time they launched it. Not bad for a first launch, right? So what happened though is this coach had never been in a mastermind, had never run a mastermind. And they thought, oh, I'll just kind of create this group coaching program and call it a mastermind and charge a lot of money. Well, what happened was within about 3 months, she lost 10 of those 30 clients because they're like, I thought this was a mastermind. This is just like group coaching, and they weren't getting the value. So it's not as simple as slapping a mastermind label onto something. You need to be able to understand how to create the container, how to attract the right people that come into it. So the next question that I usually get at this point is, okay, Jay, what kind of mastermind can I create? And the one thing I want to tell you is there's no cookie cutter solution to this. There's no, one way to create a mastermind. There are different types of masterminds. Most important thing is for you to create one unique to you that takes advantage of your superpowers and, more importantly, delivers the most life-changing result for your clients. So to me, it's like putting pieces of a puzzle together to figure out what's the right kind of mastermind that you can create that will attract and keep clients for 3 years. I mentioned stickiness a little bit ago, and that's the idea behind the 3 years, is that mastermind that I mentioned that I stayed in during the time period when I lost everything. I stayed in that mastermind for 17 years because every month for 17 years, I got value from hanging out and having that deep level of human connection and that deep level of experience and expertise that I could tap into. And that's what you can create for your clients. So the one shift that I want you to make, and the last speaker even was kind of talking about this, is that a lot of times when we start out in business, we think, okay, I've got 25 years of experience and expertise doing X. So what can I create? What program can I create that people will buy? And I want you to shift your perspective and think about what is the program that you can create that you will love delivering, that you will be passionate about delivering. And more importantly, who are the people? Who are those 9 people or 8 or 14 that you're most passionate to help, that you're going to wake up every day excited because you handpicked them, you curated them, you invited them into your exclusive inner circle. These are not the people who can just write the check, right? Your courses, your lower end programs, those are open to anybody who can write the check, but not curated and invited and exclusive and intimate. Dumont, now we're just seeing a thing that says Resty on it. We're not seeing me or my slides. If you can get that figured out. All right, we're seeing me. That's a good step.
Me, and you're seeing me, but I cannot find it. Jay, I've got him. Expert camera, video file, image files, share screen. I've tried all of those slides and PDFs.
It has something to do with what is the view. It's not you sharing anything,
right?
Because I'm already sharing.
Okay.
It's just making sure that you include that slide screen on what we're seeing here.
I know.
Okay. Well, we're going to just plow ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jay. I'm really trying here.
Okay. You had it before.
Something in the view. I know.
Played before.
If it's that one, if it's that, oh, maybe it's that one.
That's not it. No,
No,
that's
the damn
first
thing
slide.
again. Yep. Great. Now I have to get rid of that. Where's Rusty when I need him?
I'm going to stop sharing one more time and share again and see if that helps bring it up on so you see it on your screen. Yeah, so somehow you just need to select.
I already tried Voxer Chuck. Remove. Okay, I could remove that.
Now we're just seeing you.
Yep. And so I've got to bring, oh, that I can fix. That I can fix.
Now we're seeing both of us.
Yeah, I'm just, what's
freaking-
going on here? Hotkeys.
Should be something that says presenter slides or.
Yeah, I'm just not. Share screen, Playhouse, streaming, demo.
Nope, that's
Nope,
your slide.
That's the other
That's
one.
close. That's
Yeah.
the we had before, but my slides instead of yours.
Oh, wait, let's see. Speaker view. Let's try media production. Okay.
That's a step in the right direction.
Yeah, so
Now we just need my slides.
yeah, I'm not seeing your slides. Let me see if I am.
You don't see a little grayed out thing with I'm actually back on that boat in the ocean. If you can see that somewhere on your screen.
I'm not seeing it. Present. Image file.
No, it's not. You're not presenting. You're just trying to.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find you. I should be seeing, but I'm seeing that old slide again. Okay, I'm removing that slide from the studio. Let's see now when we.
There we go.
Yay! Oh my God. Jay, you have, why do you always see me at my most inept?
That's all right. No worries. All right. So if you're still hanging in there, you'll understand in a second why I wanted you to have the slides for this next part. Okay. So where do I find these 9 people? Well, one approach is drive this boat into the ocean every day. One approach is hire a captain expert fisherman to drive the boat into the ocean. Hire a coach, right? But you're still fishing in the ocean. What you need to do is create a stock pond. You need to figure out what kind of fish are you trying to catch? And how do you craft your marketing messaging and your branding to attract that type of fish, right? That's building your pond. So ask a question. If you were taking a kid fishing for the first time, would you just go rent a boat and drive it into the ocean? No, they'd get bored and God knows what you're going to catch, maybe some plastic. If you were taking a kid fishing for the first time, you'd find a stocked pond. So I want to tell you a story about my kids. This is my son, Ryan. And as you can see, Ryan growing up was all boy. So if I had gone to Ryan at 6 years old and said, hey, buddy, I want to take you fishing for the first time. What kind of fish would you like to catch? And his eyes would have gotten big and he would have said, all the fish, Dad, big ones. And I would have laughed and chuckled and thought, you know what? I know some coaches who would like fish, they're trying to fish like you, but it's not going to be a good strategy. And my daughter, on the other hand, different story altogether. My daughter, if I had gone to her when don't worry, she was fine here. It looks worse than it was. But as you can see in this picture, my daughter at that age and still to this day, all she has to do is bat those big brown eyes and give me that pouty face, and she gets pretty much anything she wants from daddy. If I had gone to her at 6 years old and said, sweetie, I want to take you fishing for the first time. What kind of fish would you like to catch? And she would look up at me and bat those big brown eyes, and she would have said, Daddy, can we catch a purple fish? And I thought to myself, purple fish? Like, of course, her favorite color is purple. How do I catch a purple fish? Now, if I was smart, I would have gone to the fish store and bought a purple fish, put it in a bowl, from that type of fish store, and brought it home and maybe won Father of the Day. But no, I'm an entrepreneur, damn it, and I'm going to teach her how to fish. So what am I going to do? Market research. I'm going to go to Google and I'm going to say, Google, where do I find a stock pond with purple fish? Well, to my surprise and amazement, Google says there is a stock pond that includes purple fish, and there's one near me. I'm like, great. Google, more market research. What do purple fish eat? And Google says purple worms, of course. That's actually a thing.
I didn't know that.
So I'm going to go to the different type of fishing store and buy my purple worms. So I walk into the store, and there are in the thousands of products in that store to make me a better fisherman. But nope, I don't need shiny objects. I just need my purple worms. I go to the back of the store and I get my $10 worth of purple worms, and I'm walking up to the counter, and what do I see? There on the end of the aisle is the shiniest, fanciest fishing rod I've ever seen. And there's a big sign that says, specially designed to catch brightly colored fish. On sale, $1,000.
Wow.
Well, I'm out to win Father of the Year, so of course I'm going to buy that $1,000 fishing rod. So I get the $1,000 rod and my $10 worth of worms. I go home and I pack her up, and off we go to find the stock pond. We're walking through the field, and I come up the crest of the hill, see the pond beneath us, and what do I see but about 50 other dads with their daughters standing around that same pond.
No.
But that's okay. I'm a coach. I'll work harder. I'll cast further. I'll fish faster. I'll stay longer. I'll outwork all these other dad coaches. So we get to the edge of the pond and we start fishing. And sooner or later, I start catching some fish. I catch a green fish and a goldfish and a catfish.
But not a
I
single
caught the purple fish.
Hmm.
I'm starting to get worried. I feel this tug at my shirt. And I look down. She looks up at me, bats those big brown eyes, and says, Daddy, do you think we could catch a striped purple fish? I'm like, oh my God. Striped purple fish. So what am I going to do? More market research, of course. But this time I know it's a task far greater than Google could handle. I'm going to go to ChatGPT. You say, GPT, how do I catch striped purple fish? And GPT says it's simple. All I have to do is create specially crafted marketing messages, download those messages into the worms, where the worms will emit the messages into the water, and the striped purple fish will swim towards my bait.
Wow.
Well, what do you know? I have a USB cord in my pocket. With ChatGPT's help, I write those fancy marketing messages, download them into the worms, and I start fishing with my worm emitting messages. I'm fishing. I still haven't caught the striped purple fish. It's getting late. Casting further, faster, getting dark. I'm getting worried. I feel this tug at my shirt.
Oh, no.
I'm thinking, oh my God, now what's she going to ask for? She holds up our net. Inside the net is a striped purple fish.
Oh my gosh.
I'm like, sweetie, I don't understand. How did you do that? She said, it was easy, Daddy. I just put the fancy worm thingies in the net and set it in the edge of the pond, and the striped purple fish swam in. I win Father of the Year.
Yeah. Listen, if my dad had done that, I would have been like, hell yeah.
Everybody goes home happy. All right, I'm going to try this share thing one more time, Dumont.
Okay.
I hope we got it this time.
I haven't. Okay.
Hang on, I haven't started yet. There we go.
Okay.
See if we can bring it back.
Okay.
So while we're waiting for that, if you're listening,
Oh God, I have no idea how I.
let me bring you up to speed with what we're talking about here. So fishing in the ocean versus fishing in a stock pond. I get to the stock pond, I see 50 other coaches, dads, stand also, right? That's okay. I'll outwork them. I'll work harder. Right? That's what we do. And then I start catching fish, greenfish, goldfish, catfish. That's okay. They pay the bills too. Those clients who aren't your purple fish, they can buy your course, your downsell, whatever, your one-on-one, whatever else, the one thing besides that high-end program that you want to create. That will create some revenue. But it's the striped purple fish that you really want to catch. So let me ask you, there we go.
Here it is.
So before I go back to my kids, let me ask everyone that's listening, who do you think is the smartest person in the purple fish story? Most people say my daughter. She's not the smartest person. She's a little precocious. She's cute. But the smartest person,
big brown eyes,
and has brown eyes. The smartest person in the purple fish story is the guy selling the $1,000 fishing rod with the sign that says specially designed to catch brightly colored fish. Yeah. Because that sign, that marketing message spoke to me, his purple fish. And I had to have it. I ignored all the other rods in the store that were $50 to $100. When I saw that one, especially designed for purple fish, I'm going to buy it for $1,000.
Wow.
All right. This is my son. He did grow up. I'm going to share these because I made fun of them. This is his purple fish girlfriend at a wedding in Italy. And then my daughter, she knew what kind of purple fish she wanted to be when she grew up. Ever since she was 9 years old and went to her very first summer theater acting camp.
Wow.
And this is her. She found her purple fish husband and they got married in New York last year.
Yeah, that's at the wedding. You were there.
Yeah, I was definitely there. Yeah.
Yo, you gave her away. I remember.
Yeah. So what's the purple fish story about? Well, it's about niche, and that's your stock pond, not the ocean. And it's about speaking to, using specially encoded worm messages, your avatar, your ideal client. That's your purple fish. Because otherwise, you catch this guy. Anybody had couch guy in your programs before? That guy went through your course off camera, went through the course, didn't do the work, right?
Oh yeah.
This is who you get when you accept anybody who writes a check.
Okay.
Versus
not gonna be,
this guy.
Yeah.
So let me give you an example of how this works for masterminds. So if I want to create a mastermind for small business owners, that's fishing in the ocean. What type of small business owner, what industry, what size, how long have they been in business? And I could eventually fill it maybe at like $300 a month because there's not enough commonality with those fish, with those clients. Let's say I create a mastermind for small business owners who are under 40 years old and have $1 million business. Now I've created a pond. Why? Because if I'm under 40 with $1 million business, I think I'm a unicorn. And I see huge value in hanging out with other unicorns and tapping into their group brains, their invisible, intangible force. And I could probably get $800 a month for that mastermind. Remember that mastermind I told you 25 years ago I joined? This was the exact criteria to get into it.
Wow. Okay.
And about what we paid in inflation adjusted dollars to be in that mastermind.
Okay. So that was a big investment for you, Jay. I mean, that was
back then, absolutely. Yeah. So let's ratchet it up even further. Let's say I start a mastermind for startup tech founders who are also under 40 years old and have $1 million plus revenue. Now I'm talking striped purple fish.
Yeah.
Why? Because those people not only think they're unicorns, they think they're special badass unicorns, and they see huge value in hanging out with the other special unicorns just like them.
Yeah.
My client, Tim, he just filled his mastermind, and Tim's a real estate investor. And his idea for creating a pond was that he wanted to focus on real estate investors, because real estate investors, that's an ocean.
Yeah.
He wanted to focus on real estate investors who want to transition from flipping single unit properties to multi-unit properties.
Mm.
That's a pond, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I said, Tim, who were the people that you would be passionate to wake up every day and help? For Tim, he's very committed to his religious faith, his Christian faith. And that's who he wants in his inner circle. So we created the tagline for his mastermind: 7x your business, 7x your relationship with family, and 7x your relationship with God.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. Absolutely.
And he filled his mastermind at about this price point. So that's why this purple fish thing is so important, especially for high ticket programs and especially for masterminds.
Yeah.
So this is what I've created, is the fewer, better, longer mastermind model. And the idea is pretty simple. You make more money with fewer clients.
Yeah. Yeah.
With fewer clients, 9 of them, you can add 6 figures in revenue to your business. You attract a better quality client, the ones who actually show up and do the work,
Mm-hmm.
and that you love working with. And you keep them longer. Because while you might ask someone to commit to 6 or 12 months initially, right? You don't present it as the program ends in 6 or 12 months. That's renewal time. And if you're delivering value and you're building those relationships after those 6 or 12 months, they don't want to leave.
Yeah.
You might have run out of content, but they don't want to leave because of the relationships they now have with everybody else in the program. It's like a family. You're creating that family of choice. So if you like this concept and you want to explore the idea of creating a mastermind for yourself, I want to invite you to my virtual 6-figure masterminds boot camp, June 24th through 26th.
You got to do this, folks. No, seriously.
I've had many testimonials like this one.
Mm-hmm.
Mark Platten and his wife have invested over $100,000 in other programs, coaches, and trainings. And he says these 3 days were the best training I've ever encountered.
I can speak to that. No, seriously, because and I'll finish up after you finish up.
Yeah, well, I have a testimonial video from you, Dumont, that I use in this thing. So it's June 24th through 26th. It's 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern each day. It's 3 full days, because what we're going to do is put you to work. This isn't 3 days listening to me. This is 3 days doing the work and creating your mastermind. And as a favor to Dumont, because she's a client and I love her, we're going to give you a $27 ticket today. And I believe Dumont has the link, or the link will be in the show notes.
Yeah. And you know what else, Jay? I'm going to rerun this. I'm going to clean it up and rerun it later this week. So
awesome.
I'll let people know that it extends through the end of the
yeah. We can extend that $27 thing.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll make sure people know it.
Maya Hope here is another one who said this is the best 3-day event she's ever attended. And here's some more information. You're going to get the $27 ticket. There is an option to upgrade to VIP. It's only $77 more. The VIP gets you recordings. It gets you an extra bonus workshop before the event. And it gets you a bonus program, my pricing program that I used to sell for $500. This is all on the sales page. You can look at it. Just might want to consider that.
Sure.
My client, Alexa, is a Tony Robbins certified coach. And again, you can see that she said this 3-day boot camp was a transformative experience beyond all other events she's attended. And that includes Tony Robbins events.
Yay!
By day 3, she was ready to create her mastermind. Because in these 3 days, what we do is we're going to walk you through exactly everything that you need. We're going to start with what kind of mastermind you can create. And then we're going to help you figure out who your purple fish are. And these are all exercises you're doing. And the 3 days builds on each other. So the work we do in day 1, we continue on in day 2 and wrap it up in day 3. Day 2, we're going to help you build that simple funnel so that you don't need this big fancy funnel to be able to create a sustainable business. You create the model based on, let's create the mastermind. We'll have one downsell. We'll help you work with that too. And that's all you need to create a real sustainable business. So I want to tell you a little bit more on the second day. We create that funnel and we talk a lot about building exclusivity and scarcity. So you almost flip the selling script. So it's not like, I don't need to beg you to join my mastermind. Tell me why I should let you in, because I'm very protective about what purple fish I led into the program, right? Then on day 3, we're going to help you start to craft language to walk out of the boot camp and actually start talking to people about this new program you're creating. And we're going to give you a plan and work through the next steps that you can take to actually start to implement this.
Mm-hmm.
So it's 3 days. It's fun. It's transformational for a lot of people. And I have everyone at this who comes to this event, from brand new coaches who don't even have anything launched yet to 7-figure coaches who come. Now, those 7-figure coaches, a lot of them come because they want to support me. And they're like, yeah, Jay, we'll come the first day and check it out for a few hours.
Yeah.
Most of them end up staying the entire 3 days because that's how valuable this content is.
Absolutely.
Even if you're at the earlier stages of your coaching business, these 3 days will give you a roadmap to be able to, even if you don't walk out and say, I'm ready to create the mastermind, and because I can't do it yet because I got to finish my book, or I'm already halfway through building my course or whatever, like that's all good. When you create your high ticket program, it creates a roadmap where now you can base all your decisions of what you're going to do day to day. Am I going to go to this networking group? Am I going to go on this summit? Because you'll know who you're targeting, who your purple fish are, and you'll know what you're working towards as that high ticket, high end program.
Can I interject something right here, Jay? I went through this boot camp and, Jay tells you, think of people that you would love to work with, right? You'd wake up every morning, you'd be really excited to work with them. And I woke up one morning and I said, women over 70, what Jay calls my old biddies group. but it's women over 70 who are just doing business and just cooking it. And, and that was my purple fish, and I'm still researching them, but yeah. You got me started, and it was just fabulous. That boot camp just, man, I can't tell you enough how great that was.
So sign up. Love to see you there. I'm easy to find on the internet if you want to reach out to me. If you sign up, we will connect on Facebook and LinkedIn, make sure we're connected if you have questions before the event. But love to see you there. It'll be fun. I guarantee you will laugh. You probably will cry. Most importantly, you'll get a lot of work done. Most people leave this boot camp with pages of notes from the worksheets and exercises that we do.
Yeah. Powerful, Jay. I just can't say enough. And I know you've got a hard stop in 5 minutes. So let me go here and see. Okay. What I'm going to do is, like I said, I'm going to rerun this for us. Yeah. I'm going to rerun this. It'll be either tomorrow or Saturday. And I'm going to send out a message to everyone that you're presenting then too.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, because my ineptness, I haven't had a VA for about a month now, and he's just back. And so I've been trying to figure this all out by myself, and that obviously was beyond my ability.
I get it. I get it, Dumont. You know, it was similar to me the first time I ran this 3-day event. It was me and 2 of my clients who volunteered to help for the 3 days, right? That was the whole team. Yeah. Now it's like a production, right?
Yeah,
now I got about 10 team members for this event that we do, because every time we just add things to it and make it better and better.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And I hadn't heard that whole presentation before. So thank you very much, because that was extreme.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Okay. And Jay, you go, because I know you have that hard stop. So we're going to say goodbye, Jay. Bye, Jay.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Dumont.
Okay, folks, that was Jay Fairbrother. And, you know, do yourself a favor and absolutely go to that boot camp. And I'm going to replay this, and we're going to clean it up, because I know a lot of you probably got really frustrated with my ineptness. I can tell you, Jay is not inept. He's fascinating, and he's great, and you will totally love that boot camp. So we're going to be starting up again. We have somebody new coming in, so hold on a minute. Eric Johnson is next, and Eric is going to talk to us about podcasts and really be able to take you through that process. So hold on a second, and I will get you the exact. So Eric is starting at 6:14. So you guys, you have about a 15-minute break here, and then we'll be back, and we'll be live with Eric Johnson talking about how to become someone worth listening to. Okay, so just be back here by 6:14 or 6:10 so you can get a good seat, and we'll talk to you soon. So thanks a lot, everyone. Bye now. Hey everyone, we're back. Our next guest is really exciting. You heard me talk about him earlier, Eric Johnson. He's going to be doing some really cool stuff with us. So hang on a few minutes and we're going to get started. In the meantime, I wanted to tell you that if you want a VIP ticket, I've dropped the link in the chat and I'll do it again. Just so you can get it. The VIP tickets you can get for $97, and you will get all the recordings, all the transcripts, a takeaway book with the 3 best ideas that each presenter gave us, our 3 major takeaways, and all the VIP gifts, which are huge. So I wanted to remind you of that because it's a great chance to catch up with everyone. Those of you who saw Jay's presentation before, we are editing it and we will be playing it on Saturday. So at 3 o'clock on Saturday, so you are going to have a chance to see it and see it really well and see the whole thing. So another thing I wanted to let you know is that I will be talking tomorrow. Those of you who are on LinkedIn and who followed me here, I'm going to be talking about the new algorithms tomorrow. So stay tuned. We'll get you the lineup and everything. And we have a brilliant group starting tomorrow too, starting with Ben Joya. Ben is just amazing. I've had him on every summit. I've interviewed him on my show 4 times. He's just fascinating, and he is going to tell you a lot of stuff you didn't know. How you survive and how you create books in the world of AI and get yourself noticed. So, really, really valuable. So, hold on. I'm going to go ahead and introduce Eric because I know he's going to be on in a minute. Hold on whoops, I pulled up the wrong. Okay, here we go. I'm nearsighted, so I have to look for things. Okay, Eric Johnson. Eric K. Johnson is a nationally recognized talent coach, an on-air personality, and radio program director with a career spanning over 3 decades. Eric has been at the forefront of radio and podcasting, helping professionals transform their content into compelling narratives that captivate audiences. As the creator of the podcast Talent Coach, Eric has guided countless podcasters and broadcasters to elevate their presence, refine their messaging, and build lasting relationships with their audience. Eric brings his wealth of experience to help you uncover and articulate your unique value. And I want to tell you that everyone that I know who has gone through Eric's work and who has worked with him just raves. So without further ado, I'm going to bring Eric on stage. How are you, Eric?
I am fantastic, Demont. How are you?
Well, I was without a VA for a while, so I'm okay.
Hey, we do what we have to do, right?
We do what we have to do, right?
Absolutely.
Someday I'll eat. So I'm so happy to see you, Eric. And I know that the next time we do this in September, I have one of your clients coming on. She's going to come on right after you.
Fantastic.
Karen is going to come on right after you. So we're going to make it a double long one.
She's awesome.
She is awesome. She's amazing. Yes, she is.
Indeed.
So, yeah. So do you have slides or do you want it?
No, let's just have a conversation. That's what I would love to have to do.
So Eric, give me a little bit about your background because I know you were in radio for years.
Yeah, actually, all of this happened completely by accident. I went from being an architectural student to being the most listened to person on the radio.
Wow.
Completely by accident, fell into it. When I was getting my architecture degree, my brother worked at a radio station, and his boss called looking for him because they needed some help on the weekend. and he wasn't around, and he said, "Hey, would you be interested in a part-time job?" And I thought, I'm a broke college kid, I'll take that gig. So I took the job at the radio station and fell in love with radio, and architecture was transitioning right about that time. I love to draw, and I love to use a straight edge. I love being a draftsman, and it was moving to computer aided drafting, and it was really sucking the romance out of it for me.
Yeah.
Radio was this creative platform that I could still create, and still create within a designed structure. And I fell in love with radio. And so I finished my architecture degree, and I stayed in radio for years, suffered doing overnights from midnight to 6 for probably 3 years, just trying to figure out what I was doing. But then that led to becoming the night guy, and I did the mornings, and I became the program director, and eventually was overseeing programming on 64 radio stations in 14 different cities, just helping content creators create better content and engage audiences and get them to listen to them. Even when I was doing afternoons, more people listened to me than any other show in town, because I created relationships with my audience. And that's what I help content creators do now, is not just create a podcast or a YouTube channel, but how do you become somebody worth listening to? Because I think the world needs more relationships. We just need to be tighter knit group.
That is such a common theme. Jay Fairbrother was just talking about that, how the Surgeon General during the pandemic came out and said there was an epidemic of loneliness. And then the World Health Organization has done that too with people all over the world, in looking at loneliness and that lack of connection and how deeply we need it. So yeah, I listen to podcasts, and it's that voice that embraces me, that really, really, excites me.
Yeah, you feel like you're listening to your best friend, right? You feel like you're absolutely. The person on the other end of the microphone.
Oh yeah, I remember when we were younger, we'd go to bed with our transistor radio.
Absolutely. Yeah. And they kept you company. It made you feel like home, right? When you would go off to college and you would listen back to the hometown radio station, it made you feel like you were at home. Well, podcasts build that same sort of connection. I really think in today's society, COVID did a lot to hamper our relationships because it separated us. But I also think technology is sucking the relationships out of society, because you can do so much through the computer and your phone to where you don't have to talk to anybody. I mean, back when I was a kid, the guy that owned the gas station in our town lived up on the corner. He lived like 6 houses up from us. We knew Jim on a first name basis. He was in our neighborhood. So when Mom had something wrong with the car, we would go down and see Jim, and he'd fix it. Like, it was you'd drive over the bell, ding, ding, and he'd come out and he'd fill your car, he'd wash your windows, check your oil. Like, we had a relationship with him. Now you can pull into the gas station, pay at the pump, and never even talk to anybody. Like, we have sucked the relationships out of. You can order your groceries, for crying out loud, on a computer and pull up, and they'll load them into the back, and you never have to talk to anybody. And I think technology has sucked the relationships out of society, and I want to put them back in.
Yeah, really. My husband used to work at a gas station when he was younger, and he remembers clean your windshield. They actually had something they recited that had them do all their customer service. And you're right, that's completely gone. It's unless you go in to buy, some potato chips or something, you're not going to see a person.
Right. And your husband probably knew a lot of the regulars that came through. Oh, Mrs. Smith is coming through. Mr. Jones is coming in. Yeah. Knew them all. Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Don't have that anymore, unfortunately. No. Yeah. Technology's made it too easy for us to not talk to anybody.
Yeah.
You order your Amazon order, and the guy drops it at the front door, rings the bell, and runs before you can even get to the door and see who it was.
Or you get the picture of it, and it's on your neighbor's porch.
Yes. Right. Because you don't have a relationship with the guy.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that's what I help people do, is build relationships through their content, because anybody can share your 6 steps to success, right? Once you teach your 6 steps, What are you going to do? Teach them again? Like once I've learned your 6 steps to success, that's all I need. So what I help you do is tell your story. The only thing AI can't copy is you and your journey and your opinion and your take on the world. And so let's help you tell that. Let's help you share that. And in turn, teach people your 6 steps to success, because that will set you apart from everybody else.
Yeah. Yeah. Be there, be that friend at the same time.
Yes.
That fills that piece. Yeah. I totally agree with you, and who was, Imana Guy was talking earlier about how important it is to really be there and develop that relationship with people. Everyone has said it in a different way, but yes, we are craving that. So Eric, what would we do first if we're doing a broadcast? I mean, what tips can you give us to start out and to really, understand what makes a podcast? Well, what makes a podcast successful? Because there are tons of them out there that, run for 5 weeks.
Right.
And
the reason that they fade away so quickly is because they have no idea what to do with it. It's easy to start a podcast.
Yeah.
But once you have it, you go, okay, what do I do with it now? And you run out of content ideas because you're too worried about the content. It's not what you're saying on your show that makes a difference. It's how you're saying it. It's who you're being. It's you're letting people get to know who you are. Friendships are developed through self-revelation. The more I reveal to you about me, the more you get to know me, the more you get to like me and trust me, the more rapport we build and the closer we are to doing business together.
Yeah, building in a little vulnerability too.
Yes.
Sharing those things, that happened. Like yesterday, my webcam fell off in my coffee cup.
Right.
It's those little things like, oh dear.
The law of reciprocity kicks in when you show people that you trust them by being vulnerable with your coffee cup. They start to trust you in return because that law of reciprocity starts kicking in. When I give you something, you feel compelled to give me something in return. And that's getting to know each other. People listen to me and they feel like we're the best friends and I've never met them. There was one time, I'm the public address announcer for our local hockey team. And so after the game one night, my wife and I and my kids were walking down the concourse, heading out of the arena. And this couple was coming at me from the other direction. And we made eye contact and they stopped and they started talking like, hey, Eric, that was a great game, wasn't it? We thought, oh, these must be your kids and yada, yada. And so after a couple of minutes, we went on our way. And my wife says, why didn't you introduce me? And I said, honey, I have no idea who those people were. Like they listen to me and they feel like they know me. They feel like we have this relationship when I've never even met them. And that's what's possible. And it's not really the platform that makes a difference. I don't care if you have a podcast or a YouTube channel or you're doing Facebook Live or you're standing up on stage. It's not the platform that makes a difference. It's your presence that makes a difference. I'd love for you to have a podcast because I think podcasts are powerful in making that connection. There's nothing like the spoken word to make visions come to life in the theater of the mind, but it's not about you don't want a podcast. You want presence. I want to help you become somebody worth listening to regardless of the platform.
Yeah. And that happens quite a bit.
Yeah, people just get on stage and they teach their 6 steps to success and nobody remembers it when they walk out of the room.
That's right.
Right? We have to start with stories. So earlier you asked where do you start? The first thing you need to start with is your origin story. You need to start by understanding who you are and where you came from and why you do it. Your origin story needs to contain your principles and it needs to contain your purpose and why you do what you do and how you discovered the superpower that you have. Because when you understand that foundation, now you have an unlimited amount of content you can create. Whether you're posting on social media or you're writing a blog or you're doing a podcast, if you know your origin story, your principles, your power, and your purpose, you can come up with content all day long.
Yeah, that's the essence of branding.
It absolutely. And when you're on LinkedIn and you're like, what do I post today? You just go back to your principles and you tell a
And
story around your principles
absolutely.
and you engage with your audience.
And one of the things I love about branding is that we always say, flaunt your quirks
Yes.
because you want to be real, So if you're quirky, my sense of humor was formed by reading too many Harvard Lampoons. I mean, I know where it came from.
Yes.
And so, that's a quirk. And you just, that's part of it, is that it's your personality coming through.
It's what makes you you, and what makes you authentic.
Yeah, and that purpose that comes through too. That's all part of that branding, and that absolutely has to include that origin story, and then where that takes you in terms of your purpose and why you're doing what you're doing.
Well, and I really uncovered my purpose. I was talking with my coach, my previous coach years ago, and she was asking me why I do what I do. And I'm like, well, because I love podcasting. I love helping people share their story. And she's like, yeah, but why? And I go, I really don't know why. And I was sitting on the couch one night and I was watching my son play on his Xbox. He was in high school. And I'm just working on my laptop and he's playing on his Xbox, and he's got his phone in front of him on video and the Xbox is on the TV. And I'm like, what are you doing with the phone? And he goes, oh, those are my buddies that I'm playing with. And I'm, who's on there? And he had a kid up in Canada. He's in Omaha with me. There was another kid in Washington State. And I think the other kid was in Minnesota or somewhere like that. And I realized that he has no friends that he can go out in the front yard and play with. He doesn't have a friend down the street he can go hang out with. All of his friends. Now, I love technology where it allows us to have relationships across the world.
Yeah.
But it sucked those meaningful relationships out, because I remember when I was a kid, I used to go spend the night at Rick's house up the street, all the time. Or we would go in the summertime, I'd get up at sunrise, we'd go hang out, and I was lucky to be back by dinner, because we would just go bond and do what we do.
Yeah,
and I realized my son doesn't have that. And my daughter doesn't have that either. And it was just, I want to put more relationships back into the world, and helping people share their story and connect with people can help do that. And that's my mission. That's my purpose. That's why I do what I do.
So Eric, if our group or of people who see this, on the recording or, aren't watching right now, what are the main takeaways you want them to leave with?
Well, one of the big challenges that people have when they try to step into the spotlight and embrace themselves and become that authentic them, they get a little scared. They get a little, they think, man, I don't have a big personality. How am I going to get on stage and command attention? And we all have that unique personality inside of us. You just need to uncover it. You need to start peeling back the onion and finding it.
Yeah.
When Oprah Winfrey started, she got her start as a news anchor in Baltimore, Maryland. She was just on the news, on the evening news, doing what every news anchor did. And she was good, but she wasn't Oprah Winfrey. She was just doing the news.
Right.
And then she got her daytime talk show. And everybody thinks, yeah, she went from Baltimore to Oprah. And she didn't really.
No.
She got her daytime talk show, and she was doing the same show everybody else was doing. She was Sally Jesse Raphael had a show.
Yeah.
Phil Donahue had a show. Oprah Winfrey had a show, and they were all the same shows, right?
Yeah.
They were all talking to crazy people and doing their thing.
Yes, they were.
And Oprah got tired of it. Oprah said, enough of this. I want to do my show. I want to be me. And so she revamped her whole show, and she started sharing her story. She started sharing the story about her weight loss and struggles. She started sharing the books that she loved. She started sharing about her best friend Gail and about her husband and all of this information. And people fell in love with Oprah. And that's when Oprah took off and skyrocketed to the top.
Absolutely.
Because she started sharing herself. And it's scary. And I know you don't feel like you have a big personality inside of you, but we're all unique. You have taken your journey. And so
Yes.
the first thing to do is find the confidence to lean into that journey and share yourself with other people. The people that are right for you will fall in love with you and follow you to all ends of the earth. The people who aren't right for you, they'll turn into the trolls and they're not going to like you anyway. But those people wouldn't do business with you anyway, so don't worry about them. Lean into the people who love you and run with it.
Yeah, earlier I was remembering, well, actually, I think it'll be tomorrow that I remember, but I'm old enough to remember these two sisters in the newspapers, Ann Landers and Dear Abby. Gives you some idea of how old I am. And they both had a point of view, and sometimes they would slap people down, with their opinions, and other people they would lift up, but you knew whether you loved them or hated them, they had a point of view. And that's what I see. I'm on LinkedIn. That's where I hang out. And I see that people are afraid to express their point of view. And that is so important. You have to, and Jay Fairbrother was just talking about, you have to have your purple fish. You're going to appeal to the people who really need to see you and forget the rest of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Because if I went to your audience and I said, rate the host on a 1 to 5 scale, 1, I hate it. 5, I love it. If everybody rates you a 3, you're dead in the water, because 3 means I could really care less. 3 means I really don't have an opinion one way or the other. You do not want to sit on the fence and have everybody rate you a 3. You need to have a bunch of people rating you a 5 and a bunch of people rating you a 1, because at least they care. And then just super serve the 5s and don't even worry about the 1s, because the 5s will support you. If they're all 3, they're going to find somebody else to replace you. And so that's the biggest challenge, is finding that courage inside of you to embrace your personality and let you run with it.
Yeah. And you're right. That is fearful for a lot of people. So I wanted to, we have a few minutes. And so I wanted to talk about your client, Karen, because I work with her in an accountability group all the time.
Yeah.
And I have watched her with her podcast, narrow it down, get exactly what she wants to say. And it's taken off. She's got people lined up for months to interview.
Yeah. Yeah. We've been talking a lot about her show. She does a running podcast, and I've really helped her lean into who she is and why she runs, and to share her story. And so she's talking about going on this, I don't know, this crazy like 100-mile run or some, I mean, it's some craziness. And she injured herself training. And I said, share that, because all of your audience has gone through that. And she shares that, and that's how they connect with her. They're like, I did the same thing. I had the same problem. And that's how you bond. That's how you create community. If you're struggling to get engagement with your content, wherever you're sharing content, if you're struggling to get engagement, it's because you're not sharing enough of yourself. You're trying too hard to teach. So many people think, they hear like, under promise, over deliver, right? We all hear that. Under promise, over deliver. People think in order to add more value, they have to add more content. Like, instead of giving them 6 steps to success, I want to give them 17. No, you don't.
Nobody remembers 17 steps to success.
17 is going to overwhelm them.
Yeah.
And if you're struggling to find content ideas, you're looking in the wrong place. You don't want to find more content. You provide more value by giving more context.
Yes.
It's teach the same thing in different ways. It's not about your content. It's about the context. It's not what you're saying. It's who you're being while you're saying it. If you look at Dave Ramsey, the Dave Ramsey show, Dave has 8 baby steps to get out of debt, stay out of debt, and be very wealthy. He's done his show for 35 years, 3 hours a day, 5 days a week. And nearly every question Dave answers on the show is one of the 8 baby steps. Dave's not going out trying to figure out 7 more baby steps to teach you. He's teaching you the same baby steps. The thing that makes his show one of the top shows in the country isn't the 8 baby steps. It's the context and the story that he wraps around the 8 baby steps. If you're struggling to create content on any platform, you're leaning too much into the content and not enough into the context.
Right, right, absolutely. Yeah, that makes so much sense, because we don't operate in a vacuum. And
Yes.
so to go back to that original thing we were talking about, that connection, don't be afraid to be yourself is one area.
Yeah.
And because that is how you connect with people. And so if somebody is just taking their first step, they're thinking, oh, how do you get on board? How do you start a winning podcast? It's getting late in the day. Podcast. I can't talk anymore. And I'm wondering, would you talk a little bit about the process that you take people through when they're working with you?
You bet. Absolutely. So I started Podcast Talent Coach about 12 or 13 years ago. It was middle of 2012. And my goal was to help people create better content, right? I had no desire to help people launch a podcast because so many people would launch their podcast and they would fade away after 5 or 7 episodes and they'd give up.
Yeah.
And the reason they would give up is they'd run out of content ideas. And I said, my goal is to, once you start your podcast and you say, okay, now what do I do with it? That's where I come in and I help you become that authentic personality that people fall in love with so you can build powerful, profitable relationships using that podcast. And so I bring people in and I help them develop their origin story and their purpose, their power, their principles, and build that foundation upon which they can build. And then once we do that, then we start talking about their persona and their presence and how they command attention. How can you get on stage and how can you not just have followers, but create fans because they love who you are. And once we build that foundation of your origin story with your principles, and then we add your persona and your presence into that, now we need to create the context. So where can we find those parables, those stories that we wrap around each of your principles to help you tell your story and support that with your audience? And then we sprinkle in your personality. So that's the 4th P, is your personality. How do we uncover who you really are and what makes you tick, what you're known for? And we sprinkle that into the stories to really make them come to life. So you make that connection. Once we've developed all that, now we get out on other platforms. That's the 5th P. And we put you in front of other people so that they can fall in love with you too. There's only 2 ways to build your audience. One is get your current audience coming back again and again and again to keep that foundation. And the second is to go out and find new people to add to that audience. If you're not serving both sides of that equation, your audience doesn't grow. If you're only bringing in new audience and your current audience isn't coming back, you're never going to fill the bucket. You have holes in the bottom of it. It's leaking out.
So you have 2 things that you need to pay attention to there.
Yes. And if you're only serving the people that are here, attrition will happen and your audience will dwindle. So you need to serve both sides. So we get you out on other platforms so you can get in front of people, share your story, let them fall in love with you and come and find out what you're all about. And then when you're on that stage, the 6th P is your positioning. So when you're on that stage, how do we take your story and position you as not just the best in your niche, but you're in a category of one where nobody can copy you because you are the real deal. You're the only you there is, and it's impossible to copy you because only you've lived your story, only you've lived your journey, only you have your opinion. It's not the 6 steps to success. It's your opinion and your story that's wrapped around that. And then those are the 6 P's. The 7th P, 7's my lucky number. I was born on the 7th. 7th P is just to take it all and polish it. How do we refine that process so that people are coming in? And you know what it does for you, Demont? It makes it so you don't have to chase clients. You attract clients to you because they love what you do and they want more of who you are and they want to be around you. And so as you're posting content and you're posting content with a purpose, you're attracting people into your world rather than having to go chase them down. Because now we talked about followers versus fans. Now you have fans that are sharing your content.
That was what I was going to ask you. Yeah. Do those raving fans say to their next door neighbor, oh, you got to listen to this guy?
Yes. Yes. And what drives me up a wall is people go, Eric, what mic do you use? And I go, I don't care. Like, I don't care what mic you use. Nobody listens to any of your content because you have a great mic. They don't say, man, did you listen to Demont's show? Her mic was amazing. I don't remember a lick of what she said, but did she sound great saying it?
Yeah.
Nobody cares. No,
right.
Gary Vaynerchuk would record his podcast in the back of an Uber and everybody loved it. Russell Brunson's first podcast was called Marketing in Your Car because he would record it in his car on the way to the office. And you could hear the car rev up. You could hear the car door shut. Like you would hear the traffic next to him. People don't care. If it's great content, they will listen to it. So stop worrying about your mic and start worrying about who you're being while you're on the mic.
Yeah. Oh, that's a great pointer, Eric. And, you've brought up a number of themes that have kind of run through today. One is authenticity, being real. One is getting over that fear and getting your feet wet and starting that. And then the third one is you really do need mentors.
Yes.
We all need mentors. And Eric, you've convinced me I have to start a podcast. and I'm going to come to you. So because I've seen the results. I've seen the results and how it grows. So absolutely. The other thing that's been running through this entire day has been integrity. Every person who has talked has been coming through from a point of integrity, and that is so powerful because, you're talking about, when you're talking about integrity, you're talking about being the real you and honoring your values and your purpose and all of those things. And it's just something, it's that theme that has run through. And, it's just powerful. It's just really powerful. And
it can get scary too when you're leaning in and sharing yourself openly with the world.
I live stream. You wouldn't believe it lately because I haven't been doing it, but and that's because I got tired of having to do my hair and my makeup.
Yes.
So
that is one benefit of a podcast. You don't have to look great. You just open the microphone and go.
Absolutely. You can be in your PJs. They don't care.
Yeah.
So that is really, really attractive. But it's just so powerful. And I wanted, because I know, let me look over here. Eric Johnson, you've got some questions here. From Bethany Bacon. Eric Johnson, I need to connect with you. You're speaking directly to me. I want to share with you about me and my business. Yes. Bethany. I was born at 24.5 weeks and I have a message to share. And then the next thing she said came back and said, Amen.
Amen.
So you were reaching them. And I want to remind everyone, that you have a gift and all of that. So could you talk about your gift and what you're offering as a free gift, and then maybe what they can get with a VIP?
Absolutely. So I have an authority assessment. One of the other big challenges a lot of people face when they're doing this is, who am I to talk about this? Who would listen to me? Nobody's going to care about my opinion on it. You have a superpower within you. It's just a matter of uncovering it and finding the way to not only be an authority in your niche, but how to be an influential individual, somebody worth listening to. Mm-hmm. And so I have what I've developed is an authority assessment, and it's 21 questions. They're yes, no questions, and you can go through it. And what it will do is uncover your gaps of where you need to shore up your authority.
Okay.
Are you ready to be a true authority in your niche? So your authority assessment, when you go through it, it will show you where your weak spots are. So one of the characteristics of an influential individual and somebody worth listening to is having a high sense of curiosity. If you are incredibly curious, you will be interested. And when you're interested, you become interesting, because people love when you can ask great questions and you're curious about what you're talking about. That's one of the questions in the authority assessment. So are you naturally curious? Yes or no? And you go through the assessment and you figure out how many yeses you have. And then there's a scale at the end, and it will tell you if you're ready to be the authority in your niche and what it will take to get you to that level to be somebody worth listening to. And if you want my help walking through the results and showing you how to implement that, there's some information at the bottom of that as well that will show you how to do that. So it's my authority assessment. It's absolutely free, and you can download that and walk yourself through it and see if you're ready to become that influential individual in your niche.
Yeah, and for some reason your link isn't showing up, but I will drop it. I will make sure that everybody gets those 2 links.
Yeah, I can drop it here as well.
Okay, yeah, we my VA is gone now, so we were and we had to switch a couple of people around at the last minute, so I think that's what happened.
No worry. Let me see if I can click join the chat.
Yeah, and just drop that one to the free gift, because the other one is the VIP.
I have to sign into StreamYard to do it. So hang on. Let me get into StreamYard here, and can I put it in the private chat maybe? I'll put it in the private chat. You can copy it and put it in the regular chat. How's that?
Let's see. Whoop. Okay, got it here. Let me go with the comments. Is that showing? I'll do it again. Yeah, there we go. All right. So absolutely, guys, that authority questionnaire or assessment is really, really powerful. And I can tell you, Eric, just to kind of give an idea of how how technology can affect us. My first chance streaming, or my first opportunity to stream, it went great. Everything worked out. And then I spent about 3 more months figuring out how to do it again, and I kept going on. I'd be doing these streams, and nothing was happening. I would do it, my video wouldn't show up, or my voice wouldn't show. I mean, something would go wrong. So you have to be willing to take a chance that sometimes things don't work right either. And
yeah,
you have to be patient and let it go and keep doing it, because eventually I got it back.
Well, when I was first on the radio in college, I go back and I listen to that and I cringe I calculated up the other day. I've been on the radio over 35,000 hours over my 30 years of radio experience. And it's a lot of trial and error. And it's my goal to help content creators not have to go through all of the bumps and bruises that I've gone through. And so that authority assessment will help you get started. If you're ready to write your origin story, I have a free origin story masterclass coming up. It's actually on Tuesday. So if you're here watching this live, or you're watching an early replay, my origin story masterclass is free. It's an hour, and I show you how the origin story fits into this entire process that I'm doing. That's at podcasttalentcoach.com/workshop. And you can find all the details there on that.
I'm going to write that down, Eric. So I've got Podcast Talent Workshop.
Yeah. Podcasttalentcoach.com/workshop.
Oh, okay. Okay. Wait a second. I got that wrong. So Podcast Talent was first.
podcasttalentcoach.com/workshop.
.com/workshop. Got
Yep.
it.
And that's an hour-long masterclass where I'll show you what most people miss when they're writing their origin story. Because there's critical parts to origin story. People get confused between an anecdote and a story. And most of the time when people are telling their origin story, they're telling an anecdote, which is first A happened, then B happened, then C happened. It's just a chronological order of events. That's not a story. And so in the origin story masterclass, I help you dive deep into that. And it's free. You can sign up and come join me there, and I'll show you what it's all about. It's happening Tuesday. We have a whole bunch of people already registered, and it's what I love to talk about. I love talking about sharing your story in an authentic way to build powerful, profitable relationships. And it doesn't matter what stage you're on. You could be on a summit like this. You could be on a live stage. You could do your podcast. You could be on somebody else's podcast. You could be on a YouTube channel, do a Facebook Live, whatever it is. Writing just an article on LinkedIn, share yourself. That's how you will connect with people.
Yeah. And I'm going to talk tomorrow about how the algorithms on LinkedIn have changed so drastically that, I'm not doing my done for you funnel building anymore because it won't serve my clients.
Yeah.
It's totally, and it's gone completely. It's all about engagement and building relationships and positioning yourself in the market, all the different kinds of things you've talked about, Eric.
And Dumont, that's the thing. It's not the platform that makes the difference. It's the presence that you have on that platform.
Mm-hmm.
So the way that you teach LinkedIn today is probably going to be completely different than the way you teach LinkedIn next year, because the platform always changes, and it's not the platform, it's you.
And you can't game the algorithms. That's what I try and tell people.
Yes.
Be aware of them so you know how to use them, but don't try and game them. That's not why I'm teaching what they do. You absolutely have to be able to sell yourself and do it in a way that makes people want you and highlights your expertise. You're absolutely right there.
Just think of the people that you love to hang out with, that you love them for who they are, not because they call you on the phone or they send you email. You love the platform doesn't make the difference. It's who they are that you love.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I want you to be when you're stepping into your audience and you're trying to be that person that people love, somebody worth listening to. You have to share yourself to do it. You just got to.
You know what? That's one of the reasons I stopped streaming, because I realized, and now I recognize exactly what it was I kept trying to go find more content.
Right. It's not the content, it's the context.
Instead of sharing my story.
Yeah.
So absolutely true, Eric. And I can't thank you enough for being here. The interesting thing has been, I've talked to you many times, but it was like I was hearing it for the first time again. Every time you present, I learned so much. So thank you. And, we will make sure that the word gets out. And I would love, everyone who presents, I would love to have them on my live stream. So, I'm inviting you, and we'll get you set up for that.
Absolutely, Dumont. I love talking with you. I always have a blast with our conversations. They go by so fast. And anytime you would like me on your stage, I'd love to have you on my stages whenever I have the opportunity. So it's always fun playing with you. Thanks for having me.
Oh, and Bethany came back again and said, "Thank you so much, Eric," and all these exclamation marks behind it. So,
Bethany, thank you. I have my Go VIP. Like I always recommend, wherever you go, go VIP, because you never know what you're going to uncover when you go VIP. And Dumont's posted the VIP link in the chat. I've thrown a VIP gift in there for you as well. It's my origin story workshop. It's a 3-hour workshop where we craft your origin story. I help you write it. And that's all part of the VIP gift. So go VIP with Dumont.
Yeah, absolutely.
All the VIP gifts are going to be fantastic.
Yeah, they all are. I mean, people have been so generous. And that's what I tell people about whatever medium you're in, whatever aspect it is. there are two words that you need to remember. One is generosity, and the other one is gratitude.
You bet.
And and that's so important. So thank you, Eric. I really appreciate you coming on, and we'll be speaking with you soon.
Thanks for sharing your stage with me. Pleasure being here.
Okay, bye-bye. Okay, guys, that was Eric Johnson, and I know you just got a ton of information from him. Our last guest, who was going to be Daniel Sternclaw, is tied up, so he's going to be on Saturday, and he's amazing. He's the president of 3D TV and does all this work with avatars. And I said this earlier, and I'll repeat it. He's worked with every major studio in the country or in the world, I think, because so much is done overseas now. Everything for everyone from Pixar to Spielberg, all of those are his special effects. If you saw Avatar, that was him. He did that, and now he has this great offer. That's just. I'll give you a little hint. Both Meta and Microsoft have approved him for Facebook and LinkedIn. Those guys don't approve of anyone. You don't get that kind of buy-in. So it's well worth hearing. And we have so many things coming up. I'm going to just stay here for a few minutes and see if anybody has any questions or what I can answer for you or tell you about with what's coming up tomorrow. So I'm going to go. I'm actually going to go over here for a second and hold on. Okay, I wanted to tell you who's coming up tomorrow. We are starting out with Ben Joy, and now Ben, I have interviewed Ben more than anyone else I've ever interviewed because he is so amazing. This is another person who is so authentic. He has a great story to tell, but he also he runs a class called, I can't remember the name of it, but it's you write your book in 5 weeks. And I've actually spoken in that class. It is an amazing class, and he teaches so well. This is a guy that you just can't miss. And then there's Ramesh Duvangan. Now, Ramesh, I've known for a long time because we have just, crossed paths so many times. And he's a CRM specialist. And no matter what your platform, whether it's Kajabi or Go High Level or any of the other ones that are out there, he knows how to do it. He can help you with your customer relations management. So you can't miss him. And then on Friday, he's coming back because Ramesh and I work very closely in terms of I do the lead generation on LinkedIn, and he does the CRMs. And so we're going to talk. We're going to sum up the whole summit for you and just give you some great tips on how to move forward. So don't miss him. And Janelle Anderson. Janelle, oh my gosh. Janelle's someone that I have known for a long time. Talk about integrity. Everyone I've had on here has a lot of integrity, but Janelle has had a very interesting story and a very interesting life, and she's going to talk to you about how to host. Her 6 weeks? How to host events that elevate your business and boost profits. I'm very nearsighted, so I'm trying to see this, guys. That's something you didn't know about me. And then Karen Grill. Now, Karen Grill, I've been following her on LinkedIn, and she builds funnels and all that, but her clients started coming to her and asking her why their emails weren't going through. And so she started investigating it for her clients, and she's been writing now about how to make sure that basically that your email doesn't get hijacked or spammed or what, any of the things that can go wrong, the different laws that you need to be aware of, all of that. I have learned so much just in the last 6 months that I've been following her. I mean, it's amazing. I called her and I begged her to be on. So that's going to be her. I'm going to be talking about LinkedIn algorithm mastery. If you are on LinkedIn, you must see this, because the algorithms have changed so much that I mean, just incredibly, because LinkedIn is all about engagement and building relationships. So there's no such thing as a viral post on LinkedIn. You know, you may have been getting thousands of people, reaching thousands of people. It's not going to happen anymore, but you learn how to, they look at dwell time, how long people spend on your post, and then they keep posting it. So it's up there for a long time. I'd go for dwell time anytime. If it's going to keep people with me for longer, I'd rather do that. So I'm going to be talking a lot about that. Just a lot to cover. And then we have Kimberly Crow. And I think before I bring her on, I'm going to have to go get a cafe mocha and 2 shots of espresso just to have her energy. She is just amazing. She's internationally known, and she is really internationally known. And she's going to give you the 7-step formula to reliable income through speaking, whether it's on a podcast, a live stream, a Zoom call, whatever it happens to be. She's going to tell you. She has, and I'm going to misquote it, but she always says, if somebody hands you a mic, take it. So you can't meet her, and then can't miss her. I'm sorry. And then we have Latara Drag. I'm sorry. I'm not pronouncing anything. It's gotten late. Latara Dragoo and the power of personal branding. Now, I'm a master personal brand strategist myself. And so I know the real thing when I see it. And I wasn't going to be able to do it this time. And Latara was the person that I absolutely knew had to do it. So she is going to talk to you all about personal branding, just like we were just talking with Eric about, that everything he's talking about with that origin story and understanding, your values and your passions and your purpose and all of that. Latara can wrap all that in a nice, neat bow for you. And then on Friday or Saturday, I'm sorry, tomorrow's Friday, I'm losing time. Okay, we are starting out with Anka Herman. And she wrote a book called Taming the Tech Monster. The only 2 ways to get yourself into tech trouble, even if you're tech savvy. She's amazing. She is just amazing. I can't say enough. She's just so interesting. You're going to love this. And let me tell you, she knows her stuff, and she knows how to make it as simple as possible. And if you were paying attention today, when Karen was, I'm getting tired. Wait a second. Yeah, Kathy Burns. She was talking about keeping things simple, and choosing one system to go with and keep it simple. That's what Anka's going to help you with. After that, we have Shadid Elazar, and he's a fascinating guy, and he does licensing and monetization for fundamentals for self-published authors, and he will tell you what you need to do in order to get into where you want to be. I want to be in I came out of higher education, and everything is licensed in higher education. So if you want to get out and be able to sell in different areas, he shows you how to license it so that you can have control over what those people are doing. So if you have any intention of being able to reach a certain audience in a certain organization, he can help you license it. And then we have me again. I'm going to be talking about the LinkedIn sales system. It's a no pressure LinkedIn sales system, because when you know how to use LinkedIn right, then by the time you get to that sale, they already know you. they already know you, they already love you, and they already want to be with you. So it's a process that you follow that is going to help you do that no pressure sales call. Because I don't know about you, but I dreaded sales calls. Some of you may remember from earlier today, I was talking about I used to force myself to do cold calls, and I would I would actually schedule and say, okay, I'm going to do cold calls for an hour today. Never happened. So then I would make, clumps, I would group it together. I was clumping things for efficiency. And I said, okay, on Friday morning for 3 hours, I'm going to do cold calls. Never happened. Never happened. And then I went on to say, okay, I told my husband, if I do 3 hours of cold calling this week, we're going to go to dinner on Friday night. So at the end of the week, not only would I have done no cold calls and not gotten any clients, but I had a pissed off husband because I wasn't taking him to dinner. So you have to be able to know how to sell and do it in a way that isn't threatening. Because when you do it this way, by the time those people are on the phone with you, they already know you. It's a matter of whether they match your programs and your programs match them. They might not be the perfect fit, they might be, but it's not that pressure kind of sales call that we all dread. And then we have a couple of people coming in there, and I don't have that posted yet, but it's going to be Kenyatta. Can't think of Kenyatta's name right now, last name, but she's going to talk about a new kind of branding, behavioral branding, and that's a whole different ball game. So I do personal and digital branding, and that's one way to do it, but she does behavioral branding, and she looks at your behaviors and how to take those behaviors and really, really analyze it. And I was sitting next to her at dinner one night, and she started talking about this, and I was like, what are you talking about? I didn't understand it. And so she did it with me, and it was like, oh my gosh, she really can do this. So it was really powerful to do that. And then finally, or not finally, but at 4:15 that day, I'm going to be back with Ramesh, and that's when we are going to talk about. No, I'm sorry. At 4:13. Oh, at 4:15, I'm going to be back again, because if you heard Iman, a guy, talk earlier today, I'm going to about how the Actionera app and how it works. I'm actually going to take you through and show you the Actionera app, so you will be able to see it. And don't forget that earlier today I dropped a free a link to his business, or to the free version of Actionera, which you can get. So I will make sure that I repost those links and that you have all of them, because Actionera is an amazing, amazing thing. But I want you to get the free version first so that you can work through it and then see whether you want to go to the point of having a paid app, which not that expensive, and you get so much out of it. I can't wait to tell you about it. And then we're going to have Nairi Roos. I'm sorry. Before that, we're going to have Ramesh Duvangan, and that's when we're talking about the key takeaways of the summit. And then finally, we're going to be talking to Nairi Roos, and she is so cool. She's Australian. And we met online, and she's talking about how to quickly create a high converting sales webinar using AI that's perfectly aligned with your brand and messaging. Now, how powerful is that? She's going to wrap it up for us, and I am just so excited to have her. So we've got great people throughout this, and I just want you to know that, and know that if you have that $97 ticket, you're going to have all of this, and you can have it in video form and because you'll get the videos, you'll get the transcript, you'll get the key takeaways from each presenter and each of our experts, and then you will also get all their VIP gifts. And as you have heard, you know, they are everything. There are a lot of that they'll work with you personally. You'll get some time with them, or you can do something. Ray is doing. She'll do a video, a half-hour video for you of what you need to be aware of in terms of not demand generation. And this was totally new to me. I talk about lead generation all the time, but demand generation actually sits on top of that funnel. So it's a whole new thing. It's a whole new way to go. And I just, I don't want you to miss it. So, please go ahead and get that done. Go on and get that free ticket because it's going to do wonders for you. So I will drop in the link to the VIP ticket, and I'm also going to go back and give you Iman's information too, because I'd love it if you would take a look at it. And then when I tell you what it is on Friday, you'll have a much better understanding. So listen, all, you have been great. I've been so happy to be involved, and I'm going to stick on here for a few minutes and just make sure that I get those links dropped for you. But other than that, you're going to see us again at 12 o'clock tomorrow, 12 o'clock Eastern time. So don't get that confused. 12 o'clock tomorrow Eastern, and we're starting off with Ben Joya, and you are going to love him. Okay, so that's it for now. Bye-bye.